Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan Bibi, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki. Voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki. Voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan beli-beli, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan beli gas ambil rezeki voucher combo bertubi-tubi pasti puas belanja di beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan beli, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli.
Hai guys, kami dari Aura, kami ingin mengucapkan
Selamat menunaikan ibadah puasa.
Hello, kami dari tim EVOS Legends
Mengucapkan selamat berbuka puasa.
Halo, kami dari ONIC Esports. Kami mengucapkan selamat menunaikan
ibadah puasa.
Semoga semua di ibadah puasa ini dapat keberkahan di bulan Ramadan ini.
Amin. Selamat berbuka puasa, guys.
Selamat menunaikan ibadah puasa.
Selamat berbuka puasa guys.
Halo guys, selamat menjalankan ibadah puasa.
Selamat berbuka puasa ya guys.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan beli, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli.
Hai guys, kami dari Aura, kami ingin mengucapkan
Selamat menunaikan ibadah puasa.
Hello, kami dari tim EVOS Legends
Mengucapkan selamat berbuka puasa.
Halo, kami dari ONIC Esports. Kami mengucapkan selamat menunaikan
Ibadah puasa.
Semoga semua di ibadah puasa ini dapat keberkahan di bulan Ramadan ini.
Amin. Selamat berbuka puasa, guys.
Selamat menunaikan ibadah puasa.
Selamat berbuka puasa guys.
Halo guys, selamat menjalankan ibadah puasa.
Selamat berbuka puasa ya guys.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11. We are about to enter match number 3 of the day with Alter Ego as well as Aura Fire facing off here for that playoff run. But before that, today on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko, as they have swapped sides for today. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, MPL Indonesia would not be here if it wasn't for our sponsors. MPL ID Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A Series, A34, and A54 5G. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel, official gold partner by OBS Gold, our partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blee, our official broadcast Maxstream broadcast partner, Teferi Sport, and our partners Indomart and Point Coffee. And of course, we are supported by PBSE. Now, coming back into the match here, Alter Ego and Aura Fire. Like we mentioned yesterday, Aura Fire, to this point, have nothing to lose. Better luck maybe next season, but for Alter Ego, it's a different story. They really need this win to be able to solidify their chances to make it into their playoff run. Here, Gani.
They have a good chance as well. Seeing Rebellion earlier, they lost that match, right? So Alter Ego can somehow breathe a little in this match, but of course, they needed that important win. Mirko, what happened in leg 1?
Well, if we take a look all the way to leg number 1, Alter Ego were actually dropped by Aura Fire. Aura Fire had a better performance in the first leg. Obviously, that was the Alter Ego with Rizal, not the one you saw with Nino. And after Nino stepped in, you can really see that Alter Ego were finally able to identify their strengths and play through their strengths. Where in that first leg against Aura, it felt like Aura understood their assignment. But for Alter Ego, they're still trying to find that identity. Is it Rizal that fits in? Is it Rasi with the reactive or proactive heroes? Now, we understand. Reactive hero for Rasi, Nino. That's it. That's all I have to say. Nino just gets his comfort.
Nino gets his comfort, and then he brings us a Savage.
Oof.
The only Savage of MPL ID Season 11, and surprisingly in the hands of Alter Ego. And that's one of the main things that is very important for Alter Ego. Whenever they are given their comfort heroes, when the identity of the coach and the synergy with the teams are in sync, that's when they are at their strongest. Meanwhile, Aura Fire, picking up really weird things yesterday. We finally saw a Johnson jungle out of all the things that could be in the jungle position, and unfortunately, it didn't really work out.
They don't have the strong foundation here, Mirko. Seems like, yeah, go for the cheese picks, but also bring some new strategy, bring some solid game plan, solid foundation to base on, right? And then perhaps execute that cheese picks. But I feel like Aura Fire, again, they lack in that department this whole season, right? That foundation, that strong foundation. So perhaps that will be the department that they will focus on next season, and perhaps, right, transfer maybe can happen, and perhaps they can be a contender in season 12.
Maybe, you know, their sister organization, the purple team, they turn out doing pretty well for themselves. But nice. All right, talking about, again, that foundation, right? What is that foundation, you may be asking right now? Well, it's time to dissect that right here, right now. Looking at Aura Fire, Season 8 to Season 10, they really like going for these crazy picks, but they always have a solid foundation so that it synergizes well with the cheese picks. Back in Season 10, it was the Faramis, always locking a pretty solid mid lane hero for Facehugger to find that control has been the foundation. Then obviously they can build with the gold lane presence being a Cho damage for Kabuki, Yuzong as well. As long as that mid control stays solid, they stay solid. And in the season, they just have been really lacking that, with Facehugger underperforming, I would say, and with their main pillar, Kabuki, not getting the heroes that he needs to actually be set up for success. He was placed on the Claude when a Johnson gets picked. I don't think the Claude wants to be in the car when you know, go in front to the people, but also Alter Ego's golden opportunity to secure playoff tickets is right now. Why is it the golden opportunity? It's because Alter Ego are facing off Aura Fire and then Bigetron Alpha. For Rebellion Zion, their competitor to make it to the playoffs, they have just lost against RQ, and their next match will be against ONIC. Now you really understand why it's a golden opportunity. If they win here, it's almost guaranteed.
Oh, so looking at this, they do still have the chance of actually taking Bigetron's position.
I think so. There is a chance, right? Because Bigetron will be facing GEEK SLATE today, and then tomorrow they'll be facing off Alter Ego. So you're right. If it keeps on going that way, that is exactly what's going to happen. Speaking of comfort picks, though, it was actually Nino. So I was mistaken there. It wasn't Rizal, but it was still an Alter Ego that were still looking for their identity. You can see Nino on the Natan, a very strange pick to see Nino on. And even for the entire team, you can see that Pi was not placed on a winning lane. He was placed on a Terizla here with Van stepping in right. Completely forgot about it. I thought it was still that high Aura Fire that we saw in the first leg. But this was literally what made Aura Fire super scary in the first leg, because even though they were losing, if they get the proper draft to set them up for success with the foundation that is literally visible here, Kabuki setting him up for success, getting him a winning lane so that he can carry towards the mid to late when all the cheese picks falter, right? And in the second game, it's basically the same thing with them picking Melissa 2 games in a row. And Alter Ego, once again, this Mathilda pick, we've seen it so many times, and it just hasn't worked, right? Even despite them losing here against Aura Fire on that Mathilda, they still decided to pick it up yesterday. So, again, this was a still very early Alter Ego. They just swapped Nino in. They were still trying to read out what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are. And it's clear to see that playing weak side for Pi, playing strong side for Nino, could work maybe, but it did not work in that first leg. Nino was able to make a few good plays, but when your main playmaker isn't Rossi, isn't your roamer, you really need to put some resources down for Pi. Because when Pi falls, when Pi is behind, he's not really able to get any pressure down. You can see in this current play right now that when he jumps in, he's basically an easy target for everybody to pick off, especially Kabuki on the Melissa, who really just shreds down on these tanks with that Melissa. And again, with no engage potential, Pi, as long as he gets poked down, Aura Fire will have a free road ahead to take the fights however they want to, right? Pi finally gets the kill in the end, but it's all for naught because the Aura Fire we saw with Van was a very neutral, objective-centered Aura Fire. They can lose these team fights, but they will throw everything to get the neutral objective. And up against a struggling, curious Alter Ego, they were able to utilize that to the max with Lord baiting out a lot of fights. And again, with them having only one man who can really engage, you can see once they utilized that initiation, their resources for just one member, Aura Fire were able to turn the entire thing around. Rossi, he's a reactive roamer on the Mathilda. He can't even engage on the Mathilda because she's too squishy. She's going to die. And again, it felt like it wasn't Aura Fire in game number 2 of the first leg that were outclassing Alter Ego, but it was Alter Ego who were trying their best to win, but faltered in the end because of those little kinks in their strategy.
See here again, right? Yeah, I feel like Aura Fire, they can somehow change their game plan. Because you can see here, Aura Fire, they can get a win. Honestly, this season, it's just, it seems like they're not consistent as well. Unfortunately, Palevi needs a lot of work here during the off-season. We'll have to see the improvement next season, though. But again, Aura Fire still, though, with the all-or-nothing mentality, perhaps they can surprise us and make Alter Ego sweat here in this current match if Alter Ego lets it, right? Pi also needs to perform in that EXP. Marco earlier mentioned that he can play that weak side. If he blunders a lot, if he doesn't focus, that might be GG for side of Alter Ego.
So it honestly really depends on Aura Fire, right? Like, what type of gameplay do they want to give onto Alter Ego? Because the Aura Fire that we saw yesterday was a very, this is like a weird way to say it, but a YOLO Aura Fire. They neglected all the objectives. They just went in for kills. And it was so easy for the opponent to just snowball over that. But when we're talking about cheese picks, Aura Fire comes to mind. Why? Because of the gold lane. Both Kabuki and Nino share a similarity since way back when, maybe in Season 8, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe even before Season 8. The fact that they're not just marksman players, but they can also utilize these fighters in the gold lane.
That's when he really shines, right? When he brings out these crazy picks. The Yu Zhong was a signature pick for the man you see on your screen. But if he doesn't get the Yu Zhong, he can always pull out the Benedetta, the Paquito, and Cho from time to time in that gold lane. But unfortunately, in this season, it feels like he has been put into more of a foundation role. Like we mentioned, he's taking Facehugger's position in the team because he has been the most consistently performing member, and they really need to utilize that because these are the keys to victory presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34 and A54 5G. Like we said, a well-prepared composition before taking the cheese picks. That's the foundation we said earlier. As long as you are able to set your prime winning conditions for success, those cheese picks can and will work, just like what we saw in the first leg. Having one vision when team fighting. Now, this isn't vision control on the map. It means literally following through with the shot calls. OraFire, they're always notorious from Season 8 to 10 to always follow through with the shot caller, with the shot that was made by Facehugger. But in Season 11, it is so messy. When someone makes a call, you can see everybody trying to do their own thing on the other side. But on the side of Alter Ego, you can see Sully Boy. He's sleeping. He is getting ready to pounce on the prey. These are the keys to victory for the sleepy Sully Boy. But all the other Alter Ego members seem to be awake. Alter Ego controlling the early game and the tempo of the game is going to be very important, especially here up against OraFire. They were able to control the early game even against GEEK SLATE, a very aggressive team. So that's something that they definitely have to or can play with in this game. Nino also getting the comfort pick. Like we mentioned, Nino, this man is literally the star of the show for Alter Ego. He's the one who can carry the team on his back. You have solid foundation in Pai and Udil, but it comes down to Nino in the later stage.
And maybe there needs to be a little bit more emphasis from the side of Alter Ego to help him out, right? Because when he gets pressured, sure, he's okay having the losing matchup, but that can't get prolonged to the mid to the late game, because as soon as his farm is too far below, it doesn't seem like he's able to have the same impact that he usually has in these games.
That's where I feel like Rossi needs to also just provide that cover, provide that aid as well for Nino to get his farm. But you know what? I feel like if Nino played a lot of matches in leg 1, he might be a contender in the MVP of Gold Lane, right? So it's very interesting and very unfortunate for Zed of Alter Ego.
Huh? Why?
Because they opted Rise Up in the first initial weeks,
right. True.
Perhaps if they stuck around, they keep Nino in their composition, perhaps. Alter Ego, they're saving the playoffs, perhaps, right? That also might be it.
Maybe. Just a small secret that they put in the pockets there, but it's really worked out for them here in leg 2, because if we take a nostalgic throwback into leg 1, Alter Ego were on a lose streak, right?
Horrible lose streak.
Man, they didn't find any success at all. It was quite similar to OraFire, but as soon as Nino came back, you can see that slow increase and in development of their gameplay with Nino stepping in leg number 2. But now we're going to take a look at the official starting lineup here for both teams, and it's still high in the jungle position, so exactly the same as we saw yesterday. So I'm not expecting an objective-centric OraFire. I'm expecting a chaotic one, and hopefully Alter Ego, they can sniff out these weird pocket strats that maybe OraFire might bring up in this match. And from the side of Alter Ego, still the main 5, and it seems like they're looking to go big or go home.
Let's see the uncrowned kings to solidify themselves in that 6th position. Is going to be Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, what they need to do against an OraFire with high is to stick to their roots. A lot of teams falter, a lot of teams overthink the cheese strat, and then it's OraFire who capitalize on it with the chaos that they bring into the game. Stability is the name of the game for Alter Ego if they want to be the Indonesian Hydras.
Definitely. They need to stay true to their initial game plan, right? Because they're facing off this team right here.
The Indonesian Hydras, the all-or-nothing team this season, OraFire.
OraFire now, once again, without Van, like we mentioned before, this is going to be a chaotic run for them. Expect them to be very aggressive from the early game, looking for skirmishes, looking for pickoffs, and that all's going to start in how they start in the drafting phase as we welcome both of the team's coaches.
Stafari and Coach Ars for the side of Alter Ego. For OraFire, it's Coach Palevi with his analyst CL. Both teams with a very interesting approach to Season 11. Nafari, obviously the coach for Geek Fam for the longest time when they did not make it to the playoffs. And CL, notoriously also the coach for Aura Fire back in Season 7 when they went 0-14. So far for Aura, it has looked kind of the same with Coach CL and Palevi at the helms. It's better. They got a win, at least this time, right? But for Alter Ego, at the start, it was horrible. So much hate sent over to Nafari, considering Alter Ego has performed pretty consistently throughout the seasons. But over time, Nafari has developed with ours and the team to make a pretty scary King Slayer team.
At least CL is consistent, right? At least.
True.
But here we go, the most pick and ban heroes from side of Aura Fire, Mirko.
All right, man, let's take a look at this. Most banned by opponent, it is still kind of reflecting that Season 10 strength, right? You see the Faramis, the Kadita, these two heroes. I think for the Kadita, we all understand it's going to be Godiva there. You really need to respect him. But for the most picks, it's kind of inaccurate here when we're talking about high. When we're talking about a Van-centric Aura Fire, yes, it makes a whole lot of sense with the Fredrin always being prioritized, always being picked up because of the man's crazy neutral objective secure a rate. But here, Palevi is going to have to think outside of the box. With high, you're going to have to go outside of the box. You want the Johnson, you want the Uranus junglers, you want the crazy things in your composition, but don't go with a Klon. If you want to go for that crazy, you need someone who can take the lane into his own hands. And for Alter Ego, Nafari, this is a bit more, I would say, one-dimensional, right? For Aura Fire, it's a bit more creative. We see a little bit more unique heroes here and there, but for Nafari, it's been the meta picks. It's the Fredrin, it's the Farsa, Carry, Valentina Glue, literally all the meta picks, right? We're not seeing anything too crazy or out of the ordinary from the side of Alter Ego. Most banned by opponents as well. Nothing out of the ordinary. You don't see the Kadita ban here. You do not see the Faramis ban here. They're a very standard team, but they have learned to play through that one-dimensional draft that they have with just winning lanes, knowing which one to put these resources, which roles to put the resources onto. Pi being one of them.
I mean, aside from the priors, right, take a look, Pi, Terizla, and Blue, so that's somehow force focused on towards Fire as well, and that most banned by opponent. Perhaps that might be the situation from the side of Aura Fire too. They perhaps want to replicate and force Pi here, limiting his options. As we all know, Pi, an excellent EXP laner, very strong, playing the strong side, playing the weak side, and take a look at Alter Ego. Their leg one was only a win towards the side of Rebellion.
Yeah, it's only one win, and I actually forgot, in those earlier stages, Alter Ego, Sally Boy was also not their jungler. It was Kids for quite a while, so you can see the progress and the development of Alter Ego throughout the entirety of the season, right? They have 2 more matches ahead of them, Aura Fire being this current match and the next one being Bigetron. And it looks like they're on a little bit of a win streak here, being able to get 2-1 with and against a Rebellion and GEEK SLATE, who right now is looking like a contender for that upper bracket slot.
It's just such a complete turnaround, right? Only winning 1 match in the first leg, and then now only losing 1 match in the second leg to ONIC. So, hey, definitely not a bad team to lose to. And with their run, not only have they beaten up GEEK SLATE, they've beaten up RQ and EVOS.
Wow.
That's a pretty impressive track record for second leg.
Very impressive, considering, like I said, they were 8th place at one time, at a time, right? So it's very impressive, very huge improvement as well. As I feel like Alter Ego, if we're talking about the playoffs, if they really secured it, they can be very scary, this Alter Ego team, perhaps upsetting the favorites.
And hopefully they don't go home on the first day.
Hopefully.
Like last season.
Like last season. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the drafting phase here of game number 1 of the 3rd match of the day. Once again, Alter Ego and Aura Fire. Alter Ego with the first pick, Aura with the second, and we can see this coming through. The Fanny, the Claude, as well as the Karita being the choice of ban here for Alter Ego onto Aura, and Aura respond with a Diggy, Joy, and perhaps a Wanwan ban here in the second phase. But if it is a Wanwan, or maybe a Glue, Alter Ego and Aura in particular, could pick up the Faramis.
Definitely can. And with this Digi ban in the first phase, perhaps again, signifying either a Kufra pick or an Atlas pick as well here from both teams. Actually, Rasi can play it, Godiva can definitely play it. We'll have to see. But also, back to that topic here, what will it be that first pick? Alter Ego, knowing them, Fredrin is open, just go for it.
I agree, right? The 1-1 has fallen a whole lot here in terms of prio. We did see today the 1-1 go 100% win rate, but we've seen Nino play the 1-1. Last time it was against Rebellion, if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, they go for the Valentina instead, not the Fredrin here. So the 1-1 has been ignored, and I highly doubt that Aurafire will pick up the 1-1. Kabuki, not really too comfortable, doesn't find comfort on that pick. We've seen it before, and we won't see it here. It's going to be the Glue and the Yi. So at this point, I feel like with the Claude banned out, the Melissa, it just really makes sense for the side of Alter Ego. Against a Yves and a Glue, not a bad pick as well.
Let's see here. I feel like Alter Ego, with the Valentina first pick as well, they realized that Aurafire with high, they don't really like the Fredrins, right? So I feel like Alter Ego, very smart, play intelligent as well, and they can pick up the Fredrin themselves.
I agree.
And perhaps the Melissa.
I think Melissa is a good choice, right? I think
like Michael mentioned.
Yeah, the last time Nino picked up the Melissa, that was when he got the Savage. So you can say that that's already a power pick for Nino in particular, but we do have a comment here from Anti-Mage. In my opinion, Rasi is the embodiment of Oh My Venus in Indonesia because of his signature heroes such as Estes and Adigi, which are both very powerful. And I think we mentioned that. I think you mentioned that, right? Was it you?
Yeah, they're hero pool, me and Gani, I believe, right? But his hero pool is very similar to to Venus's hero pool. The reactive heroes, the Estes, the Diggy, the Lolita. Maybe the Atlas is the only one out of character that he was able to pull off just yesterday, right? Or 2 days ago, actually, in the first day of week 6. So maybe we might see that again with the Diggy ban here. But Aurafire, it's a solid pickup. The Melissa. That's why I found it quite strange. That's why I kind of gasped earlier with the carry pick and the Fredrin. Fredrin makes sense, but Fredrin and carry. When Melissa is open, I feel like banning out the Melissa would have been a bit better than banning out the Claude if they were going for the carry.
Laning-wise, I understand. Melissa, 100%, I would go for the Melissa as well, but maybe, you know, knowing Aura, they like to go in for these heavy frontliners, and they like to go in for that type of strategy when they're going for these chaotic early game fights. So maybe Alter Ego picked up carry in anticipation of that. It's a possibility. But coming now into the second phase of the bans here, we already see an Atlas being banned away for Alter Ego, and Alter Ego respond with an Akai ban.
Very, very interesting approach here from both teams, right? They banned out the Diggy first phase, and they didn't even secure any hero that can be the roamer in that first phase. So both teams, perhaps now in that second phase, will also limit the roamer options. Perhaps another roamer, Kaja, can be banned out here, either from the side of Aura or most likely from the side of Alter Ego. Godiva plays a mean Kaja, and perhaps looking at their composition, very complements them, right? With the pickoff that Kaja can give, it's gonna be a short kill.
Also, the Grok has been completely ignored here by both of these teams. Aura, though, they are going to take away the Matilda choice away from Alter Ego, realizing that is still a possibility for Rasi to pick up. And Alter Ego now respond with another Hilda ban here. So a lot of roamers have been taken off the board. Like you mentioned, the Kaja is still left open. Grok is a possibility. We see Ruby increasing in popularity lately, especially for ONIC. But Aura will respond with the Kufra, so still another comfort hero for Godiva, although the impact up until this point is still quite questionable.
At this point, I'm expecting the Kufra to go to the jungle, knowing I don't know. I just have a strange feeling, but hopefully he doesn't go for the Kufra jungle. Maybe he does, and then he surprises all of us. But Alter Ego, banning the Hilda really kind of signifies that they want to go for something like a Hayabusa perhaps, and that's why the Kufra pick makes a whole lot more sense, right? Looking at the Hilda ban, going for the Kufra right as the Assassin, before the Assassin gets picked, is pretty smart. They want to deny those dashes, that high mobility, but I believe for Alter Ego, they kind of still need some killing pressure to be placed on the gold lane if they want to make this carry lane work. So it's still like that. Going to be the Hayabusa and a debut for the Florin.
Whoa, Alter Ego.
Global healing.
We expect our fire to bring the cheese rat, the cheese picks. But it seems like Nafari and the gang, he also has some sort of a trick up his sleeve.
I feel like this isn't cheese though. It's more like pocket strap.
Yeah,
They're hiding.
Agree.
Work or work not though, right? So let's see here. Our fire with that in mind.
How are they going to respond, right? Because it's either like you guys mentioned.
How do you beat healing?
Jungle.
Go Martus.
Baksha.
Yeah, I was about to say. Do they want to do that? That's High. High has used Boxia in the past.
There you go.
There you go. Wow, amazing.
But man, okay. So it's gonna be Baksha jungle, right? Should be, unless again High goes for the Kufra. I don't think that's going to happen. No, High is on the Baksha. I just look back to get a spoiler, but with the Baksha pick, it does make sense. The Tortoise has Poissons, and obviously the AoE fight that they want to go for will give them a little bit of an advantage here. Thing is though, yeah, I think it's great. I think it's a great pick. Even the ultimate, if you give it over to the Valentina, it's not a big ultimate to play with.
Food for carry though.
You're right.
For especially entering that mid game, after 2-3 items, Baksha will just melt in the hands of Gary. So let's see here the early game pressure that Baksha can give. Perhaps it will not create space for Carry to farm.
Yeah, Carry needs to be shut down very, very earlier on, or it's going to be very difficult for Aura Fire to sustain through the damage. But Gani, take us through the portal.
Land of Dawn, here we go. Game 1 between the two A's, Alter Ego and Aura Fire. Who will strike first?
Who will strike first? Let's take a look here. Seems like both of the junglers are passing differently here. High starting at the orange and Selly Boy at the purple. Quite standard pathing for the moment as we take a look at the emblems as well as the spell choices here, Mirko.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. Still just the standard, even for the emblems as well. For both teams playing it safe, Facehugger also going for the mystery shop, just wanting to get a little bit more items to play with in the early stage of the game, wanting to get those power spikes faster with the Ice Queen wand, most probably. And here, I think Aura Fire have drafted themselves a pretty good composition to kind of counter Alter Ego's killing pressure that they set up with the Hayabusa. Remember what I said, right? With the Hayabusa, they want to pick up an assassin. Why? To pressure the Melissa. But with the Baksha, Nino is going to have a harder time now.
You can already see the pressure here in the top side, but what the one thing that I'm curious about is this Florin, right? What does Florin give? Sure, we already know global healing and more sustainability, obviously, for whoever is in the same lane as her. But what about clear? Does she have good clear? Can she aid in clear? Florin.
As a roamer.
No, not really. She's just like, there's some utility with a stun in the first skill and then healing mostly. There is a little item, I think it's the passive, that you can give to one of the members, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the carry who gets it.
Either Nino or Selly Boy in that first earlier stages of the game. But Aura Fire here, very passive in this fight, right? Alter Ego and Aura Fire. 2 minutes, no first blood. Eternal though, was fun. Already a 4-man setup. Selly Boy with the Quad Shadow entering in, jumps in on towards Fluffy. Split Swoop will be popped high now with the shield unity. Will not crash on towards anyone. There you go. The catch. Godiva finds the mark. Shadow kill. Somehow forced here. Godiva with the flicker, but full Fluffy will find the first blood. High still wants more as he claims Pie as well. That's 2 men down. Aura Fire with the early advantage.
Solid composition by Aura Fire for the neutral objective takes in. Godiva wants more, Gani.
Oh my goodness, real world inflation here. Questionable move 2v4. A little bit too much. Thankfully for the set of Alter Ego, they didn't lose anybody else. But Aura Fire still with the neutral objective take. Take a look at the talents prediction here. It's only Alter Ego by the ID analyst.
Yeah, I'm surprised here. I thought that I would be the only one for Aura Fire as usual, but I'm not alone this time. Feels good to be with friends.
I like their draft better.
Yep.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, so far it's looking good for Aura Fire. They have been able to be very aggressive even from that early game. They are leading with a 1,800 gold lead as well. But this is realizing that I feel that Alter Ego haven't really reached that power spike. So now here you can see Alter Ego already getting kind of aggressive onto Aura Fire, just punishing them for the aggression that Godiva has been putting onto them so far. But in the next few seconds, up until this, oh, but wait a minute.
Real inflation pops. The quad shadow connects and the shadow kill will find Facehugger in that mid side. A good setup there. And Facehugger the flicker wasn't really canceling it. Oh, but another catcher in the jungle here from Godiva. Baksha finding the kill.
Rasi for Facehugger here, Miracle.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be worth it for Alter Ego there in this particular trade, but I think ORIFIRE can afford to lose a few trades here, knowing that they have practically 2 winning lanes, right? Their draft is just very good this time around, and they've really, you know, kind of learned from their mistakes, building a proper foundation before going for these cheese picks. And even in this game, I don't even want to call it a cheese pick. It's a pretty standard pick with the Baksha. We have seen it before in Season 11, I think just earlier today by Albert too.
RQ picked it up. And I think he's the only one though, or the only jungler who's picked up the Baksha, but it's worked out for the moment here for ORIFIRE. They go in once again.
All right, soak in the damage. The quad shadow in the backside will not be enough to secure Celeborn, and Rossi pops the ultimate here now. Fluffy though, he still wants more Celeborn. No quad shadow, trying to find an escape. Fluffy finding the important kill. Celeborn was very much isolated, and that is also the momentum for ORIFIRE, perhaps to take the second neutral objective here.
Yeah, perfect timing for ORIFIRE there. A really good pickoff on to Celeborn, and it was quite interesting how he was moving there in the bottom side. Was he trying to pull a Kyrie and failed? I'm not really sure what went down, but that actually allowed ORIFIRE the space to get the neutral objective without contest, and they're also going to be able to pick up another turret here in the top side.
Very intelligent by Kabuki before he actually cleared or taken the top. Celeborn gets caught.
Another catch, shadow kill forced again. The stun will claim Celeborn here by Kupra. My goodness, the domino effect here from ORIFIRE is very evident, and now they might want the mid. Kabuki is already in the fight. Fluffy flanking in. The catch again onto its Rossi, force him to use the ult, and it's just a turret take in that mid side here, it seems like. ORIFIRE leading in all fronts, but real world population to force Odil to use that flicker. Fluffy still wants more. He's still being super careful here. The damage is already there as Fluffy flickers away. Godiva now caught, but Celeborn finds the flank here, but the shadow kill wasn't popped just yet. There you go. Fluffy will not die as ORIFIRE still strong with 5. Kai picks up the killing spree as the taunt will come through again. It's just a Kai and Kabuki here poking the damage. Again, ORIFIRE winning that trade.
What a long, drawn-out fight. My goodness, that went on for a whole minute. And ORIFIRE were the ones who got a massive dub. They still want to go for it, though, Connie. They don't want me to talk.
My goodness, here again. I need to be careful for taunt connects. Facehugger providing the cover, but the damage. Nino finds a shutdown. ORIFIRE looks for a re-engage. Godiva catching two. No clear follow-up though. Fluffy now with the flanks, but the damage is already there for Nino. He claims to double, and this might be the triple. Real world relation pop. The damage is not enough as he claims the triple. Will this be another maniac from this guy? Nino still wants more. Fluffy has no flicker. The shuriken will find him as Kai though will claim the kill. Kabuki jumps in. Rossi has no mana. ORIFIRE and Alter Ego trading blows and punches.
Oh my god, how chaotic is this game? ORIFIRE forcing Alter Ego to their tempo, but it did give a few kills over to the man you do not want to see kills on, Nino. 3-1 on the losing matchup. Kabuki was able to shut him down in the end. I wanted to talk about what happened in the top side with the first turret being taken. How Kabuki took it was he shoved in the mini waves and he didn't take the turret instantly. He waited for the minions to get cleared out by the turret. So he denied that gold cannon minion away from Nino. So those little things adds up. And, well, I guess not now because Nino got a shutdown and 3 kills.
Yeah, definitely not a good sign at all. But look at this. Godiva here.
Godiva will escape with the revenge. No clear engages again, but it's ORIFIRE just clearing the lanes here. Top side and bot side, Alter Ego. Their ground is very, very small.
But it kind of favored Alter Ego a lot in that previous team fight, but they go back in once again.
My goodness, real manipulation bottom. Godiva finds Daryl, but he will be taken down, but he will bring Nino down as well. It's a 1-for-1 Aura Fire claiming the dub again. Roamer for gold.
Yeah, things are just going back and forth, right? Because after Nino got that triple kill, the gold lead for Aura Fire from 4,000 shrunk to 2,000, but with the kills on the bottom side that you guys just witnessed before, they've actually brought that lead back up, but it is a good pick on Nino here. So when we're talking about the gold differences, Miracle, what stands out to you the most?
I think what stands out to me is the difference in gold between the gold laners. Despite Nino being able to find 4 kills in this game, it's still Kabuki with a bit more gold based on the farming, based on the laning phase, and even the shutdown. Kabuki was able to shut down Nino, getting him off the map and getting more gold in his hand. If you take a look at the XP advantage too.
The spy.
See that damage?
Deleted by Kabuki with the help of the Aura Fire members there. And it's very tough here. I feel like Kabuki has the items here, Mirko, to dish out the damage. And the thing about Rossi on this Florian, right? No one can really catch Kabuki.
Exactly. The go away becomes such a big threat for the side of Alter Ego because no one can really gap close. And if they want to go for a pick on the high, it's a big mistake.
Take a look at the reinforcements. Silly Boy not caught, but his high will be taken down by Nino. Nino, though, will be stuck in that area, and he gets taken down. Alter Ego looking for the cover. Aura Fire, they still want business here, but it's still a 1-for-1. Nino for high.
Very aggressive by Nino. They're flickering forward. Sure, he gets the kill onto high, but what does he get in return? Another death on the board. I'm not really sure if that was worth it there, Miracle.
I think the play he went for at the start was just a mistake. But then in the end, when he was already sandwiched, he flickered in. I think that was okay because he knew he was going to die anyways. Might as well get a kill before he dies, right? So unfortunately, the waste of the flicker is going to really hurt him though, as the Lord fight continues, or the Lord dance continues for Aura Fire. In the next few fights, Kabuki's gonna be able to free hit. Meanwhile, Nino, he really relies on that flicker to position well in these team fights.
And an uncontested Lord here for Aura Fire in the 10th, almost 11th minute of the game. And Aura Fire, they're looking to clean house once again, taking everything away from Alter Ego, taking all the buffs away as well, and just really denying and shutting down Selly Boy. 1-for-1 KDA. He's level 12 compared to High, who's level 14. And for someone like Selly Boy, it's difficult. It's difficult. I think Alter Ego relied heavily onto Selly Boy and Nino here in this game with how they drafted, but Aura Fire, they've done a really good job of shutting both of these members down.
It was a risky move that they tried to pick up the carry knowing that the Melissa was up, but now Godiva wants to go in. Gani.
Oh my goodness, Lord, though, will be taken care of. On the ball side, it's Baksha versus Hayabusa. The Terrify connects on towards Godiva for force himself, but Nino finds the kill. Selly Boy will be taken on bot side. Solo kill by Baksha. Aura Fire still with 4-man rotation now. Sieging the base. Real rotation popped. Fluffy now will soak in a lot of damage. Flickers away in time to survive. Securing a base turret in the top side. A very well executed offense by the side of Aura Fire. High will escape with the shield unity.
They're playing with their lead so well in this game, and you can see again the gold difference from the gold lane. It's a little bit if you take a look at just the items, right? Because in the item department, Nino has gotten the 3-item power spike that he needs as well, but it's so much more than that. It's the Wind of Nature providing the safety on top of the go away, and also he's already building towards what I think is a Melfic Roar. Usually that is the Hod's Claws, but up against Alter Ego, I feel like going for the Melfic Roar might just be a bit more advantageous. He's going to be able to shred this front to back more efficiently. And that's just it. This is so much damage to play with. He is technically, if he finishes the Melfic Roar here in the next minute, he's basically going to be doing true damage to the back line of Alter Ego. And that healing from Florin, yeah, no. No, just no.
No. Just no. Can we take a moment to talk about Udil in this match, right? Zero to little impact, I feel. I think it has been very difficult for him to look for a really good ultimate as well to take away from Aura Fire. I guess one of the options that he can take is either the real world manipulation or maybe the Tyrant's Rage from the Kufra. But even then, look at the way that Aura Fire has been positioning. There's no there's no ultimate taken by Udil for quite a long time here. We're already at 13 minutes, and it's not, doesn't seem like this Valentina has really done anything.
I think if we want to trace back the steps and find a mistake here from Alter Ego, it has to really be in the draft, right? I think
Hayabusa pick and Florin.
I think the Hayabusa pick, I can understand, but the carry pick at the start, right? It really kind of forced them to go for the Hayabusa, because the Hayabusa, that was the plan, to pick up Nino on a side laner and kind of try to bait Aura Fire to force them into a false sense of security, where they don't go for these mobile heroes, where they don't go for heroes that can really oppress the Hayabusa. They're all going to be thinking, oh, how do we shut the carry down instead of the Hayabusa down? So they use the carry as kind of a subversion, something to subvert the expectations from Aura Fire, but it ended up just crashing on their face, right? Everything just did not work out. The carry lane gone. The winning lane for Pi gone because they picked up the Fredrin early on, and the Hayabusa pickup basically gave the lane to Aura.
And on top of that, also the mobility, right?
Exactly.
For Aura Fire. The fact that they've been able to pressure these side lanes. And I feel like that's how Aura Fire are able to win these games. Mobility. It's either, you know, Baxia jungle, that works. We've seen a Kai arrival in the side lanes for Fluffy, that also works. Different role, but same function. And you can see here, even Aura Fire now, 9,000 gold lead. We haven't seen that in a very long time.
For Aura. We haven't seen it, I think, at all in Season 11, right? I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but the respect given from the side of Aura Fire is still very, very amazing, right? They already have a Baxia, but they still have 2 Dominance Ice on their frontliners.
Celiboy relieving the bot side pressure. Fluffy soaking the damage here with the splits. Lord will be taken care of. Godiva charging. Will not commit. Base turret in the mid side will fall, but Hayabusa in the meanwhile also just clears the camp buffs from the side of High. So a very good trade, very good offense, but a better defense, it seems like.
It is much better defense from the side of Alter Ego. Technically, only losing 2 base turrets when you're 9,000 gold behind, and when Aura Fire has a enhanced lore to play with as well. But again, it's just going to be the slow game here for the side of Aura Fire. They don't really need to be forcing any of the fights. They don't even need to be utilizing their mobility to clear out waves. All they need to do is keep the waves stagnant in those positions, right, where it's going to be slow pushing into Alter Ego for the lanes that they have the base turrets in. But for the lanes that aren't, it's even simpler for them to just leave it there, and it is going to be an even lane. They can utilize that pressure to invade the enemy jungle, mainly the purple buff. Why Aura Fire are ignoring the orange buff is because the purple buff is a bit more of a priority, right? They obviously will go for the orange buff later, but getting Celiboy or limiting his resource, limiting his mobility with that purple buff take does so much for the team. You saw what Celiboy was able to do with the purple buff, cutting the waves efficiently with the Hayabusa with that shadow kill.
My goodness, Fluffy, I wonder how many damage taken that he will get. Real Wood Collision Pouch. Fluffy also mounting Pi there. Godiva did not manage to catch anybody, but funnily enough, it forces Rossi to pop the ult as well. So that's an ultimate wasted, it seems like. Fluffy collecting Immortal 15 seconds to the Lord. Aura Fire, they might get this freely.
We'll see, right? I mean, Alter Ego, you can see already trying to counter setup, right? They're going for the pressure onto this top side. Celiboy trying to deal the damage, but he might be caught in a sandwich play by Aura Fire.
Yeah, normally it would be good for Celiboy to split push, but like we mentioned, this mobility from High really kind of stops him in his tracks.
Shadow kill popped, 2v1. Quad Shadow is still there, gets the stun, and Godiva
look at the Lord though.
With the revenge will claim the kill. Lord is taken care of here. Fluffy being the gatekeeper, saying no, Alter Ego, don't get the Lord. The Lord is for us.
But they lost a turret in that top side there, Aura Fire. Getting a little...
I think it's very worth it though still. Like, they lose a turret, they kill Celiboy, they get the enhanced Lord. I think it's a trade that they are willing to risk.
If they can get the base here.
I think even if they don't get the base.
But if Alter Ego continue to play like that, it might be difficult for Aura Fire later on.
It might.
Looking at Alter Ego, how do they win this game, right? That's the question I've been asking myself. And I'm sorry, but looking at Aura Fire's draft, I feel like it's
need to
gonna get
blunder.
better. Yeah, it's gonna have to come down to Godiva making a mistake, Fluffy overextending. It has to be Aura Fire making a mistake more than Alter Ego outplaying Aura Fire. Because if Aura Fire and Alter Ego both played perfectly, it should be Aura Fire's draft who wins in this team fight.
Let's see, one base turret standing here. Forwards out of Alter Ego. Fluffy though.
There you go.
My goodness, a lot of damage were given there from Nino. Base now very low. But oh my god, Godiva catches the body, but no follow-up just yet here. Aura Fire, they're holding on the base. Now we have been targeted as Kabuki secures it. And Aura Fire takes right first in this series.
Aura Fire lead the series, and now in this best of 3, forcing Alter Ego to just, you know, refine the drafting phase. I think we mentioned that in the start with all the casters' predictions onto Aura. There must have been some slight mismechanics in terms of the drafting phase. You mentioned there Melissa was too much of a value to actually let go for Aura Fire to pick up.
If they were really going for a front-to-back, what destroys front-to-backs better than dive, I would say, is the Melissa. A better front-to-back. A front-to-back where it can hit everyone who's clumped up, and with the Florin, you're kind of forced to. Florin is like it's like a light version of Faramis. It's a light version of Estes in this certain situation. The global ult does give you a little bit more pressure, but with the losing lane, it doesn't really help you. If you have a winning lane, I can really see that Florin flourishing, right? But no, not with a carry, not with a Hayabusa when you're up against a Baxia. And the Florin pick also was very easily countered. With the Florin pick, it kind of forced. So, looking at it again, all right? Imagine Aura Fire's draft. Or imagine Alter Ego's draft. Aura Fire needed mobility to handle the Hayabusa. Yeah. You put the Florin there, they also get the anti-healing. So it's like doubling down. They give Aura Fire more value with the Florin pick than, you know, trying to punish that. So Baxia pick becomes massive. Everything becomes massive because the Florin pick kind of forces them to clump up together.
Killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Killing 5 birds with 1 stone.
Killing 5 birds with 1 stone.
Exactly.
Ronnie.
I understand that Rossi is a support type of player, but I thought he was supposed to be supported, to support his team, not the opponents.
Well, I think he was. Hey, come on, man. I think he was still supporting his team. He was doing his best. He was just outdrafted, and honestly, Eterna. The normal Mirko would be cursing Aura Fire. That prediction would be a curse. But I'm Analyst Mirko tonight.
So buff?
So I am blessing the teams.
Oh,
Mirko,
okay.
what's with this headset though? Sorry. Why is there some white thing here?
What?
There's a sticker on its
There's
headset.
a sticker.
And it's white.
How should I know, Gani? It's your headset, man.
We'll fix
It was
after.
yours earlier. It was
yeah,
yours,
it was
shift 1.
yours.
That's why I
didn't
asked
realize.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's Aura 1-0, and because of the draft, they were able to really just be all over the map. As both of my co-casters here, very distracted with the sticker still.
Sorry, now I can't unsee it.
I don't know. Am I losing my train of thought too now?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Baxia pick
Very smart.
gave more mobility towards Aura Fire, and therefore they were able to roam better around the map and put more pressure onto the core members of Alter Ego, which was, of course, Nino as well as Celiboy. And it felt like Aura Fire, they played really well around the Valentina pick by Udil as well. And you can see here, almost 0 impact, only 0.05. But for Udil, that's not too bad, actually.
Yeah. I think looking at the items here, I really want to point out Kabuki, Melissa. Here, proper build, I think, in my opinion now. He goes for, initially, a lot of damage in the Malefic Roar as well with Wind of Nature only. Thank you for that. And with that, he actually transitions into the Haas Claws. Sells his boots, gets the Athena Shield. So not only does he have an answer to the magic damage, also the physical damage coming in, and he will still be able to shred Alter Ego down. Now, what I don't like is Celiboy's itemization, I would say. Because on paper, I would say, sure, it makes sense because you're up against Glue, you're up against Baxia, you're up against Kufra. But at this point, when you're so far behind, I would rather him just double down to try to go for at least a split push with full damage, don't care about penetration, or to double down to jump into the back line, Facehugger or Kabuki. I think the Hunter Strike might just be enough, then going for a full damage build would have benefited him a little bit more. But still, it's hard to be on Silly Boy's shoes in this game. He was completely bullied, no purple buff, so I can kind of understand. He wasn't able to jump into the back line anyways, so going for a more penetration-heavy build suits his needs.
Yeah, very tough draft to execute there from side of Alter Ego, just in general, right? No clear initiator there. Rossi was on a support. Silly Boy was drafted a Hayabusa going against Melissa. That's very, very tough here to just execute there in that game. So it's very tough for Alter Ego to clear or see any window to turn the game around.
I just don't like the Florian pick. I agree, of course, with the carry and the Melissa thing, but like the Florian pick, it just doesn't sit well with me. Because, I don't know, if you wanted to go for the Hayabusa, I think a little bit more mid-lane control would have been better. And like the Florian and the Valentina matchup against the Eve on Facehugger was, I think, a little bit too challenging for Alter Ego. But now we're taking a look at the post-game stats here.
And like you said, I mean, Nino did his job, right? It's so crazy because he's put in the losing lane. He's a losing matchup, yet he's still able to do this. Nino is a magician. That's what we can call him now, right? Out of nothing, he makes these things work. But again, it's not just about Nino. It's also Alter Ego building a solid foundation. I think the keys to victory for Aura Fire we can use for Alter Ego now. They completely threw away that foundation. They did not pick a strong lane for Pi, a winning matchup for Pi. They instead decided to play around and double down on their losing matchup, which is the carry. Certainly can work, but with the Hayabusa pickup, again, you're already trying to force mobility from the enemy team. You're giving a question for Aura Fire that they answered pretty well with. The Florian is another question that can be answered, but with the same answer. It's like 2 + 2. What is it?
4.
Okay, then 5 - 1. Exactly. So it's 2 questions with the same answer. That's what Alter Ego kind of did.
Ooh, the analogy game.
The analogy game. And also, did you notice the damage dealt inside of Alter Ego was actually greater if you compare it. So, team fight-wise, perhaps skirmish, of course, Fluffy can soak in a lot of damage as well.
Baksha
That's a
can.
factor. Baksha
Kufra can.
But, again, Aura Fire, they also do not forget about the objectives, right? They don't care. They fight with the proper battles. They pick their fights. And also, take a look at the gold curve. This is a snowball gold curve.
It is snowball. It is a snowball gold curve, but then you can see a little bit of that first leg Aura Fire step in a bit, right? There's a little bit of a spike back, and then they are able to build it. And there's a spike back again, but they're able to build it back. So it's still Aura Fire. I would say they have found proper ground now. They have that foundation, and if they continue to build on that, they're looking pretty strong. This is an Alter Ego team that beat GEEK SLATE. This is an Alter Ego team that beat EVOS and RRQ. And again, this massive power spike, that big spike there that you're pointing at.
Nino triple kill.
That Aura Fire, that's Aura Fire's pop. The Nino triple kill was the little bit of a dip.
side one.
Oh, that's the dip, yeah.
Yeah.
That's Nino's triple kill. Right there.
Nino's
that moment right
triple
there.
kill.
You can pinpoint it.
Almost
but then the little
immediate,
spike back to Aura, that's when Nino got shut down. So triple
in
kill
the
shut
bottom
down. So it's
side?
like, yeah.
Will that play in the bottom side?
So it's Aura
Interesting.
Fire overextending and
See?
then Alter Ego overextending.
And I'm asking, and I'm like emphasizing these things to the viewers as well, is to show you how a little mistake can cause that much of a dip or an incline in the gold stats. But your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series is high on the Boxia.
Is this his first MVP
That's
this
why.
season?
That's why I was like, hi, it's high.
Hi, it's high.
Is he high? Well, I feel
No,
like
Mirko is.
it's high.
Maybe yesterday with
427
Johnson.
here again with the Baksha, 85% KP. Standard build, but what's interesting? What interests me most is that brute force breastplate.
You know why? A little bit more movement speed to
on
play
that
with.
puissance.
Exactly. Puissance and even with the shield unity, right?
Yeah,
so
makes sense,
just
makes sense.
adds more to what is already there for this shield man, unity man.
Yes.
That's Baksha. Because
That's
his first
Baksha.
skill is called shield unity.
Shield
He's also a Turtus. And
So he's a
he can spread poisons.
He's a tortoise.
He's a
And
tortoise.
also, he's a
He's a turtle.
poisons.
I'm so confused. But ladies and
The heat
gentlemen,
map.
this is the heat map for High in the first 5 minutes of the game, and basically he was just everywhere.
Yeah, but
all over
mainly you
the
can see
place.
him playing to the gold lane a bit more, right? Into the XP lane, it's just over to the gold buff. It's just the gold buff early. And in gold lane, it's all the way up into the lane itself. So not only was he mobile on the map, but he was able to constantly be right there when it matters the most. Just trying to stop that pressure from being there, because even just him rotating up top, not getting anything, just staying in lane will relieve some pressure from the Melissa. And will also, in turn, give pressure to carry and will stop Sully Boy's gank, or attempt at a gank to go for that. And in a lot of these plays, it's also just Aura Fire making those highlight reel plays, High getting a few solo kills here and there. I'm looking for the moment right here. Okay, this is another moment that was pretty scary if you were an Aura Fire fan. I think Eterna was definitely shaken after this one, because again, it was Aura Fire losing High at the start, but it was them overcommitting. But luckily for Aura Fire, Alter Ego were like, you know what? I can overcommit even better, yo. And then they go in, and then Kabuki gets a double. And that kind of just gave back the lead to Aura Fire. I think with that, Alter Ego could have definitely played with the resources they had. But again, because of the force, it gave Aura Fire the same amount of tempo. And even here, just little mistakes here and there. Nino was able to deal the most damage, but it's also about the targeting. Like we mentioned, 3 frontliners from the side of Aura Fire that can be soaking so much damage. Nino will be able to deal damage, a lot of it, but when you're doing it only onto the frontliners, when the targeting isn't on point, when the enemy frontliners are the ones that take the damage and the backliners are free, then it is GG. Well played.
Sorry, I'm rewatching that play from Nino in that bottom side. And I swear he could have used that flicker to go back.
He could have, but he is Nino. Maybe Rizal would do that.
That's why I was like, this looks like an overcommitment.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like, you know what, I might as well.
So remember the
Because I
point?
rewatched it, and he could have used that flicker to flicker backwards, but instead he flickered forward. So I think that's something that honestly can be repaired from Alter Ego. These overcommitments, these mistakes that they keep making. Because like you mentioned, there was a slight, small opportunity that they could have taken back the lead from Aura Fire, but then they overcommitted. So discipline is important now for Alter Ego.
Don't FB.
What?
Don't flicker forward, flicker backwards.
Oh, yes, yes. Man, I don't understand you.
Whoa.
So confusing.
Where'd you get Where'd you get that?
Oh, Point Coffee.
What?
Do I have it?
Yeah, of course.
Yo, who put
Both
it here?
of you have it.
Who put it here?
I got green
This
stuff.
is my favorite coffee. I got green stuff as well. Does Gandhi like to put it?
It's pandan.
It's
so what you're
pandan.
holding in your hand is Point Coffee.
Panda?
And-
Panda like Akai?
No, pandan.
Okay.
Okay.
There-
Continue,
there's-
continue.
Continue.
It's not a kai, it's pandan. Okay,
Okay.
anyway. It is brewed with 100% Indonesian coffee beans and brewed directly with an international standard coffee machine through
God.
Point Coffee X MPL Season 11. And, you know, those ones were free for you, but the next time you want to maybe top up after this, you guys can, and you guys can do it with a 48% discount
Whoa.
coupon for Indomart Point Co app.
That's
for
good.
Palm Sugar Latte, Cookies and Cream, and the pandan coffee that both of you are drinking right now. And for those of you who can't enjoy coffee like me, you guys can go in for a non-coffee alternative, which is the
Wow.
peach tea like I have.
Hey, Turna.
Don't forget to use the promo code, huh?
Why did you go for coffee?
I can't.
It's not called Point Tea. It's called Point Coffee.
You have a
I'm
point.
sorry.
You have a good point. I don't know what to say to that.
Well, that's why Point Coffee. There's a point to be made about it being the best coffee. Indonesian coffee beans brewed directly at Point Coffee ID for more information.
Don't forget the promo code Point Coffee discount for tea.
That's the promo
40%.
code.
Yeah.
For that 40%
Did you guys
discount.
mention it already?
You mentioned it
Oh.
already.
You mentioned it already.
I thought you did that because you mentioned it and I mentioned it again.
It's
just
okay.
for emphasis.
That's
guys.
why you really need caffeine, Eterna. That's
I
what I'm
think
telling you.
so.
Point Coffee is the way to go. Maybe next time we'll get Eterna fully aware, right?
Yes.
But now Alter
Very good.
Ego needs to be fully aware.
To perhaps somehow bounce back in game 2. And if you take a look at the recap, it's just a landslide, right? From that glue, from Melissa, from Baksha, even the Kufra here. The only winning lane gold-wise was Udil, actually. Facehugger, though, on that he provided as a utility, as a facilitator, more than the damage.
Yeah, you're completely right. Good utility by Facehugger in a lot of those skirmishes. He was able to help the others and facilitate them to be able to get those kills in the early game and just really start that snowball. And once again, it points the question, Udil, Valentina, what do we think?
Udil, Valentina, I think it's okay. I don't think it's horrible. I feel like he just didn't get the mid control, like you mentioned, because of the Florin pickup, right?
Yeah.
The Florin pickup really kind of stops it from happening, stops any kind of mid control from happening, because Valentina will be 1v2ing practically in lane. Florin is gonna be tasked with the carry, babysitting the carry up top, all alone, 2v2 every single time. But there's no change. Alter Ego is still first pick.
Welcome to the drafting phase of game number 2 here. Remember, Aura, they just need one more point to be able to begin to shut down Alter Ego's dreams of staying in the playoff run.
Diggy is my
You
name.
can see here Alter Ego staying on the same side, like you mentioned, no changes just yet. The Joy, the Diggy being banned out here by Aura.
What I said. The equilibrium, which I was made
Yeah, the
for.
Melissa ban comes through.
What? What's up? The Melissa ban comes through. Eterno, why are you so angry?
He mentioned it. He said, right?
Yeah, I did. Again, the Claude ban, right? They banned the Claude. If they want to pick up the carry, I think it would be much better to go for the Melissa ban instead, and that's exactly what they go for here. Now, they don't go for the Fanny ban. They actually go for the Eve ban. So, signaling maybe that they want to pick up a Fanny, or maybe they are trying to ask Aura Fire, hey, can Kabuki still play that Fanny?
Are you gonna switch role in game 2?
Can Hai still play gold lane?
Let's see here, Aura Fire. If that do happen, the Popol and Koopa will definitely enter.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Alter Ego with the first pick. What will they go for here? I feel like securing a hero for Rossi in the first phase might be the answer. Kaja.
I'm not sure. I think Fredrin, yeah, is a better pick, right? Getting a solid pickup for Silly Boy, but they also picked up Fredrin first in the last, second in the last game. Now it's gonna be the Arlet and the Farsa. Okay, so no Fanny just yet, Eterna.
Yeah, no Fanny just yet, Goni.
Fanny just yet indeed, as it's gonna be the Valentina, and it's perhaps going to be, I think they should secure a Yu Zong here. I feel like
makes sense.
Pai, going up against an Arlet, going up against a Farsa, Alter Ego can definitely secure the Yu Zong, as you all know, in that first phase.
Here though.
We have a comment here from Pai. We just do our best in the remaining matches of the season. Stay humble because it is the month of Ramadan. There you go. It's not going to be the Yu Zong.
Wow, wait, what?
It's going to be the Kufra.
Interesting pickup here, the Kufra. For Rasi, I'm not really liking it here. Aura Fire with the Arlet and the Farsa. I think at this point, they can just go for another standard pick here. Maybe just go for the Claude. I think it will do really good up against these tanky members. Able to also go for the carry ban maybe a bit later.
That's a good point. There is a good possibility that might happen. Very interesting, like you mentioned here, the Kufra being picked up. I would have thought that they would go for the Yuzong or even the Grok, honestly, to try and counter the feather airstrike from Facehugger. But Aura now, they're going to have the opportunity to pick up the Claude in the first phase. And they could also just ban away the early game bullies in that gold lane.
Those early game bullies being obviously Mr. Brody with his kiss, signature kiss, and Mrs. Carey.
Perhaps that might be banned out though, as we enter the second phase here again, asking not a big question, but asking just a question to Nina. What are you going to play? Melissa banned out. Claude, Claude picked up. Beatrix now banned out, and potentially Carey can be banned out last year for the side of Alter Ego.
Yeah, the carry, I would say if they really want to play for the Claude, the Brody ban might make more sense, right? I think scaling with the carry is a bit better here for the side of Aura Fire, but even when they weren't scaling together, even when the carry was picked up against a losing matchup against the Melissa, yeah, it was still able to perform. I don't think leaving the carry open is wise here, but also leaving the Brody open isn't wise too. That's why I personally don't like the Beatrix pick or ban here.
Yeah, I would thought that it was just going to be Brody and as well as the carry, but it's going to be the Beatrix here. So let's see here. Alter Ego with the second phase.
Jungle ban.
It's going to be,
It's our coffee, it's
ban. It's going to
Panda.
be Akai, the Panda coffee.
Akai.
Akai going to be banned out. So looking at their compositions, looking at the bans here, Aura Fire, they still, I feel like they should commit to gold lane ban here, limiting Nino's options, but are you sure, guarantee, Brody?
At this point, technically...
Or carry.
I feel like the carry... You know what?
Works better.
Looking at the composition, I think the carry would be... Yeah, it's okay to leave the carry open. I would expect the Brody, but they instead go for the Fanny, which is interesting because the last time we saw Sully Boy on the Fanny was season 10, I believe, and he didn't really perform that well on the Fanny, so still some respect given from Aura Fire. Alter Ego going for the Atlas ban now, targeting Godiva, asking him, what do you play other than the Kufra, the Atlas, and the Kadito? Well, it's an easy answer, because I've seen Godiva in the first leg play the Cho.
Wow.
I think the Grok makes more sense, though. I think the Grok makes more sense.
Grok, or if they really want to go crazy, Ruby can be the way. That's why also a little bit surprised that they opt for a Fanny ban, realizing that there is still Ruby to play around with. Or fine, they might actually secure a hero for the jungle first. Let's see here, what will it be? But no, it's gonna be the Ruby.
Yep.
Your team is picking.
The Ruby makes sense here. He's up against like 3 very close range individuals, so it's a solid pickup. It can technically be flexed, but we haven't really seen it flexed at all. Aura Fire this time around, a different route. No flex, right? We know exactly where all lanes are going unless they pull a dirty on us. Alter Ego with the 2 last picks here. Should be the gold laner, unless it's the Valentina in the gold lane up against the Claude. Don't think Nino likes to go for that. So I think what makes the most sense should just be the Brody here. Picking up the Brody for Nino, and then going for an XP laner that does well, the Yu Zhong.
Grok is the surest
I've been waiting
to
for
ruination.
Jungle.
Supposedly.
Yeah. Johnson.
Ling?
No. I think...
oh, there's
I don't
Kufra.
like the Ling, yeah.
But it's Rassi's Kufra.
Amon.
Amon.
Oh, we haven't seen Amon in a very long time.
The Amon makes sense, right? Because they only have 1 magic damage dealer, so it makes sense. They
or
can go for
Lunox
it.
jungle again.
Ooh. That makes a whole lot of sense, actually. Up against a lot of these tanky members, you might have just called it. No, they go for the box, yeah. Gani, they do not want to listen to you.
So, Lunox jungle makes perfect sense.
Don't get mad, man. It's okay, Gani.
I'm disappointed now. I will vote for Alter Ego.
Okay, that's all it takes. You don't agree with my opinion? Nope. I'll support the enemy team.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Both of the compositions from both of the teams have been set in stone. It's not going to be a Lunox jungle like Gani predicted. It's Baxia once again for High. Last time, he was able to be very mobile around the map, create pressure onto the carry, who, against the Claude, might be a losing lane. And with that in mind, Gani, please take us into the portal.
Game 2 between Alter Ego and Aura Fire will commence now. Let's see, will Alter Ego equalize in this game, or will Aura Fire win 2-0? Land of Dawn, here we go.
It's time to take a look at the compositions once again this time. Again, both teams going for just pretty standard emblems. High though, what's interesting is I've noticed this 2 games in a row. Uses the Retribution very early, uses it instantly on the buff.
Very interesting choice there. He goes in for the purple.
Sully Boy doing it too.
Sully Boy doing the same thing as well. And this is interesting. Let's see how Godiva does on this Ruby. He only picked it once this season at a 0% win rate. But the same thing can be said about Rossi. Rossi already charging, putting some pressure on to Kabuki there in the top lane. But up until this point, nothing fancy just yet.
You can see, it's very intelligent from Kabuki. The way he took Battle Mirror Image as his first kill, understanding that Nino will have a little bit more pressure to play with. So he's able to take these minions to the last hit without really punishing that much, right? So very intelligent already from the start.
Very intelligent, and you guys can be intelligent too, and go ahead and buy the tickets with a 20% discount. But Udil,
very low here. Purify was also activated, but it's still enough to claim the first blood. Tellyboy jumps in with Rossi, but it's a 4v2. Facehugger will fall, but High will find the double now. Rossi a little bit trapped here. Godiva pop the flicker as well as High will not have more range. Rossi will jump in again. The Spectrum Mechanism finds a two-man stun. Pi gets taken out. High as well as Godiva will fall as well. Rossi, 1 HP with a great escape. Now, oh my god, it's a brawl here. Fluffy now entering the fight, but Fluffy escapes.
He gets out, Virgo.
All that, total 6 kills. Perhaps 7 here. Odil very low with the jukes. Facehugger still able to connect that skill. Takes his life away.
They don't stop.
They don't stop. Silly Boy now claims a mutual objective and taken down. Pi enters the fight again, but finally, they will disengage.
What a fight, my god!
8 kills
that
in what, 2 minutes?
On for so long, Gunny! You're the only one now! But man, oh my god, that was so fun to watch. Just 8 kills in 2 minutes. That's 4 kills per minute. Oh my god, man, in that team fight, you can already see the prolonged team fight really favoring the side of, I would say, Aura Fire, with that Vengeance constantly being resetted by Fluffy, and obviously with him getting the Tenacity emblem here, it really helps him out. I think if he went for the Unbending Will, that would have been a much easier fight to take, but Rossi wants to fight.
A good catch and a good kill there by Udil with the stolen feathered airstrike. Alter Ego finding the compensation there with that total kill point loss. Till the bot side, it's a solo kill perhaps. Fluffy, very low there, dove in the turret. Pi with the recovery top side. Oh my goodness, Sally Boy was there in time to find the kill on towards Kabuki.
There's just been so much action for the first 3 minutes of the game. And unfortunately, though, Aura Fire haven't been able to find a lot on the board, and you can see the economy just shifting back and forth. That was initially led by Aura Fire. 30 seconds left for the next neutral objective to spawn, and I'm wondering if Alter Ego want to go for more pickoffs on the board to deny the early game that Aura Fire just really love to build for themselves, like we saw in game number 1.
This time it's a bit more scrappy, right? It's not as easy to set up for those objectives, and they keep going, Ghani.
That's the setup. Fluffy low though. Rossi is able to somehow give cover. I'm offended, connecting on towards Rossi, flickers away. Odil again pops that feather to zone them away. But Aura Fire, they create enough space to perhaps secure the second neutral objective.
And that's a huge resource burnt away from Rossi, right? But once again, more action.
Oh, that Dragon form, Rossi doesn't really connect there with the revenge. Sally Boy though will steal the turtle away. He jumps in, gets the stun and the taunt, but the Bracel's Wrath will not take anyone just yet. Fluffy now engages. Oh, the follow-up is there, Kabuki, but he will escape with the Battle Mirror Image. Pi gets taken down. Rossi now will be the next target, but High will fall in the hands of Nino as he claims the double there. Late to the party, but very, very good impact.
Kabuki, man, he joined in the team fight. He already used the Blazing Duet up top to clear up. If he saved that earlier, that could have been a massive, massive pickup for Kabuki. But you can see the resource already, the allocation of the resources being a little bit more efficient for Alter Ego. And as usual, Nino, we mentioned this earlier, Ghani, if you don't ban this carry away, he picks it up against a Melissa. He'll definitely pick it up against a Claude.
Uh-oh. That's not good. 2-0-1 already for him as well in the early stage of the game. He's already a level ahead of Kabuki up until this point. And, you know, Sally Boy with the change as well from the Hayabusa onto the Fredrin, you can see that he has more control over the neutral objectives. And Alter Ego, they're playing on top of that really well. And you can see another objective on the board for Alter Ego, or a Fire not finding much on the board, or any at this point.
You can kind of see, again, the beautiful lane swap coming in from Alter Ego here, sending Nino down below right at the 5th minute mark so that he doesn't waste any time, so that he is able to utilize that lead to take and siege a few more turrets. If you look at the gold here, you can already see the massive gold lead that he's able to get early on. 2,000 gold lead in total, and half of that is in Nino's pocket. But again, Rossi.
They catch Alter Kabuki, will escape with the BMI though. Rossi using the flicker, and Udil is there to give the follow-up, and Kabuki now taken down twice already. Fluffy engages Alter Rossi. No clear follow-up just yet, but in the backside, Godiva, what? The roamer caught Udil off guard there, perhaps isolated him, and he gets taken out.
This has got to be one of the most entertaining matches to watch, right? Just so much action on the board. But Alter Ego, they've been able to get a lot on the board as they go in for more.
Black Dragon form pops. Sally Boy will look for the perfect turtle, perhaps. He gets it! And take a look at the purest dive. Will soak in a lot of damage, but he gets taken down in the hands of Nino. Aura Fire, they lost the fight and they lose on the objectives.
Okay, the question is now, when is it time to stop, right? Because sure, it's going well, it's entertaining, but if you're Aura Fire, you really gotta start thinking you're really falling far behind. You're not winning these 50-50s, and in these 5v5s, your heroes are just not in that level just yet. The Kabuki hasn't gotten the item power spike, he just recently got the golden staff, but if they continue going for these crazy 5v5s, they'll only give Alter Ego more resources to play with, a more gold lead, a bigger gold lead, and more map control as well. So Aura Fire, they need to slow the tempo down. They have a Farsa, they have a Claude. If they take it slow, it's still okay.
We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I was looking at the gold differences here, and Kabuki, 2 levels below Nino. He just got level 9 as well, so you can just imagine how much gold he is behind of Nino up until this point. And like you mentioned here, it seems like Aura Fire, they are starting to slow things down. They're looking for some pressure on the top side, trying to get an objective perhaps away from Alter Ego. But look at the way that they're responding. Yuzong already sent up at top, preventing that Arlet from going in for the split push. And look at the player's goal here, 6,000.
Oh, it's almost the same.
Oh, it is a clap though from Rossi as he finds it.
Oh my god, Rossi with the follow-up, not Udil with the follow-up now. The taunt connection onto it still. Rossi jumps in as well. Fluffy now will not engage. Rossi disconnects there with the revenge. But it's Aura Fire now with the kite here. They do not want to re-engage. Seems like it's a 1-for-0 still.
Again, just little leads here and there. Alter Ego are able to push the tempo, and Aura Fire, they went for too many fights early on despite them not winning in the 50-50s. They were still banking, going for desperate plays, and it only gave Alter Ego more room to play with. When they should understand this as well. In game number 1, that's what they were doing to Alter Ego, actually, forcing these fights to constantly be happening when the enemy team was at a gold deficit. And Aura Fire, at this point, I think, you know what, the way they're playing, just keep on going. Who knows, maybe Alter Ego blunder a fight.
Comfortable Lord take. Rossi open things up. Fluffy now, quite isolated. Catches 2. Fluffy gets taken out. The blazing duet deals no damage. Facehugger gets taken out as well. In the backside, Kabuki gets taken out by High. And it's a 1-4-3 plus the Lord.
So difficult every time they go in for a team fight. You think that perhaps Kabuki can dish out the damage, and then the Black Dragon form goes into the back line and takes him out. Now, Alter Ego, they're utilizing their resources onto the turrets here from Aura Fire, taking it 1 by 1. Only the inhibitor turret is left standing in the bottom as well as the mid side. And literally every structure from Alter Ego remains untouched. It's looking like we might see a game number 3, guys.
It really is looking that way right now. 10 minutes in, and it's a 7,000 gold lead for Alter Ego. Aura Fire, they needed to slow down the tempo, but look at Nino, 3-0 and 4, level 12, 2 levels ahead of Kabuki. He's going to be able to melt down these tanky members. Aura Fire can definitely still play with their high ground, still really good. But Aura Fire at this point, not only do they need to slow the tempo down, but they also need to look for picks, because just farming up, Alter Ego will be able to do the same. Right after this mini waves crashes in, Alter Ego will be able to freeze the waves, waiting for the next lord, therefore kind of slowing Aura Fire's farm even more, right? So again, it's basically Alter Ego or Aura having to deal with what Alter Ego dealt with in game number 1. They are going to be suffocated.
How are they going to do that? How are they going to look for picks, right? Because if we take a look at all the members, right, everyone seems to be good on their own as well. I mean, Udil has been performing differently to where he was in game number 1 with more impact on the board. And I doubted Rossi's Kufra, and he's sitting at a 1-1-10 KDA up until this point. Really good cover, really good initiation as well. Just making Aura Fire's job a lot more harder than it already is.
I think here, if we take a look at the items, I think Kabuki needs to go for the Malefic Roar a bit faster or a bit sooner than the Corrosion Scythe. I think he is building to the Corrosion Scythe now, but the Malefic Roar will do him more justice, considering Alter Ego have a lot of tanky members. Everyone practically has physical defense except for Nino. He's the only one who doesn't. And that's what you kind of really need to play with, right? Let Facehugger be the one who deals with Nino. You try to play front to back as much as possible. Try to shred these frontliners apart, because if both Kabuki and Facehugger goes for this full damage build, it's gonna be pretty hard for them later on. I would actually, no, it's really tough. Kabuki's itemization, I would just say go for the Malefic Roar. If he goes for the Athena Shield, it's only for Udil. If he goes for the Wind of Nature, Udil can still shred him down. The CC is mainly the problem. So, Kabuki needs to go for the Malefic Roar. On top of that, he also needs to come in the end, but he needs to poke as well. So it's so many things that he needs to do well.
Alright, gets the knockup. All the damage is just too great there. Alive now, Godiva needs to disengage, flickers away, connects the stun, a BMI pop, blazing the way as well. Kabuki finding the shutdown. Rossi now disengages, but the Lord will be secured here, perhaps by Celeborn. Aura Fire moves onwards, but it's just gonna be a good night for Fluffy now. Kabuki and Facehugger, last man standing, Alter Ego still now advancing.
But he did it. He got the big shutdown. He played poke, and then he used the Blazing Duet right after the Wind of Nature was popped in by Nino. So if he's able to constantly do that, forcing a mistake from Alter Ego and then punishing it, then there is a way to come back in this game. With that, there's already so much time being bought by Aura Fire. Look at Kabuki. They all need to kind of funnel him right now. They need to give everything, all the farm in the jungle to Kabuki. Kabuki needs to get... He went for the Corrosion side, so not the Malefic Roar, but again, he's already on the way to the Wind of Nature, so he's respecting the physical damage a bit more than the magical damage. He's going to have to steer away from Udil and then go in when it's just the physical damage dealers.
And on the meanwhile, on the other side here, Carry, Nino opting for more magic defense, realizing that, there you go, the Feather Airstrike going to be able to chunk him down earlier on in the fight, and then he needs most of that to be able to sustain through these long, prolonged fights. But there you go, the siege happens.
Oh my goodness, Fluffy. Good nights, and Godiva as well here, it seems like. Feather Airstrike stolen away. It's going to be zoning the Aura Fire members, but Pi was huge. Petrify connecting onto where Suez High gets taken out. And Alter Ego in game 2. It seems like they will not go down without a fight. Now, it's going to be a kill onto her face. Okay, the backside is going to be the Fluffy. You left man standing again. Alter Ego Esports. Good night, Aura Fire.
Good night, Aura Fire, and say hello or good morning to game number 3. Alter Ego have successfully prolonged the series with a really good draft and a really good on-point execution. Being able to get a lot on the board, more objectives, more turrets, and Aura Fire only kills, but once again unable to convert that onto the grand scheme of things. No Lord, no Turtle, no structure.
30 kills in 14 minutes. That's how chaotic that game was. And Alter Ego benefited off of that. It seems like whoever wins the first fight, literally the first fight in the game, will win the game if they continue to play at this space. One team fight, they win, they go for another. Hey, you have a 2,000 goal lead, let me try to snatch that. If I don't, it's more for you. It's like them doubling down every single time after losing bets here, here, there, and there. That's why you don't gamble, kids. Take the real route. Play it slow. Invest. And get to those item power spikes.
There's no shortcut in life.
Yeah, there's no shortcut in life. Aura Fire learned that the hard way because they kept on gambling on the fights. They kept on risking it, and it didn't pay off. They never won a fight after the first one.
Seems Seems like a Bigetron game, it seems like a little, right?
Bigetron.
Leg one Bigetron.
Leg one gambling problem.
Leg one Bigetron doesn't go for unnecessary fights, overcommitting like that in the early game. They play for the neutral objectives. They play through the...
was like 80-20 play.
I think they were just coin flipping every single fight. They were like, Kabuki didn't get to farm. They pick a Claude, but they play it like they want to play like a... they want to get a Brody. Like, you know, they're playing fights early game. I think at that point, then the Brody fits better. They went for the Claude. It should be farming.
My goodness, ladies and gentlemen. It has going to be a 1-1 in our third match of the day. Aura Fire strike first, but it seems like in that game, Alter Ego finally more coordinated here, Eterna. Finally, that Ruby pick, Godiva, not much of an impact.
I have a question. In game number 1, what was your prediction?
It was Aura
It's the
Fire.
Gani Bless.
It's Aura.
It was Aura
Second,
Fire.
Alter Ego.
Alter Ego.
Gani has a blessing in
Gani
this series.
Bless. Gani, who do you think is going to win game number 3?
I have to see the drafts, bro.
It has to be a Lunox jungle, or he's going to vote for Alter Ego.
That's the thing.
There you
see
go.
Aura Fire, no Lunox jungle. Slaughterhouse.
Well, yeah, I mean, that did happen literally for Aura Fire. They got smacked.
They got smacked by Rassi's Kufra.
No. And Aura Fire
What
took the
was
peaceful
that?
route. They took the peaceful route because they got smacked. They gave him the right cheek to get smacked again. And then everything just keeps on smacking. They keep on fighting is basically the analogy
Like face
here.
cheek, right?
Yeah, face hugger.
All right.
Okay.
14-minute game, Alter Ego 20, 10 Aura Fire. Like you mentioned, a total of 30 kills. Mirko, take us through the items.
Okay, let's take you guys through the items. Nino on the carry, DHS, Golden Staff, Corrosion side. That's the power spike. With the Winner Nature and Athena, that's honestly, for the carry, it's so simple in the itemization department because you don't need a Melvic Roar. All you need to do is get those 3 items, you do true damage, right? You don't even need it. And then you can go full tank. That's why the kind of semi-tank carry has been in the game for quite a while. And for the others, they're literally just setting up for him. Udil here, he's playing more of a utility role on the Valentina, if you notice. He doesn't play to dive in, to engage. He's playing in the back with Nino at all times, utilizing this build as well. Look, he went for the Clock of Destiny, Enchanted Talisman, so a little bit of cooldown there's a little bit of burst, and then Divine Glaive. So he is literally playing proper front to back. Terrifying utility for the man, El Nino.
El Nino.
El Nino.
N-I-N-O.
N-I-N-O.
What happened to that, by the way?
The spelling thing?
Yeah, you used to do that a lot. What was that, season 8, season 9?
Yeah.
When like someone makes a play and then you were like,
If it was, if the name was only 4 or even shorter, I can't spell.
But Nino did a triple kill. And you
Only if it's lower than 4. Okay, got it.
What? Okay.
I can spell. It's a flex.
He can spell. It's a flex. Thank you, Gani. But now we're going to take a look again at the post-game stats here. And very interesting. Barca Facehugger, he was able to deal out most of the damage.
Facehugger on the Farsa.
Wow.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, same. But it's the same kind of story, Gani and Eterna. It's because he's dealing damage mostly to the frontliners, right? In the last game, Alter Ego dealt more damage, but guess what? It's all about the targeting. And Facehugger, the Feather Airstrike, hasn't really been on point onto the right targets. It's always on Pi, who wants to get damage. He's like, hey, I'm happy. And then there's always Rassi, who comes in and smacks Facehugger.
Just like that. And a very good display here from both teams, it seems like here.
I would say in Game 1 it was a good display for Aura. Game 2 is a good display for Alter Ego,
Exactly,
but it's never good performances from both teams at the same time.
Rarely.
Discipline issues, man.
But yeah, I mean, shout out to
You
that.
need to teach them, Eterna.
2.5 minutes, total 8 kills. Early on, that was, what the heck was that?
That
was a
pretty
brawl.
fun.
That was the best 2 minutes in MLBB.
Spawn
Of your
fight,
life?
Spawn
Not of my
fight.
life.
Okay.
That was the game plan, right? Spawn fights, spawn fights, spawn fights, spawn fights.
And this is the gold chart. This will be the opposite way if you gamble, okay? So here, this is basically Aura Fire's demise because they're like, you know what? Let's go for a fight in Turtle, 2nd minute. That's when you see the first spike, right? The first spike. And then they lose the Turtle. And they're like, you know what? Let's try to go for a team fight again. And then Alter Ego were like, you know, maybe you're taking things a bit, maybe you need to chill, right? You got wife and kids, you gotta, and then he says, no, I want to reclaim what's mine. And then they go for a desperate play again.
That's
the story of the gold curve.
That is the story.
Then all went downhill.
Gambling is bad.
Do not gamble.
Don't do that.
All right,
Don't
ladies
do
and
it.
gentlemen. Don't do drugs, don't gamble, okay? It's still 1-1 here from both teams, right? Alter Ego, they managed to create momentum. Rossi leads Alter Ego to game 3.
And he was on a Kufra, guys.
I mean,
I was like...
Rossi is either hit or miss,
Hey, remember what Rossi did after the Atlas? He's flexing on us.
I was trash talking Rossi's Kufra before we begun.
Is it a hit or miss? Not a hero of the player hit or miss,
So
right?
now...
And he's the MVP, what?
So, early on, Anti-Mage said what?
Oh my god.
He's like the Venus of ID. He's like, no, I'm the Chaknu and the Venus of ID.
Combined.
We just need to see the Cho now, so he can be the Yaoi too.
All right, your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34 and A54 5G. It's Rossi. Look at him. Shh. Hey, Turner, that's to you. It's like, what? You said I can't play the Kufra? Yeah. Say what you want now.
90% KP. That's huge. He was able to do a lot for his team. A lot of impact you can tell from the kill participation. And 1-1-17, he didn't go for too much because he only died once. So it was very calculated.
Very good.
It wasn't gambling. Not like Godiva. It's good. I'm proud of you. Well done. I'm so
Rossi
proud
here.
of you, Rossi.
Character development here with this Kufra. And game 1, it was Godiva on the Kufra, correct?
So the Kufra has 100% win rate.
Oh, you're right.
So it's going to be very interesting here. The Kufra played a huge role, it seems like, in getting the dubs. And take a look at this, the heat map here, Mirko.
Because it makes sense, right? Why the Kufra does so well, especially when considering their skirmish-heavy styles. The Kufra always really, shines in these skirmishes, in these 5v5s, and when you're always clumped up like that, Rossi is going to find you. Here, it's kind of the same heat map that I had as a jungler in game number 1, always going to the gold lane, but this time, why Rossi did it is because we actually picked a winning lane for ourselves. Wow, carry winning against the Claude. And that was the exact pick that me and Gani said maybe should have been banned out for the side of Aura Fire. Here, we're going to take a look at the replay. This was the crazy brawl. I thought it would end here. I thought it was done. Fluffy flickers, and oh my goodness gracious. Eterna.
Uh-huh.
My screen just disappeared for a second, but it's fine. It's all good now. But the team fight just kept on going.
Oh my goodness. And it seems like in this current highlight as well, you see just Rossi soaking the damage, being the initiator. That's the flicker rage. On towards still. Beautiful performance here. That was the only death that Rossi experienced in this game. And after that, it's just GG.
But you got to give it to Pai, right? Because in
Also
a lot of
Pai.
these games, he was able to zone out Kabuki really, really well. And that's what happens when Rossi is able to get a good lane as well.
And in these skirmishes, again, unfortunately, there's just not much to analyze in the macro department. Connie's having too good of a time. I'm going to have to tell you that, right? We're all having such a good time because of how entertaining the game really is. But I think it comes down to the draft. Kind of like how Aura Fire won in game 1. Game number 2, Alter Ego, they went back to the draft and they were like, you know what? You're right, Mirko. Let's go back to the foundation. Let's go for a winning lane for Pai. Let's save it for the last pick. We pick up the Yuzong into the Arlet. Pretty good lane. And then they pick up the carry into the Claude.
So draft is very important.
Nafari diff.
Nafari. Ooh.
Game 1 it was CL diff. Game 2 was Nafari diff.
Oh, okay. I was like, whoa. Whoa. I need a break, guys. Literally, we need to go on a break before we head into game number 3. So ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We'll see you guys for the deciding game between Alter Ego and Aura Fire.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that short break. Welcome to match number 3 of the day. We are sitting at a 1-to-1 between the Red Dragons as well as the 3-faced masks here. And we're waiting on game number 3 to be able to see if Alter Ego can stay in their playoff run, Gani.
It's going to be very interesting indeed. They managed to find game 2, thankfully.
Thankfully.
No, it's gonna be very, very intense. So, let's see an awesome game. The coming game.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
And talking about awesome, that reminds me of these 2 beautiful phones that are in front of me right now. Out of nowhere, it's the Galaxy A Series 5G, which includes the Galaxy A34 5G as well as the Galaxy A54 5G.
Wow.
And the specs are no joke.
No joke.
The RAM is up to 8 gigabytes. The memory, 256 gigabytes.
256.
The screen is Super AMOLED Plus with a refresh rate of 120 hertz. The processor is Exynos 1380 and it's 5G ready. The battery is 5000 mAh with quad cameras up to 50 megapixels, IP67 resistant, water resistant rating, and the price is below 5 million IDR.
How much?
It's 4.1999.
That's not how you math. 4,999,000, but yes, it is lower than 5 million.
4.999.
What if I want to get it even lower?
It's
is there a
so
cashback?
easy.
Is there deals?
Yeah. You can also get an awesome deal of up to 1.162 thousand IDR and includes a cashback of 300,000 IDR. So what are you waiting for? Check it out on www.samsung.com/ID as we now take a look into the game recap for those of you who maybe just tuned in. First, it was Aura with a 1-0. Secondly, it was Alter Ego with a 1-1.
Is it going to be the reverse sweep or is it not? Right, RFI here, they need to recover. Looking at their situation here, what do you think, Mirko? Can they recover?
I think so. Of course, I think they can recover, right? I feel like a lot of the mistakes happened not just in the drafts. In the drafts, definitely, with a few bans we do not agree with. Gani was very vocal about it. Instantly, he's going the sass mode and saying, no, just because of that, I'm going to go for Alter Ego. But on the other side as well, the execution was definitely something that was a bit questionable because, like we mentioned, Aurafire just kept on doubling down on their deficit, their gold deficit. They're down 2,000 gold, make it 5,000, make it 6,000, and then they kept on going. And again, if you are behind, you want to try to minimize the enemy lead, not to try to go for a fight. Technically, you can if it's already in a position where, you know, it's now or never. If it's the Evolve Lord in the 25th minute, sure. But if it's the first or third turtle, maybe, you know, give it away, maybe farm up, especially when you have a pretty good solid late game comp.
So discipline issues, as well as the drafting phase. As we're entering the drafting phase of game number 3, you can see Aurafire once again, though, switching sides here with Alter Ego for the 3rd and final game against Alter Ego. And Aura have opted for a Diggy, Valentina, and Frederick ban. Meanwhile, Alter Ego with a Joy, a Melissa, and what band do you think here, Gani?
You know what, looking at the trend, Alter Ego, they might actually ban a hero towards perhaps High or Fluffy. Your Arlet band actually can.
Really? Arlet in the first phase?
I think the glue might be a bit of a better ban here if they really want to get rid of a strong side XP lane because, you know, we saw the Arlet. I think in game number 2 it wasn't really going to be, it wasn't really utilized that properly, but it is going to be the Eve ban that comes through for Alter Ego. Aura can pick up the glue. They will pick up the glue.
All right, glue first pick here for Aurafire. Alter Ego now, what are they going to respond with? It's very interesting here. Do you think they're going to pick up the Claude earlier on in this phase?
I don't think so.
I don't think so as well. I feel like they can. What they can do is actually take away the Farsa here for Udil.
Yep.
And they secure Arlet perhaps for Pi. If not, going up against Glue, Yu Zhong perhaps still a solid choice.
They can also just go for a jungler here if they really want to just, you know, set Pi up for success, which is their foundation, right? The Akai is a bit too early, I believe, to go for, but they go for Kadena. So, okay, they're very comfortable with going for Rassi's pick in the first phase now. We saw that in the second game, and now in the third.
Very interesting here. Aura Fire, what will they respond with this? I feel like now they can actually go for just securing a hero for Facehugger here might be wise here. Force out of Aura Fire.
What can they go for though? Maybe Faramis is an option here. We've seen that the Faramis was really neglected throughout this entirety of the series. It's usually one of the favorite picks for Facehugger in particular, realizing that the Pharsa, the Yves, and the Valentina is no longer an option.
Brody?
It's time for Brody could be the case. Oh, they go for the Lilia instead though. So Lilia and Claude, you can say that with the Lilia pick, they are going to be able to clear a lot faster and maybe utilize that to their advantage. Maybe try to replicate their success in game number 1 with that early game snowball. So Alter Ego, how are they going to respond with this?
I think with the Lilia and Claude, it's pretty smart. I'm not too big of a fan of the Claude pick though, because it does give Alter Ego a chance to pick up the carry here. The Lilia pick is pretty good because it kind of stops that. Oh, wow, wait a minute. I was about to say it kind of, you know, halters the carry from free hitting because of the glooms, but when you have something like a Fanny, it's gonna be, ooh, there's so much kill pressure here from the side of Alter Ego. The Kadena, the Pharsa, and now the Fanny. So Alter Ego can now go for what they wanted to go for in game 1. They can go for the carry pick again, a lane that, you know, isn't too strong, but with the killing pressure and mobility that they have, it becomes pretty solid. Also, with the Hilda ban here, I think going for an Akai ban would be pretty wise in the next ban for AE, their final ban. But for Aura, I think they need to learn from their lessons as well. Maybe getting the carry out here would be better. I think the Beatrix, just let it go, right? But they go for the Yuzong. Which is strange, because I expected Yuzong maybe to be banned out in game 2, not in game 3, because they already have Lilia. That is alright against the Yuzong.
Yeah, that's very interesting here with the Yuzong ban. I really thought that they will commit to a gold lane ban, but Alter Ego, they might actually go for the roamer ban just like you expect and pick up the Kufra themselves, right? They have the first pick here. Give it to Rassi. He was the MVP for game 2, but no, sorry. Already with the Kadena. So yeah, Kufra ban here just makes sense to somehow deny it away from Godiva, giving the fan here an okay time.
I guess Aura for the roaming position, they couldn't pick up something like the Ruby like they did in game number 2. It should help halt the Fanny and the steel cables from popping off. But in terms of the ban, hopefully we see the carry ban, right? Hopefully. And
Time
they don't.
and tide wait for no one.
Beatrix again.
They really respect the Beatrix here, especially in the hands of Nino, it seems like. They would rather go up against a carry, so they need to take care and anticipate that carry. Take a look at Alter Ego. They also take their time here, not committing on towards that carry first. They pick up the Aura, that very good hero, and Aura Fire. I expected the Mortis to be picked up in that first game, but now Aura Fire, they pick it up. Perhaps a hero for Godiva, you're right. Perhaps a Ruby.
Sorry, I thought that, okay, Kaja, that's definitely an option that they can go for. I honestly thought that they would go for a Paquito jungle.
Ooh, the Paquito jungle certainly can work, but I think in this situation, they want to get a little bit more frontlining presence, right? Some more people actually soak in damage, especially considering Alter Ego have a lot of damage dealers. Technically now, almost everyone is a damage dealer. I don't even think you can... If he goes for a full tank, okay, sure, he can be the front line, but he's not really going to be acting as a main front line, right? So again, at this point, just go for the Brody. If they want to dive, if they want to use killing pressure, then the carry won't really be able to actually fall.
What?
Wow, okay.
The debut of Leslie?
Oh my god.
Season 11?
What? Oh, okay, so Leslie has been buffed this patch, but again, it's wow, I am still so flabbergasted by this pick.
Dumbfounded.
Yeah, I thought the carry, right? If they really wanted a safe pick, the carry, sure. Still kind of the same concept, but they don't have a proper front line this game. So I was expecting maybe the Brody so they can follow through with a dive with Alter Ego, with the rest of Alter Ego. So going for the Leslie here is an interesting choice. Technically in lane, it does pretty well because it is a counter towards the Claude. But I'm not too I'm not too sure in the team fights. No one can really dive him, so it should actually be good.
Let's see, as we now enter the Land of Dawn for Game 3 between Alter Ego and Aura Fire. Remember, Alter Ego, they need a win to solidify themselves in that 6th position. Meanwhile, Aura Fire, they need a win to just boost their morale with this current roster. Who will get it? Who will find the best of one?
Honestly, I really like the Leslie pick in their composition. Aura Fire, because they opted to ban out really good heroes to go into the backline like the Yuzong. Nobody can really disrupt the Leslie in the backline. Maybe the blue only, but even that would be a challenge. We can see here already a lot of aggression from Alter Ego in this bottom side. Even Rossi, even Udil actually opted to go to the bottom side as well to give a little bit more pressure and of course to gain that level 4 as soon as possible, as both of these teams are going to be heading towards the neutral objective. And here comes Selly Boy.
Oh, the Pyramid fighting next. 3v1 now in the bottom side. Fluffy will not be able to survive. First blood for the assassin here. The Miracle Boy gets it.
Solid pickup early on for the Fanny, who needs to find a snowball. But even in the gold lane here, Nino is going to be bullied a bit by the Kaja and the Claude. I think I agree with you. Honestly, there's not really much that Aura Fire can do to dive into that backline. So Leslie does have a bit more room to play with. But it's all about the scaling, because looking at the Leslie, the only thing that's been buffed in her kit is the base damage and her first skill cooldown, which is a bit lower now. So it's not like a massive buff that makes her automatically a crazy pick. It wasn't like the first revamp when we saw that. So again, it's Nino still having to get those power spikes. It hasn't changed. It's just now her early game is slightly better. It was 50 base damage, now it's 75.
I have a question though. We haven't seen Leslie in a long time, so I need a little bit of refreshing here. Leslie does true damage.
Yeah.
And she has anti-CC as well.
With her first skill, she does true damage. She doesn't have anti-CC. The one who's immune is Hanabi.
Her ultimate?
Her ultimate is the big snipe.
Oh, right. I was thinking about Mia. All right. Okay, so right now, coming back into the game, we saw that Aura Fire were able to get the neutral objective off the board. There was no contest from Alter Ego here in the first minute of the game. We're looking at the Town's prediction. It's going to be a split 3v3.
Alter Ego here, 3v3 indeed. Looking at this though, Rossi jumps in, now the Petrify connects, and Go Diva will be the only one to fall here. It seems like the only member. Facehugger will clear that wave, no problem. And Aura Fire now, they're losing in that rotation department here, it seems like.
Yeah, I understand what Aura Fire are doing here. They picked up Lilia because they want an independent mid laner, right? So they noticed that even in game number 2, Godiva's not in the mid lane at all. He's actually mostly around the other side of the map. So with this, it does give him more pressure, but Alter Ego are utilizing now the mid control to kind of, again, catch off Godiva and also get a better position with the wave clear. Now it's going to be Silly Boy who utilizes it.
Oh my goodness, mounting Silly Boy though, but he will not commit on towards that just yet here. Aura Fire, they're setting things up here in that top side, but Alter Ego, they got the snip out of it.
I feel like Alter Ego have a lot of mobility right now, but Aura Fire, they're planning to punish Nino here in the top side. Let's see if it succeeds.
4v4, Silly Boy here winning the backside. Let's see here who will pull a trigger. Rossi now for Facehugger to pop the black shoes, and Silly Boy will gladly take that kill.
Amazing counter setup, and again, Aura Fire are playing towards their gold lane, where Alter Ego are just reacting. That's been Alter Ego in this game. It's very different from the Alter Ego that we saw in game number 2, where they were trying to look for the pressure across the map. And now they're utilizing this weak, or the strong side once again, and Rossi steals it.
My goodness, what's Aura Fire though? Will force that fight. Fluffy will be the first one to fall. Silly Boy jumps in with the cables, finding high, but not enough damage as he focuses now on towards Godiva. Thankfully, the wall there interrupts the cables. So it's going to be 1-4-0. And remember, Alter Ego, they equalize. Rossi gets the turtle.
That was a really good play by Alter Ego. Honestly, 1,500 gold lead, and they're converting that onto more, you know, gets the entirety of the gold shield in that top lane. Facehugger already forced with the black shoes as well because of the damage output coming in from Udil with the Feather Airstrike. In terms of the emblems, does anything stand out to you here, Mirko?
No, not really. Everything's just pretty standard once again, right? It's, again, the Leslie going for the weapon mastery. It's the high and dry, and so far Celiboy has been able to utilize the high and dry a lot with the armor penetration, or the physical penetration there. A whole lot of it, as we would usually expect from a Fanny. So everything's pretty standard, and that's the damage that it can do.
This, again, forcing Facehugger to pop that black shoes again. And Alter Ego, they have a good grasp of their game plan. Rossi now jumps in. Oh, going all in on towards Godiva. It seems like Feather Airstrike to follow up the damage, and Pi will assist that kill as well. Oh. Kabuki in the backside with the ultimates. No! Facehugger wasn't there in time to save his teammate. Kabuki goes down.
Well played by Alter Ego, Rossi. It's strange. Again, we expect him to be the reactive roamer, but he's the one making the proactive plays over Godiva. And Godiva, when he's the one forced to react, he's not in his comfort zone. With Nino having a stellar lead now against the Claude, almost finishing up the endless battle, that power spike is going to hit so early in the game.
That's not good. That's exactly the opposite of what Aura Fire wants here in the early stage of the game, as once again, they're going to start setting up onto the neutral objective, which is that turtle. We can see, though, Godiva goes in.
With the Divine Judgment, no clear fall damage, though. Rossi will be able to escape, but Facehugger will not be able to escape the re-engage. The reinforcements actually favors Alter Ego.
Definitely. And here, Blazing Duet used up already, gone a massive resource.
You're right. And it seems like here now they want to secure the last turtle here. Alter Ego, they will not give it freely now. Aura Fire, they will clear the mid side first, perhaps before committing on towards that turtle.
Oh my god, 2,600 gold lead, and you can see that even Kabuki's getting super bullied by Nino there in the bottom side. But here, once again, Pi goes in for some aggression onto High and deals a lot of damage.
Celiboy jumps in, Feather Airstrike pops as well. High will be the main target, and he gets taken out by Celiboy. Celiboy still wants more here, basic attacking Facehugger, but Fluffy now with the mount. No follow-up damage. He will dismount from that. Alter Ego now again with the space that they were able to create here. Will not go for the turtle just yet.
And again, it's very intelligent by Alter Ego, utilizing the turtle not to take it, understanding that they have assassins. They play with kill pressure, not with the objective control. They play with kills, then they can translate it over objectives. So they utilize that neutral objective, not to take it, but to bait Aura Fire in. Once they step out of position just a bit, they pull the trigger, and with their range, with their gap closer, they're able to just assassinate them. And again, Aura Fire really aren't able to react.
Oh, Petrify connects. Purify is still there though for Kabuki. And now Alter Ego with that engage here, with the information as well, will disengage. But Martis, did he get the orange buff?
He did.
He did, okay. So Alter Ego here still though with the lead here, 4,000 gold already. So Diva jumps in, the damage comes through. 3 members was just too much for Godiva to handle here. All 3-0 in the first 8 minutes and 10-0 in the total kill points.
Man, the crit, right? And the siege. Look at Nino just munching on these towers, and honestly, Kabuki doesn't really have much of a say in it. He does get the golden staff finally, so that is a little bit of a power spike for him in particular. But looking at the mid lane here, Facehugger already once again popping in that black shoes. And what I really wanted to talk about was an interesting stat that I saw in the gold disparity. But before that here, an engage perhaps in the mid side. All right, not just yet.
Back to your point. Mm-hmm.
Pi is so poor compared to Fluffy, yet he plays like that.
Yeah, because
please explain.
Look at the emblem, right? I think it's the tenacity emblem here. So the way he's playing is he's acting mostly as a distraction on this. Remember what we said earlier. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, Alter Ego just doesn't want us to talk. He just wants Gani to have all the time to talk, man. But again, Pi the way he's playing here isn't to farm. Look at the XP when he's below. He's just there to act as a nuisance, to act as the resource burner for the other members to come through.
Oh, Facehugger very low. Nino secures the kill. Fluffy now will have no backup with that split. He will not commit and advance. Alter Ego now looking for the Lord here. It seems like still very strong with 5. Let's see, Fluffy giving vision, Godiva opening map in the mid side, high, gets caught, stun connects, and Rossi finds the mega. Mid turret gets taken out, and it seems like again, Alter Ego will secure the neutral objective comfortably. Fluffy now will be shooed away, and it's just Alter Ego dominating in game 3.
Wow. An absolute stomp right now of a performance, 13-0. Eterna, 13-0, and oh, Rossi. Or not Rossi, Nino gets the BOD. I'm really curious to see the items here because, yeah, even if Aurafire goes for the nature, if Kabuki goes for full physical defense, it's true damage. Look at that. 1,440.
We don't like white fonts. Well, Aurafire doesn't like white fonts there. Man, the true damage really just shredding onto him right now. And this is the items that you were requesting here, Mirko.
Yeah, and he's already building for, I believe, just, never mind, they're going for more.
God, Pi doesn't die as well. The butterfly connects down to 3 high, gets taken out. Silly Boy jumps in, finds the kill as well. Pi will be the first point for Aurafire as he gets taken out, but it's still a 2-for-1. Alter Ego, they're stepping on towards the gas here. Inner turret top side gets taken out, mid side as well. Let's see here, they will trigger the passive in that base turret, it seems like, in that mid side. Alter Ego will go for the bot side now, 3-man defense. Fluffy soaking the damage with that split.
Oh,
Selly Boy jumps in with the cables, will not commit on towards any member just yet, only the mid base turret, it seems like. Alter Ego now, after taking 2 base turrets, they will definitely disengage.
Oh, the Leslie's doing so much damage! Man, and Fluffy's supposed to be able to soak all that, but he can't go more than 3 shots.
Yeah, and he's the one who's supposed to be jumping into the back line, right? He is the glue. There's no one else who can really dive. High gets kited super easily. Even with the Mortal Coil, Nino will be able to knock him back. If you take a look at the damage here, or the player's gold, it is 4 or 3 Alter Ego members and then Kabuki. So Udil, the mid laner, has farmed up better than Kabuki, the gold laner, who picked up the Claude. It's a signature pick. Now he has a little bit more gold to play with, just as I say it, but still, the fact that it's very close between the mid laner and the gold laner shows how ahead Nino is, right? With the item power spike, 8,000 gold lead, even the frontliners will kind of feel like a backliner. That's how much damage Nino is able to do with the Weapon Mastery too. It kind of buffs the damage even more so. And we're seeing the Season 10, Leslie.
Oh my.
I have a question though.
What?
Wait, look at the... Oh my god, the disrespect!
They're taunting!
From Alter Ego! They're taunting Aurafire here. But coming back to my question, Sea Halberd was built either by Selly Boy or Nino.
Selly Boy.
Selly Boy. Explain.
Well, again, looking at it, they have some sustain, right? I mean, Fluffy here is the glue, and Selly Boy on the Fanny, he has the high and dry. He is going to be tasked with going into the side lane. So Pi, he's more of the guy who stays with the team. Meanwhile, Selly Boy is always going to be across the map. So he's going to be in the 1v1s with Fluffy. With the Sea Halberd and the high and dry, he will be able to kind of take that sustainability away. There's some burst coming through and that anti-regen, right? Anti-healing. So on top of that, I think it's mostly just with the glue, but it also adds into Facehugger. When he wants to go on to Facehugger, when he wants to go to anyone technically, it's just cutting the sustain off.
All right, and now, once again, the Lord Dance is going to start. Alter Ego with a 7,400 gold lead. You can imagine how far behind Aurafire is on the items, as it seems like, though, Aurafire still want to go for a contest.
Rossi with the continual play towards the backside, but in the front side, it's actually Pi soaking a lot of damage. High, though, will be taken out as Selly Boy jumps in for a flank, finding the kill for Facehugger. It's a 2-0, and Alter Ego still winning in all departments here. It's still only a kill for Aurafire in a 14-minute game.
Another intelligent decision by Alter Ego, using the neutral objective as bait, only for the team fight, only to poke them down, and they got it. Selly Boy always, again, alone. And then he comes in swinging with the high and dry, finding Facehugger who's isolated. and the Sea Halberd was not built by. So that's even weirder because Selly Boy, I thought it was on Selly Boy because of the way he's playing.
Yeah.
But it's on Nino with a Hunter Strike as well. Hunter Strike with that additional mobility, I think is the reason he goes for it here because the true damage is already there. The penetration not necessary. Sea Halberd, I guess it is still for the same reason. He's going for these frontliners and he doesn't want Fluffy to regen, but I would expect it more to make more sense on Selly Boy.
This might be GG as a two-man knock up there from the side of Pi. Will not be able to... Oh my goodness, the damage from Nino finds your life there. 5v4 now. The Lord, though, will be taken out. Pi finds the two-man knock-up as FaceHugger and Godiva will fall. Triple kill now for Nino as Udil finds the kill. It's a wiped out. And Alter Ego Esports, they solidify themselves in the playoff spots. Knocking Aura Esports down. And it's Alter Ego winning 2-1 reverse sweep style.
Leslie Maniac in the end, a pick debuting in Season 11 with a Maniac on the hands of Nino. Not even surprising. Nino, what a magnificent player. A magician.
This guy.
Stop him. Get him out of here. He's too darn good.
I'm really enjoying watching Alter Ego lately. They're not just, like you mentioned, playing one-dimensionally. I mean, these picks coming through, they're coming out of nowhere. And you can see now the respect here coming in from Alter Ego. They're going to Godiva here. Rossi giving Godiva a little bit of a hug. It's like, I'm sorry we banned the Kadita away from you. And I'm sorry I took the Kadita for myself. And I'm sorry we beat you with the Kadita that you are so known for.
Godiva's like, you should have been with us.
What?
Rossi, what happened? You should have
been a support for Aura.
For Aura, right? Accompany us in that 7th position.
Oh.
They started off the season like that, Gani, but they did not end it the way they expected. Rebellion Zion now down to the lower depths of the red zone. They might not be able to make it to the playoffs this time around if Alter Ego win their next match against Bigetron Alpha, or if Rebellion Zion just loses flat out against ONIC, it's done.
Huh?
Rebellion Zion's last match is against ONIC.
I thought with Alter Ego winning this, that knocks Rebellion. Does it not?
Technically.
Oh. Is there a speech? What's going on? What's going on screen,
guys? It's a send-off. It's a send-off.
Oh.
Similar to EVOS Legends last season.
Oh, Reza Palevi now holding the mic. Take a look at the sub. Child. Oh, it's yeah. Let's see. It's confirmed they're 8th place in this season. It's just a send-off, and Palevi, it seems like he wants a word.
All right, we'll see and hear from Coach Palevi as he shares his last and final words of the season.
Gue Reza, gue mewakili Aura, terutama buat pendukung kami, Aura FM. Gue mau sorry atas performa terburuk kita hari ini. Untuk season ini, sorry banget. Perjalanan kita untuk di MPL Indonesia season 11 udah berakhir sampai sini. Good luck untuk Alter Ego dan semua tim yang masuk playoff. Sisanya kami undur diri. Selamat malam. Thank you semua.
There it is. That was the speech from Palevi, the coach, head coach for Aura Fire. With a disappointing performance here in Season 11. 3rd place consistently in Season 9 and 10. 8th place in Season 11. It's a bitter pill to swallow.
It truly is. I'm getting a little bit emotional, but...
Don't cry, Mariko.
That's why I love the community, right? Like, while Aura Fire was doing their speech, while Palevi was saying his last final words here of the season, even the Alter Ego fans were cheering for Aura Fire, wishing them, giving them more support and better luck in the next season. But that's it for Aura Fire.
That is it. That is it indeed here. The two sides of the coin here, not just the playoffs, even from the regular season, the two teams that will not go to the playoffs. It's already heartbreaking, and the victory over Aura just ensures Alter Ego securing that last spot in the playoffs round.
And with that, let's hear from Alter Ego as they make their way into the playoffs. Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Dan comeback stronger tentunya untuk Aura Fire di season depan. Tapi inilah dia pemenang dari match kita, Alter Ego. Dan bukan hanya menjadi pemenang match, tapi mereka mendapatkan slot untuk babak playoff. Bagaimana reaksi kalian setelah memenangkan match ini? Apakah lega atau ada perasaan yang lain buat kalian?
Alhamdulillah, Hirobbil Alamin. Alhamdulillah Bude.
Bersyukur.
Walaupun ya emang udah pasti gak sih lolos playoff AE?
Kelas pakai Z.
Alhamdulillah tapi tetap.
Oke, dan kemenangan kalian akhirnya kan kalian bisa membalaskan dari leg yang pertama. Di leg kedua ini gak ada Rizal Bihun. Lalu kemenangan kalian ini dari mana ini? Dari mana datangnya kemenangan kalian?
Ya, apa ya Bude ya? Dari mana datangnya ya Rizal Bihun? Gak ada.
Terus gimana?
Nggak tahu, tadi main biasa aja sih. Yang nggak ada semangat-semangatnya kalau ada Rizal Bihun. Kalau ada Rizal Bihun mungkin tambah semangat.
Oh, jadi
Iya.
ini biasanya Alter Ego kayak gini nih?
Iya, iya.
Sadis ya, tapi kalian kelihatan banyak banget mencoba-coba hero baru. Apakah ini playstyle baru yang akan kalian coba buat babak playoff nanti nih?
Deal.
Wes, ya Dil, Udil udah punya
Ya.
Ya, bisa
betul.
jadi.
Bisa jadi.
Bisa jadi. Tapi ini tadi kayak, apakah ini udah kalian latihan di sebelumnya? Leslie dikeluarin, Florin dikeluarin. Udah latihan sebelumnya?
Udah Bude, kami udah latihan banyak, udah ngerank banyak, jadi wah siap banget mainnya kayak gitu.
Siap banget ya. Kamu di midlane ini pusing gak sih ngeliatin gimana perubahan dari semua, bahkan gak cuma dari timmu ya, tapi dari lawan-lawanmu juga Dil selama MPL Indonesia Season 11 ini?
Enggak Bude, aman sih, aku nyantai gitu, santai dulu gak sih?
Santai dulu gak sih? Udah dapet slot playoff gitu ya Dil ya?
Iya, iya.
Oke, tapi Nino kamu pakai Leslie tadi, ini kali pertama Leslie muncul. Dimintanya tadi sama Anya pakai Melisa, kok pakainya Leslie?
Di ban sama kita.
Oh, biar kamu jangan pakai ya?
Iya, Melisanya di ban.
Oh, nggak boleh pakai Nino. Jadi memilih Leslie.
Iya,
Apa?
Leslie.
Ada apa gerangan dengan Leslie? Ini bener-bener kalian tuh pionir loh Leslie dimainkan.
Terakhir sih di bab ya Leslie, terus coba-coba ya ada kemungkinan dipakai dan akhirnya dipakai kan sekarang.
Bagus.
Bagus.
Luar biasa.
Luar biasa.
Emang ada untuk mengcounter seseorang kah?
Untuk mengcounter kayaknya counter Lilia deh itu Leslie.
Oh iya, langsung meltdown ya. Langsung habis ya katanya ya.
Iya, iya.
Iya sih, yang lembek-lembek emang. Tapi itulah dia, dan kita juga melihat Rasi pakai hero dengan hero yang sangat berbeda. Ini kamu pakai dua macam hero yang berbeda. Ada satu healer, ada yang satu bisa dibilang inisiasi dan juga ada damage juga. Bahkan tiga sifat yang berbeda. Ini apa yang mau kamu tunjukkan nih ke penonton MPL dengan pilihan hero-mu hari ini?
Apa? Apa ya? Ya main-main aja sih Bude gua.
Main-main
Disuruh Coach Navari pick ini pick itu ya udah gas.
Suruh apapun gas.
Ya.
Ada yang mau kamu pakai lagi nextnya?
Nana kali ya Nana.
Nana kali ya.
Nana.
Dan kalian punya satu match terakhir nih ya sebenarnya untuk esok hari untuk Alter Ego. Ini adalah yang dinantikan pastinya Derby STM. Buset. Apa yang akan terjadi untuk esok nih? Apa yang akan kalian berikan di Derby STM? Celi Boy mungkin? Atau Rasi juga?
Rasi.
Rasi dulu, semuanya.
Opai.
Oh Pai, boleh Pai.
Langsung aja kita perang sarung Bude besok.
Jangan.
Udah ready. Udah ready sarungnya.
Ngomong ke PTR sekarang.
Hah? BTR jangan lupa besok bawa sarung terbaik kalian ya. Walaupun kalian tidak punya sarung, pakai sarung apa ya? Sarung bantal juga tidak apa-apa.
Karena Alter Ego sudah siap.
Karena kita sudah siap untuk perang sarung. Yeay!
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 Ada peperangan di line of dan juga udah gak berharap pada sarungnya sih. Tapi oke lah, itulah dia Alter Ego sekali lagi. Slot playoff! Congratulations! Dan tentu saja match hari ini akan langsung dibedah. Ini baru match yang ketiga tapi udah begitu memusingkan. Akankah Ninja Choji bisa nge-breakdown? Langsung aja silakan. Choji, break it down.
Congratulations, Alter Ego. As you guys, oh man, I can't talk, man. I'm so sad. That was so sad. Is nobody not feeling the emotions like I am right now?
Well, I don't think you should be looking there. Donnie can't relate.
Right now?
I'm crying right now.
I also can't relate, so I think it's unfortunate, but...
God. I need a Rashi here.
Maybe.
Because I remember last season when Alter Ego did their send-off, but during the playoffs, he cried with me.
Yeah.
So I was crying there, Arashi was crying there, and then Miracle was just being the emotionless person that he is here.
Maybe if Bigetron doesn't make it to the playoffs, then you'll see me crying. But for now, no emotions.
All right. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was it. That was the end of Aura Fire, like we mentioned before. We just want to say thank you for participating this season. It must be such a bummer being able to make it top 3 last season and this season unable to make it into the playoffs run. You're right, back-to-back season
9 and 10.
9 and 10.
Third place.
Season 9 and 10, third place. But we got to take a look at the highlights here of the end of Aura Fire.
Yeah,
Very sad.
I think if game number 2 it was a draft diff, game number 3 was an even bigger one, right? So Aura Fire, they tried once again to pick up the Claude after going for the... Well, they didn't go for the Melissa ban. It's actually Alter Ego that went for the Melissa ban, but it just all fell really flat. I believe going for the Yuzong ban and the Beatrix ban just, for me personally, did not make a whole lot of sense, right? I think when you have a Claude, right, you want to go up against a Beatrix. Even the Yuzong is a bit of an okay lane, but it basically kind of gave away the Leslie pick. You can't really blame them, right? They didn't go for it, but I think what they could have fixed is game number 2 when it was just the carry. They picked up the Claude, the carry was picked up, they had a solid backline diver. This time with the glue, they really just didn't. And I believe in game number 3 was mostly them getting outdrafted. Game number 2 was where you really were seeing the mistakes in the banning phase for Aura Fire.
So maybe with that in mind, maybe Aura Fire next season, they need to rethink their coaching staff, right? I'm sorry to say, but it hasn't worked out. With Tazet stepping out, you can see the instant change from Aura Fire. Remember, with Tazet stepped in, top 3.
Yeah.
Twice in a row. And then Tazet left, CL came in, and this is the results that you get.
To add salt to the wound, the last time CL was, coaching the team, it was Season 7 when they went 0-14. So the record that CL has right now in the MPL, definitely not an impressive one so far. It's very sad to say, but this is your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G. Udil with the think twice.
See here, 3-0-12, 68%, and his feather airstrike in this game has been so lethal, right? And again, his mobility, his baits, 0 deaths here. And of course, in a moment, we will listen towards the mic check as well for all 3 games. Alter Ego, looking at their performances lately, they can go far in the playoffs.
For sure. That's definitely an option here. No, a possibility here. Not an option. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a hear into the mic checks of all of the 3 games here in the series. In a bit.
Right?
Sorry, I'm so excited. I want to hear what they're saying.
Yeah, same here, man.
Because yesterday I was listening to the comms of Udil, and Udil was super funny. So hear it now.
Ayah dulu. Nice. Fredin. No flicker dia, no flicker. Sikat, boy. Dial. Lihat ini Fredin. Fredin jago, guys. Atas Fredin aja dulu. Kari Mas. Kari. Kelas. Awas. Santai pelan-pelan. Aman. Kuat banget. Ambil merah.
Lu di belakang aja ya, di belakang gua depanin.
Nah, gua pegang nih, Valentin.
Gua tower lagi.
Iya.
Tower.
Bilang nggak mati. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Tadi solo puasa boy.
Ambil. Gak apa-apa, yang ada. Yang ada.
Aman Guk.
Aman.
Gua mata di Kari.
Kari udah won.
Kari flicker.
Mata Haya. Ayo, hilang.
Nice. Fokus satu. Nice. Bate. Sorry. Nice, kuy. Lihat birunya. Halal kan efek di sini? Halal. Teruskan yuk.
Ruby.
Jati ya, jangan overchase. Ruby udah flicker, batai, gak ada flicker.
Batai. Kena nih. Purify itu, kalau ada purify. Kalau ada purify, Pai.
Mati dia.
Nice, Pai.
Aduh, gak dapet.
Depan.
Gua cancel, ulti kalau udah gua cancel.
Nice banget,
Pai. Tinggal ratain.
Kelado.
Sabar ya, kalau udah mati. Nice. Oke, nice.
Kajang nggak nih?
Gue lihat gak? Bisa perangin sih. No,
darah.
Nggak usah pasir.
Udah des, kajangnya. Nice. Lihat Kelado.
Mati.
Nice. Pai.
Ditarik.
Backup dong. Kena tiga. Nice, Pai. Masih ada flicker kajangnya, masih ada flicker. Kena knock. Nice. And guys,
Orang kalau di depanin. Orang.
I told you the mic checks are fun. And it's cool because here we only hear like snippets of it, right? And then if you go check out their social media platforms, you guys can actually take a listen to most of the comms. And it's really funny. Alter Ego, they're always so entertaining. We were listening to it, right?
Yeah.
Udil mentioned that, I don't really remember the context though.
Alter Ego RQ.
I think it was when they were almost backdoor. They're like, it's done. It's okay, guys. Next game. And then Sally Boy saved the game. And it's like, oh, never mind. Oh, yo, we can do it. And then
they
Nino
won.
was like, sabar, which means stay patient. But and then Rossi was like, yo, you shut up. You stay patient.
Yeah, it was funny. It was funny.
As the Steel Lord.
I love it. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was the mic checks. And in a bit, we are going to see the keys to success for Alter Ego.
Yes. Alter Ego has really redefined their identity. The Alter Ego that we knew all the way from Season 5 to Season 10, it's a different Alter Ego now. The Alter Ego that is aggressive early. We kind of see a glimpse of that, but mostly it is playing towards this man. You see on your screen. A lot of people have been comparing him to like the Kelra of Indonesia, right? The gold laner and Omega are actually sitting in a pretty similar position. Kelra carrying the team, basically kind of solo. Nino kind of carrying it solo. Keys to success, map control to invade Aura's jungle. That's number one. You gotta set up the foundation. You can't just be like, Nino, get your items. No, you gotta start with the foundation. Invading, putting pressure down to relieve pressure off of Nino. And then Nino getting his comfort hero. I was so concerned with the Leslie pick. I was so concerned. I was like, oh my god, this is a pick that we haven't seen before. This is a pick that has failed many times before. Then I remembered it was Nino. And then it's over.
Then it's over. And, you know, we were talking about, like, the recent patch, right? Leslie getting buffed. See Halberd also.
It's such a small buff, though. It's like 25 extra base damage. So it was just really smart, I would say. It wasn't because of the buffs, I would say, because it's just, like, very minuscule. I'd say it's just well played, because that composition really fails against something like Leslie.
What I really wanted to touch on was the Sea Halberd item, right? So there's a lot of people and analysts out there who think that the Sea Halberd is a good alternative in comparison to the DHS. The reason why, we will touch on that maybe later, because talking about the gold lane, it's reminding me of UBS Gold and the fact that they have a limited edition merchandise collection in collaboration with MPL Season 11 that is coming very, very soon. And like we mentioned before, perhaps during the playoffs. So stay tuned. Check it at ubslifestyle.com and of course UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. And maybe it may be there at the playoff venue, which already has been announced. Remember, it's going to be at GEEK Expo once again in the D2 hall. But of course, to get more value other than UBS Gold. You guys can get value here with Adunia Games because you guys can get 3 extra free quota with every purchase you make in a game. And with the vouchers as well, items or vouchers. If you want more information on that, you guys can check it out in the QR code beforehand, because with that, you guys can grab a lot on the board. And speaking about Grab, for new users, you guys can enjoy a 50% discount at Grab Food to power you up when you're watching MPL ID. And if you don't want to watch it through a screen, you guys can come to the venue here at Menara Kuningan Ballroom, because you guys can enjoy a 90% discount, as well as a lot of new skins.
A lot of new skins. All you can get, the skins. 18th of March it started, the Grab Challenge. All you need to do is check the website, grb.to/MPL, and while you're at it, watch MPL 2023 on Max Stream.
Like Gani.
Indeed.
What do you watch it on Max Stream?
Oh, Rasha the Wonder Kid.
What is that?
Oh.
Is that exclusive original content?
Content that only airs on Max Stream.
Are
I
there
like
others?
that too. There are a lot.
Like?
There's a lot. There's the One Believe, there's Love Coach with Rachel, there's Kolak Express. And the beautiful thing about Max Stream is you guys don't have to switch between apps, because it combines many OTT and as well as channels. And so it's just more efficient and it's less ribet. What's ribet in English? Complicated. So watch that only on Max Stream.
Check it out, ladies and gentlemen, on Max Stream. To answer your question that you kind of raised earlier, the Sea Halberd being a pretty good, substitute to the DHS. I agree, especially with the current new passive with the Punish. It's called Punish. You deal 8% extra damage to anyone who has more HP than you, right? So everyone's gonna have more HP than Leslie.
There you go.
So I hope so, right? Because she's super squishy, and because of that, kind of acts like a mini DHS. Not as crazy as a DHS when it comes to extra damage from HP, but it's pretty good with the extra anti-healing.
The more you know, guys. Sea Halberd might be a thing. But of course, we still have one more match between us and the end of today. It's a match between Geek as well as Bigetron. Gani can't wait, but we need to go on a short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko, we'll see you later. Stay tuned.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas dan jadi beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gak sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Gas sabar Ramadan baby, gas ambil rezeki, voucher combo bertubi-tubi, pasti puas belanja di beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita
It's 9:30 at Menara Kuningan, Jakarta, Indonesia. But both of these teams that are going to be competing against one another knows no limits. GEEK SLATE here need to get this win against Bigetron Alpha to be able to secure the upper bracket slot. Meanwhile, for Bigetron Alpha,
they're also looking to not qualify to the upper brackets, not qualify to the playoffs, because they've done that already. Here, they're just looking for a win to get them a momentum, a good start to the playoffs later on. But GEEK SLATE, the stakes are mostly on them, the pressure mostly on them as well, as they are still in a fierce battle with RRQ for the upper brackets.
They really need to secure a win, if possible, a 2-0 victory to solidify and increase their game rate. Because RRQ still has a match against Aura tomorrow offline. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, again, it's going to be a very interesting battle and intense as well.
Very interesting, very intense. Just like the last time that both of these teams met up, where it was GEEK being able to win 2-1. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11, the last match of the day of the last week of the regular season. On the caster desk, it's still me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko. And of course, MPL Indonesia would not be here without our wonderful sponsors. MPL Indonesia is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series A34, A54 5G. The official banking partner is OBS Gold. We also do have our partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, and Blee Blee. And of course, we would like to thank the official broadcast Maxstream broadcast partner, TFR Esports, our partners Indomart and Point Coffee, and of course, MPL ID is supported by PBSE. We also want to thank our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel, our official gold partner by UBS Gold. And with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump back into the next upcoming match. GEEK SLATE versus Bigetron Alpha.
You're right, very intense here again. Let's repeat. Bigetron, they're safe. They already secured that playoff spot. Perhaps all they're seeking is that spot, right? They're currently sitting at 5th, I believe, or 6th.
5th.
Perhaps so they need a win to increase their odds here in going for that 4th position. Meanwhile, GEEK SLATE, different story. They need to solidify themselves in that 2nd position, knowing RRQ is right behind. Remember, 2-0 victory, I feel like it's a must.
You know, actually, if we look at it right now, RRQ are number 2, GEEK SLATE are number 3 because of the aggregate points. So if GEEK SLATE will be able to win this 2-0, they will have a higher chance to actually make it to the upper brackets. RQ, obviously, even if they win tomorrow up against Aura in the rescheduled match, it is going to be maximum 2-1, not 2-0, because Aura won the first game, making it 1-0 at the start of it.
Wait, so you're telling me if GEEK SLATE don't win this 2-0, their chances, no chance?
They're going to have to wait. If Aura beat RQ, then they make it. If they win 2-1 today. And if they lose, it's done.
All right, so
spicy.
That's difficult. That's a very difficult run here for GEEK SLATE, realizing how solid Bigetron Alpha are looking right now. It was very different to the last time they met, because remember, last time it was still Max in the jungle, if I'm not mistaken?
Yep, it was Max. I believe it was Fear No Cure as well there in the lineup. So now with a new strong BTR lineup and the Miracle Curse, GEEK SLATE will have to beat a whole lot. They have to face a lot of things.
They do, they do.
A lot of variables now.
A lot of variables, including a Miracle's Curse. But from the side of GEEK, it wasn't Matt. No, it wasn't Luke in the first game, if I'm not mistaken.
It was Luke.
It was? It was Luke.
It was Luke.
It wasn't Matt.
No.
All right, so already the strong 5 there for GEEK. Meanwhile, they faced a Bigetron that was still 50-50. And now they're facing a very strong Bigetron. And even then, back in Leg 1, it was 2-1. It wasn't an easy win for GEEK SLATE. It wasn't 2-0.
Exactly, it was very, very close. And also do note that it was Aldo who was the
You're
head
right.
coach. And Razeboy now in the helms. Perhaps he can bring some spices, good spices, of course, to the table for side of Bigetron. Super Ken, very, very hot commodity here. Very young, hasn't peaked in his career. And fortunately for side of Bigetron, it's in their side. So again, GEEK SLATE, second leg, question mark, right? Very tough challenge here, but I'm sure in the helms again, Beloyski with his leadership, his charisma, perhaps GEEK SLATE can sweep Bigetron this season.
Now that's important, right? Because back in leg number 1, it felt like Bigetron did not really respect Beloyski, letting something like the Natalia go. So maybe these kinds of things can be repaired to really help Bigetron be able to win it this time here in leg 2.
I think with the addition of Razeboy has always been a very respectful type of coach. Up against EVOS Icon in the MDL Season 6, just last time in the Grand Finals, Bigetron Beta were able to win 3-0 in the Grand Finals. How? By respecting their opponents through the global ban system, but also through those respect bans. Villar was shut down in the bans. Brands was shut down in the bans. And Razeboy has been constantly doing this. Even before he was the Bigetron Beta coach, when he was the Bigetron Era coach, the female MLBB division. Dominant. I don't even need to explain what Bigetron Era were able to do. And Piala President is another example of how Razeboy can take the game into his own hands with these spectacular drafts. Bigetron Alpha won all the way in the Grand Finals of Piala President. Was actually Bigetron Alpha versus Bigetron Beta.
Oh, all right. What are you looking forward to in this match?
Honestly, Beloyski, right? I feel like he has again proven that he is a very strong roamer this season in particular. Giving him a question, right? Before playoffs, how are you going to perform here? Especially, it seems like, remember, GEEK SLATE revolves around Beloyski here. His shot calls, his macro decision, his, again, just purely calls, right? I want to see him. How will he go leading his team under the pressure?
Yeah, his impact has definitely been very evident. And the difference, though, now from GEEK SLATE earlier on, and maybe GEEK SLATE last season, is the fact that the other members have started to step up too. We saw yesterday Jana Curie, oh my god. His retributions have been on point. So already with a good setup from Beloy, but Jana is able to pull through and really just take that objective control and really helps everyone else on the team.
The king of the underworld, right? Hades is what he was called before, back when he was at Echo, actually. And now, changing his name a bit softer already. What we call him in Indonesia is a bucin, a love slave. Jana, but hey, with that, Jana's his girlfriend's name. Yeah, Jana Cutie, that's why his name. So, there you go. But he has been able to perform really well with this new name, with a new identity as well. And like you mentioned, not just Jana, but even Chidera, a boy, such an underrated mid laner, a rookie. It's so interesting to see because GEEK SLATE, their regeneration has been phenomenal on top of having an experienced leader.
That's true, that's true. A boy has really stepped up. There were a lot of moments when he was able to grab that MVP for himself as well. He just really does have that instinct that you would expect from an experienced player. But looking here, the upper bracket in front of Geek's eyes, this is something that we mentioned, right? Bigetron, they already have secured their playoff run. Upper bracket a little bit too far off. But for GEEK SLATE, it's a different story. They're competing against RRQ for that top 2 position. And honestly, it's looking very, very attainable.
It is, it really is. One step closer to secure their first ever upper bracket spot.
Ever.
You know what's interesting? The fact that GEEK SLATE, a team that has never made it to the playoffs, we're not talking about them making it to the playoffs. We're talking about them making it to the playoffs in their first ever playoff run, securing upper brackets. That's how crazy Beloy has been able to perform, has been able to improve this team. We're not talking about them being playoff contenders. We're talking about them being MPL title contenders.
And that's also why Beloyski is in the talks of the best roamer in MPL ID Season 11, right? I feel like his impact's not just within the Land of Dawn, but also off the Land of Dawn. Let's see here what happened, Mirko, in leg 1.
In leg 1, game number 1, again, it's kind of like that Bigetron Alpha special, right? They are always able to control the early game with Max at the helms. He's such a solid neutral objective dude, right? He's a very solid utility jungler for the side of Bigetron Alpha, but there were a lot of mistakes when it comes down to the later stage of the game. When they want to close out the game, they can't seem to find the proper opening to actually end the game. Again, being too one-dimensional with the pushes or just going for team fights that didn't go their way. That was the mistake of the first leg Bigetron Alpha that we have seen repaired with the new lineup. But even then, GEEK SLATE actually really struggled up against this lineup because it was also a GEEK SLATE that were still pretty confused in the meta. They're still readjusting to the meta. The meta that they really thrived on was the MPLI meta, back when the Gusion was in the jungle, when everybody can just keep on going for the team fights. Bigetron Alpha showed that through neutral objective takes, through the textbook fundamentals, they were able to beat GEEK SLATE. So GEEK SLATE had to go a bit more creative. Bigetron Alpha, a bit creative too, as they let go of the Natalia. But in the end, GEEK SLATE, through their creativity and through Beloy having his power hero, was able to outpower Bigetron Alpha, mainly through invades and ganks towards Saken. Chadera on the Valentina X, or Flex, is also a very good addition to the team. Now, when you see the Valentina on GEEK SLATE, you always think, is it going to be the mid laner or the gold lane? Before this, you'd probably think mid lane or jungle. But in the compositions as well here, it does feel like even though GEEK SLATE were able to kind of flex their picks, it's still them getting outplayed in a lot of the situations, showing once again that it's very difficult to get a win against Bigetron Alpha. 2-0, if you expect that too, it's a bit harder. In leg number 1, without their full lineup, it was Max. And on the Hayabusa, he was punished a whole lot. He had a very good lead early on, but with Chadera able to steal a whole lot of those big ultimates from Bigetron Alpha, and mainly the mistake, once again, when BTR already had the lead, but yet they fought here around the Lord. They were pinched down by Beloy on the signature Natalia. His calls are what really changes the tide of the games. Bigetron Alpha had the lead. They were winning, but GEEK SLATE, with them being behind, still wanted to go for these calls, and it's not just Beloy making the calls, but the whole team following through that vision, understanding and trusting their leader.
This was the game that I was really surprised and impressed with GEEK, right? Because when I took a look at the compositions, I felt like Bigetron had a more solid draft, especially in the late game. But
Agreed.
That's the thing. We expected a certain limit towards the Natalia, but in the hands of Beloyski, it's a completely different story. Bigetron, they led that early mid. And somehow, with Beloyski on the Natalia, he was able to have that impact and actually turn it around for GEEK. And now you can see him on the Kaja.
You know, when he's behind, he's scary. So you can only imagine what it feels like when he's ahead. On the Kaja, he's able to dictate a lot of these team fights. And again, big shout out to a boy who's able to facilitate this playmaker. If it wasn't for a boy, Beloy wouldn't be able to find this peak as well. So it's the team working together in cohesion with each other. Their synergy has been on top of the roof. After MPLI, we all honestly were able to see this, right? They went all the way to the grand finals up against ONIC and even gave ONIC a run for their money. 2-0 start to that grand finals with Beloy leading the pack. In the end, it was ONIC reading them through, but GEEK SLATE once again are here to come and prove that it's their time.
That's why I'm so excited to see this matchup, right? Because maybe in leg 1, everyone was still adjusting to one another. Now, what is it going to look like when Bigetron Alpha, they're at their peak, but GEEK SLATE, they're also at their peak?
It's going to be very, very intense and very scary for both of the teams. So again, this match is going to be action-packed, just like last match. It seems like Alter Ego and as well as the other team, Aura Fire, they were just so chaotic. And I expect that also in this game. Beloy, we talked about Beloy a lot. Let's now talk about also Key on the other side.
Now that's one of the other changes that we saw here in leg 2, right? We heard a lot of things about Key, the fact that he wasn't able to shot call, but now coming into leg 2, it feels like he's actually developed in that area.
It does, it really does. I think it's public knowledge as well. Bigetron Alpha posted it on their social media, the quote or the backstage talk they had with Aldo and Key, where he said, Key, man, your shot calling, it's just not it, man. It's not it. You gotta improve, or you gotta let one of your friends do the shot calling for you. because early on in the first leg, it does seem like, Key was making a whole lot of mistakes in that shot calling division when they weren't able to end the games, when they were overcommitting. But since then, he has improved. And similarly to how GEEK SLATE improves through Beloy, Bigetron Alpha have found kind of the same formula here. Keys to victory, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G for GEEK SLATE. Look for opportunities to do flanking. This is what Beloy thrives on. The way he's able to turn the tides of the game is through that crazy call. I don't know how he sees it. It's the spatial awareness from this man. And obviously, the counter setup after getting information on the positioning coming in from the enemy team. Basically, the macro play that he's able to do many, many times through wave manipulation, through setups in the neutral objective department, and all that. For the side of Bigetron Alpha, though, the Red Robots, or the Red Robots, as our production man likes to call it, contested Turtle to win the early game. This is fundamental for BTR. When GEEK SLATE likes to go for those cheeky little fights when they're behind, Bigetron loves to stay ahead throughout the game through their jungler. When you have a jungler as talented as the man you see right here, 16 years old, and he is rivaling a lot of the top junglers in the league. 13-1-3 in his statement of a performance. Neutral objectives become pretty easy to secure. And also pick team fighting heroes. I would like to elaborate. Not team fighting heroes, play-making heroes for Key. It's not just team fighting. He needs to be the one who looks for the momento, because his name is El Momento.
True. Very true. So put him on heroes that can actually facilitate that, right? Give him something that is comfortable with his identity, something like the Lolita, Atlas, Grok. Those are the types of heroes that he thrives on. And talking about Super Ken, I feel like this is what gives Bigetron a little bit of an edge, the flexibility of Super Ken. He's not able to just use the utility junglers, right? He's able to use really interesting and unique picks in the jungle. We've seen the Alice come to fruition. I think the last time they were able to pick it up, Hanzo was also something that he picked up as well. Even the Kaja jungle that we don't see too often is doable by Super Ken.
Very flexible, very, yeah, he's just such a young prospect, right? Prodigy, not mature just yet. So let's see here in this game, perhaps he can too also improve and evolve as a jungler, as a team as well. Let's go and talk about the gold lane now. Is it Marky or is it Saken that's playing?
I think at this point, we've seen Saken in the last 3 matches, and it's safe to say Saken will most probably play unless they pull off a Rebellion Zion and they swap everything. I think sticking with the main 5 is the best way to go.
Let's see how it goes officially, right? As now we're taking a look at the starting lineup for both of these teams. For GEEK SLATE, will it be Luke? Will it be Matt? The question is? Okay, it's gonna be Luke. So a boy, Luke, Chidera, Jana, Cutie, and Abaloyski, still the main 5 here. And honestly, I don't think they should gamble on it, right? They really need this win once again. Like we'd like to remind you here to get that upper bracket slot. Whereas for the side of Bigetron Alpha, there's a little bit of room if they want to play flexibly, but they don't do that either. Moreno, Sorizo, Saken, Super Ken, and Key, also the main 5. And remember, both of these teams have developed so far. It's a mature GEEK SLATE as well as a mature Bigetron Alpha as we welcome them on stage.
It's the Red Robots looking to disrupt GEEK SLATE's run to the upper brackets. Let's welcome them, Bigetron Alpha.
A team that is looking to climb up once again, to find that momentum, to bring them to be title contenders. They were able to contend for PLR President. They feel like they can do it here.
Let's see, and it's not going to be an easy task, right? Because they are going against the top contender for the championship title. Let's welcome them on stage.
Let's welcome the Geeks onto the stage. It's gonna be GEEK SLATE.
Wow, the main of 5 lineup here once again. And their fate is in the hands of Bigetron Alphas this time around. At this point, Bigetron, not much to lose, to be honest.
Definitely not, right? Bigetron Alpha, I think for them it's a bit more space to play with. No pressure, less pressure to play with because, again, they're not really fighting for upper brackets and they have already secured that playoff spot. Here, though, the change in coaches for GEEK SLATE still staying true with Reno all the way from the start with a Shadow Man. And also, for the side of Bigetron Alpha, it is Razeboy and Paulo Expert.
What do you guys feel about this?
What do I feel?
Yeah, like Aldo stepping out as head coach. Raise Boy in. Do you like the drafts better this time?
Actually might be what Bigetron needs, actually, right? It comes to fruition. Let's see, though, from the side of Reno, what has been brewed in their kitchen.
Most picks, the Fredrin. Still, they're sticking to the classics, but if you take a look at the most banned by opponents, it really shows that, there's a whole lot of respect, even more so, more respect towards the Natalia than the Joy and the Wanwan, which is just crazy. Shows how dangerous Beloy is on his signature pick. And then you see the Kaja all the way there at 13. Fanny as well, a common pick here, especially with Jana having a very good grasp on the hero. On Fanny, it is most banned by their opponents mostly, but if you look at their most banned as well, it's mostly a lot of respect towards the Claude. A lot of heroes that can try to nullify that early game pressure that Beloy likes to place onto their opponents. On the side of Bigetron Alpha though, this is Race Boy's statistics. Well, technically it's Aldo's statistics. He's only been up there for one match, and so far he's still sitting at a 100% win rate. The way he drafts, still pretty similar though, minus the experimentation. I feel like right now, that's kind of what they need. Less experimenting and more of building what they've already built early on with the foundation that they have. Again, utilizing the winning lanes and creating space for the team.
Well, it seems like here, Raise Boy. Yeah,
Raise Boy.
This kitchen. That's very positive, right, Bigetron? Morale is up. Things are looking up. Saken here, getting the airtime perhaps that he needs before the playoffs, right? Gaining more experience as well as Super Ken. A very interesting matchup in that gold lane going up against Kadera. But take a look at GEEK SLATE. Wow, a lot of reds, a lot of wins.
Match history, you can see that maybe in the earlier phase, right? In leg number 1, it was a little bit shaky, but after that 4th match, you can see them finally finding their groove. And this is something that we see a lot in everyone's match history. The fact that they've actually had a pretty interesting adaptation period in leg number 1.
Every team has really improved, right? I think RRQ, ONIC, and EVOS, they really had the crazy good run in their first leg. EVOS and RRQ, they have fallen since in the second leg, but a lot of teams have risen. For GEEK SLATE, it feels like it's the opposite. Early on, they were still struggling to find their place in MPL here, giving us a little bit of deja vu to the GEEK SLATE that we've seen in the past seasons. But if you see this, just without the GEEK SLATE name, you'd probably think it's an RRQ, an ONIC, an EVOS, right? GEEK SLATE, they've come this far.
They truly have. And this is the last match that they have here in the playoffs. So the final battle that they need to accomplish, that they need to overcome, the last obstacle in their path to get that upper bracket slot, and it's the Red Robots.
It's going to be very tough indeed here, going up against Key, going up against young Super Ken as well. But let's see, in that first leg, they managed to do it. Perhaps they can sweep Bigetron. So let's enter the drafts.
Let's enter the drafting phase here for game number 1 of the last match of the day. GEEK SLATE and Bigetron Alpha. GEEK SLATE with the first pick, Bigetron with the second. And you can see here the bans coming through. Fanny, the Wanwan, is going to be the choice of ban here along with the Melissa in the first phase. Whereas from the side of Bigetron, they're not making the same mistake like they did in the last time that they met. They banned the Natalia away from Beloyski alongside the Joy and the Arlet.
Very, very fast drafts here from both teams, right? It seems like GEEK SLATE, they read the scenario, the Arlet, the Natalia, and Joy ban. They instantly pick up the glue. Very strong hero, Luke. Played an exceptional glue multiple times. Let's see here. Bigetron, though. Now the draft gone slow. It seems like they're taking their time here. What do they want to take here? It seems like securing a hero for Moreno just makes sense. And pick up the Fredrin here for Super Ken.
Yeah, I agree, right? The Fredrin becomes a solid pick, and I think that will be the one that they want to contest for here. It's not going to be the Fredrin, though, however. Maybe it is with the Grok. No, it's the Valentina and the Grok. The Fredrin left open, so also some flex to play with, right? But I guess the reason they want to go for the Grok here is because it flexes to more roles, right? In the jungle, in the roam, and XP, with Valentina dictating the draft as well, basically forcing GEEK SLATE off of those big ultimates. But I honestly feel like GEEK SLATE won't really be too concerned with that. They might just go for the Fredrin pick themselves here, knowing that, you know, it's also a flex pick for themselves.
Payback.
And Farsa.
So Fredrin and Farsa, it is the choice here from the side of GEEK. I was really looking forward to a Faramis game here, especially for GEEK. We've seen a boy find a lot of success on that, but it's no less of a success when he's on the Farsa as well. But of course, they need to keep in mind that that is an ultimate that, of course, Valentina can pick up for themselves. Bigetron now to close out the first phase, Gunny.
Let's see here, right? I mean, the Farsa also somehow forced to use the Purify as well here, going up against the Grok. So we might see here a boy on a Purify, not a Flicker. Bigetron, the response. You know what? At this point, just pick up Alice already. Still a flex though. Is it not? Or Alice jungle?
Come on,
okay,
Dexter. It's our show.
Okay, Bigetron here, not really flexible with that Alice and Grok pickup, but very fast advance here in the second phase.
Yeah, the reason why I don't think that this Alice is a good flex is because of how late game she is, right? With the stacks that she needs, with the items that she needs, the only way she's able to accomplish that as fast as possible is if she's in the jungle position. So now, GEEK, they're gonna be taking the Lapu Lapu away that you thought that they would pick up in the first phase. Bigetron, they're gonna respect Voloisky once again here. Kaja banned away. GEEK, how are they gonna respond?
I think with the Kaja ban from Bigetron Alpha, we might just see GEEK SLATE now try to nullify a lot of these XP laners. Maybe the Yuzong comes next. We haven't seen a whole lot of the Yuzong from Cerezo, but I don't doubt that it is within their hero pool to play it, and within Raze Boys' minds to pick it up. They already have two very good dive heroes with the Grok and the Alice. They can double down on that to give Farsa worse time, but they will just go for the Terizla ban instead. Again, they're setting the glue up for success. They want this glue to have a proper winning situation up in the XP lane.
And you know, I think now it's more important than ever for GEEK to be able to work around this Farsa, right? Really support this Farsa in the early game as well, to be able to shut down the Alice. So I was thinking about something like the Hilda for GEEK, honestly, with Bigetron picking up something like the carry. So it shows that Bigetron, they're a little bit weak here in the early game. GEEK in the drafts, they need to be able to punish that.
You know what? I love the carry pick here. I was almost...
agreed.
I really like it. It counters... well, it's an anticipation. It denies GEEK SLATE to take it away from themselves. And it somehow forces GEEK SLATE to pick up the Brody and the Franco here. So I feel like Bigetron, with their composition, they can go extra crazy here.
Lolita.
Pick up the Lolita and Grocky XP.
The Lolita is going to be a good option. I think another option that could be very, very good for the team is a Masha. A Masha that can just dive into the back line. The Brody won't really have much to say on it. There's going to be so much sustain on the team. And the disarm will really help him with them jumping on the Brody, but they will go for the signature Atlas for Key. Remember what the keys to victory said, it's El Momento on a signature pick.
Wow, that's a lot of lockdown here from Bigetron. But GEEK should be able to punish the Alice in the early game with the Brody and the Franco and the Farsa as well. As we take a look here at the audience prediction, it feels like GEEK SLATE with more of an edge in terms of the support here from the audience, from you guys at home. Very interesting, as we are moments away of entering the first game of the series. But before we go in, what do you think here? Can Bigetron pull this Alice off again?
You know what? I think they can, right, with their composition. It's going to be very, very scary here for the side of Bigetron. Let's see, though. Will Voloisky Franco will be able to dictate the game as let's go. Land of Dawn, here we go for game one between the Red Robots and the Geeks. Who will be able to strike first here in this best of three?
Looking at a Cerezo with a high and dry emblem now. Gonna try to play it fast. Gonna try to go for burst in these team fights as well. Expect him to clear the waves and rotate as fast as level 4. Once he gets that level 4, he's more of a utility kind of XP laner. He's not gonna be staying in lane. He is gonna be participating in a lot of these team fights. Same goes for the Brody. As he gets that item power spike, expect him to rotate more than staying in lane.
What I find very interesting is that a boy as well as Beloyski have opted to go in for the top side, but look at this here. This is what we need from Beloyski. Disrupt the farming pattern here in the top side.
Gets a stun though. Moreno will poke Beloyski down here, but it's just a poke here. Beloyski still holding that flicker, realizing that he is still able to soak in the damage, so no first blood in that encounter.
They need to prevent Super Ken from roaming around too fast or farming too fast. And you can see already the movements coming in from Beloyski. He was able to give, I think, a little bit of an edge for Jana there in the early stage of the game, but he might be punished here. Luckily, he does still have the flicker. And the one thing to note is usually something like the Farsa, right? Someone on the Farsa would usually opt to go in for the EXP rotation to get that level 4, but we don't see this happening here for GEEK.
Definitely not. Again, I think the Franco is going to be roaming across the map more constantly when this happens. Aboy is going to be kind of nailed down to the mid lane with the mid control that Valentina has over him. And again, if the game goes with the slow tempo, Bigetron Alpha will be able to scale a lot better. Knowing that Chidera is on a Brody, they need to make moves fast, especially in the early stage of the game. Luckily for them, though, they will have a little bit more pressure to play with in the neutral objective take. Mid lane, though.
Let's see, it's a 3v1 here. Beloyski caught off guard there, but GEEK SLATE will find compensation in that first neutral objective take. Super Ken will go and commit on towards a kill, not on towards a contest.
So they lose Beloyski, but they get a neutral objective. And this is GEEK SLATE just being GEEK SLATE, right? They don't mind utilizing or sacrificing Beloyski for the greater things or the greater picture, which is the neutral objective control. But even despite that, it feels like Bigetron Alpha still have a bit of an edge when it comes down to the economy.
I think it's mostly, again, the jungle pathing that has to really do with the gold lead right now as they go in, Gani.
Another airstrike. Oh, Flicker Fatal and connecting on towards one. Jana now with a Prison's Wrath will not find anyone just yet. He takes in a lot of damage. He will not fall for now, but I might be wrong. As Super Ken will connect on towards the kill, and Beloyski with the Iron Hook there, finding the roamer, getting a kill as well. GEEK SLATE, though, it's still a key for Jana.
It's going to be really good for Bigetron Alpha. I just remembered this as well. You know, the Feramis is the standard counter towards the glue, but with the Alice, it's going to be really good up against the split as well to try to counter it. Now it's going to be the Iron Hook. Saken able to dodge away from that, and GEEK SLATE, the kill that they were able to get earlier wasn't onto Chidera, it was onto Beloy, so the resource not put into the right place just for now.
Quite unfortunate in that regard. And coming back here, they still have 20 seconds left to start setting up for the next turtle. If GEEK SLATE are going to go for it, I think they are going to try and look for a pickoff on the board, try to pressure Super Ken once again, and you can see Jana doing exactly that.
Still with the invades, further airstrike in the backside, and take a look at the suppression, connecting onto it, Sorizo, 1 HP, and he will fall. He soaking a lot of damage. He will be next in the chopping block, but Jana will be taken down in the process now. It's a 2-for-1, but it seems like Super Ken is... You still want business, and take a look at Kaluk in the black side, just wreaking havoc in the hands of Moreno, but Moreno with the flicker is able to disengage. Super Ken now looking and moving on towards a fight. Gets the immobilize here. Will Luke be a save? Oh my god, very low as the Iron Hook will be able to somehow give and buy time, and Super Ken will be taken down by Aboy. Aboy now has the Purify, still holding it on. Will go for the clutch Wings by Wings. Combined with that Purify, he will escape, but Jana finding the next neutral objective.
You think for a moment that GEEK SLATE is playing scrappily, but it turns out that was a distraction in order for them to be able to give Jana the space to get the neutral objective control. And looking at the Talent's prediction, a 2 versus 4 here on the desk, with Mirko the only one on the English panel voting for GEEK.
Like I said, man, GEEK SLATE will have to face a lot, even the Mirko curse, if they want to secure upper brackets here. Up against Bigetron Alpha right now, that's able to slow the tempo real down. Only 1,000 gold lead for GEEK SLATE. Remember, again, the composition for GEEK SLATE with the Brody and the Franco, they need to look for a little bit more in the early stage of the game. They need to try to shut down Saken, because if this slow tempo continues, Bigetron Alpha will be able to find an advantage in the mid-game.
Three-man setup here, top side. Beloyski sees no opening. Oh, the suppression comes through, and the combination there. A boy will secure the kill. Atlas there wasn't even able to flicker out of that Iron Hook. Well, off that Bloody Hunt, of course. But still, GEEK SLATE here now with the control.
Now, if you take a look at the goal differences here, even though Supercan has lost out in the turtle take department, it does seem like, again, with that jungle pathing, that was the reason as to why Bigetron Alpha had the gold lead for a bit, right? It's his jungle pathing that is for now a bit superior, with him having a little bit more gold to play with, despite him dying that one time.
Oh, flicker fatally connecting onto her soup. Oh boy, will escape. Beloyski will fall now. Jana will assist Kadira in that kill. It's a 1-for-1, but Saken will be taken down there. Kadira is just too free in that top side now. The mid side will be the target. 3 members from side of Bigetron looking to defend as GEEK SLATE again with a favorable trade.
Yeah, 1-for-2 trade, roamer for roamer, but the problem was Bigetron Alpha, they lost Saken in the process, and this is the exact type of aggression that you'd expect from the composition that GEEK SLATE have brought here in this particular game. More neutral objective control, but in the bottom side, Sorizo.
Fitness flickers away. Beloyski now will be stunned up. Taking a lot of damage. Saken is there to claim the kill. Another 200 gold for Saken.
Good resource allocation from the side of Bigetron Alpha, but even better by GEEK SLATE. We just mentioned that they need to push the tempo, and they are doing exactly that. Jadero with a very aggressive flicker as well. They are able to claim more map pressure, but Bigetron Alpha still slowly but surely coming back and equalizing that gold lead. And more importantly, they're allocating those resources, the gold, properly. Saken, you would have thought maybe it's going to be Moreno who finds that kill, who gets it, but they want to funnel as much gold as possible for the man, Saken, to get that item power spike already with the golden staff in the 7th minute.
Going to commit on towards Alice here, it seems like. Is that the right call? Supercan still very comfortable in escaping, and GEEK SLATE now with the tempo gone down drastically. They're taking their time here. Gold is still leading towards GEEK SLATE, but it can very much change.
It can change, and the thing is, these are the top 2 people that you do want to funnel the gold onto, right? And Beloyski wants to punish that.
With their Bloody Hunt here, combined with the Feather Airstrike, still not enough to take him down. Supercan here, very, very tanky.
That was a flicker and 2 ultimates spent by GEEK SLATE, and they weren't able to push it. Now, the longer the game goes again, Supercan is only going to get even tankier. He's going to be doing more damage with the stacks culminating already for Bigetron Alpha. This will definitely be a little bit tougher for GEEK SLATE as they look for Jana, almost setting up for that perfect Iron Hook, but just a pixel away.
All right, GEEK SLATE once again with a 1,000 gold lead, and it's not going to mean much. Like you mentioned here, the longer this game goes, you can see Bigetron looking for a potential setup for them to be able to get more space around the next neutral objective, which is the Lord. But it does seem like they have been sniped out with the positioning, with how just reactive Beloyski is. And if we take a look at the real-time win probability, it's still looking in favor of GEEK, but it's slowly shifting as the clock ticks.
High stakes matchup here, 59%. Because of that early game pressure, they're able to get a tier 1, more map pressure, but Sorizo jumps in with a wild charge.
Oh my goodness, take a look at the damage there. Moreno quite low in the backside, but Beloyski though will be the first one to fall. A good re-engage. It was a Grok there setting up with that wild charge as well. Now it's a 5v4. Will GEEK SLATE do some compensation? Key opening up with the perfect match, looking for Jana, taking a lot of damage as well. Luke in the backside here, looking to cause havoc, but it seems like nothing yet from side of GEEK SLATE. GEEK SLATE now mounting Sorizo, just Sorizo though, they will not commit. Now with the wing fly rings with the Lord as well here, just hovering, doing the Lord dance.
The Lord respawn.
Yeah, exactly. They were buying enough time to wait for Beloyski to make it a play, but there goes Sorizo!
Oh my goodness, the suppression connects onto his ski, but Bigetron Alpha, they got the first Lord. The retreat, the fall back now, and it seems like Beloyski with the hook will not connect. They want the mid side. Bigetron, are they able to defend this one now? Jana jumps in, they will not be able to, as GEEK SLATE claims another structure.
Discipline, very disciplined by Bigetron Alpha. getting the Lord and backing off, only losing Key. A tier 1 turret they have to pay for as well. GEEK SLATE not letting it go for free. It's very good from both of the teams, man. There's always a punish for any proactive movement on the map, but that setup was impeccable. So Rizzo hiding in the back so that he isn't shown on the map, then flickering with the wild charge to get the stun onto Janna to make it a 100% retribution. Not a 50-50 that we all know Janna likes to win.
Already some pressure here once again, though, from Bigetron Alpha. Even though they got a little bit punished there in the top side, losing that structure, it seems like Bigetron Alpha are able to punish back. Now, with the Lord here marching down there in the bottom side, it looks like Bigetron Alpha are trying to push all 3 lanes to get as much value as they can. Key already looking for something as they go in for more.
Just keeps on going, right? This slow tempo from Bigetron Alpha, and they want it to continue this way. Saken has finished up the DHS, so now he has all 3 items, which makes him a pretty big threat now for GEEK SLATE. Early on, maybe GEEK SLATE could go for the 5v5s without thinking of much, but now they really got to respect Saken on this carry.
Bigetron here, very disciplined indeed, Mirko. They will not commit on towards the tier 2 in that bot side. GEEK SLATE, they're still able to somehow manage to keep the tier 2 mid side, but they will sacrifice the inner turret top and as well as bot here, it seems like. Item-wise, anything significant?
Well, again, it's that item power spike that we are seeing for Saken. Despite him in the losing matchup, he has been able to actually keep that gold lead to a minimum for the Brody. He's only 200 gold behind, about to be just 100 gold behind in a bit. But also, if we take a look at the Valentina, he actually went for a little bit of an... Well, he actually got the Holy Crystal a bit faster there. You can already see it now. That's the reason they've been able to find a little bit more damage in the peel. And similarly to how Alter Ego played that Valentina, Udil played that Valentina, Moreno's trying to replicate that. This Valentina is there to act as utility more so than a damage dealer. He's there to provide the peel for Saken in the back line. That's the common front-to-back composition that we have seen. And this is the front-to-back composition that Bigetron Alpha wants to make work.
And unfortunately here for GEEK SLATE, in the 13th minute of the game, Bigetron Alpha have picked up themselves a little bit of a gold lead here. So the tides have begun to shift with the power spikes finally hitting for Bigetron Alpha. GEEK SLATE, now they are grasping at straws at the moment. They need to look for a big play, honestly a good pick-off to be able to win this, and they look for exactly that.
Oh, the concealed play towards the backside claims Saken, but iBoy will be taken down as well. Flicker fatally connecting onto his one with the feather and strike here. Will it be enough to take Beloyski down? No, it will not. Watch out though, with the high-end drive will claim Beloyski's life, and it's going to be another member from the side of GEEK SLATE taken out. Janna and Luke versus the world now. Bigetron looks for another play. It's taking a lot of damage here, so Rizzo and Moreno, but no, they will not commit. It's Bigetron Alpha, 3-4-1.
I rarely get to see you clap, Eterna. That was really, really well played by Bigetron Alpha. My goodness, I thought with Saken down, that's their main damage dealer. But again, with Moreno acting as a secondary damage dealer, sure, he acts as utility, he wants to cover it, but if Saken dies, it's fine. Moreno can take over here in the mid game. It will really matter in the later stages when the death timers are even bigger. Saken needs to respect that now. He has learned it the hard way that Beloy can make these kind of plays happen. This is the exact same play that we mentioned in the pre-game highlights for the first leg. This is what Beloy likes to do. The odds are against them, doesn't matter. He likes to create these spaces for his team to come back, to turn the tides, and it almost worked out for GEEK SLATE.
And coming back to your point there, right, it's not just Moreno that's a secondary damage dealer, but Cerezo as well, right? Yeah. He's been playing phenomenally. And oh my god, the mechanics there, I wish we could see a replay, but here we go, another play goes down.
Oop, that's taken now, the Lord, it will fall to the hands of Janna. Bigetron though, they will look for a fight and force it. Beloyski down, Janna down, sweet dreams, GEEK SLATE. As Bigetron Alpha now with the lead, though they lost Lord, Bigetron looks for another flicker, Fatalings play, and Kadera will be the victim. Bigetron Alpha, it doesn't matter if they didn't get the Lord, they will get the base turret bot side.
Oh no, Boy is the only one left standing here. Connie, Mirko, it looks like they're looking for an end.
Winners Runcheon for a boy, and Bigetron Alpha strikes first in the best of 3. What a quality, what a performance displayed by the red side.
My God, everyone stepped up in that game. It was amazing to see how they executed those team fights. It was beautiful. Man, I'm a newly made fan of Chorizo now. That grok was huge for Bigetron.
Everyone was huge, man. Everybody played a massive part, but yeah, if I had to pick a standout, it definitely would be Chorizo. With a big save right after Sakin gets caught, he was the one who really saved and recovered the game. Moreno with a proper follow-up as well, but Bigetron Alpha, wow, just crazy improvement from a team who we were calling Bigetron Alpha for the most part of Season 11 to now beating GEEK SLATE in game number 1. Don't get too comfortable though. GEEK SLATE are a team known to adapt very, very fast. They learn through mistakes just based on a few minutes. And Bigetron Alpha, this is the point where they need to keep calm, stay composed. One win, one game win isn't the end. Remember, just yesterday, GEEK SLATE were able to reverse sweep.
Right. The job is not done for both teams. But what a display though. The calculative aggression from side of Bigetron was very evident. And it seems like in game 1 at GEEK SLATE, they were the ones who dismantled, well, who got dismantled here. And my goodness, great draft as well from Razeboy.
I just really love the Alice jungle when it works.
Yeah.
Right? Because earlier on, we saw it being utilized a lot. Even Aura picked it up once. And it's actually a really tough strategy to implement in the game, to execute, exactly. But for some reason, Bigetron Alpha, they have it to the T now.
They
How?
It comes through the losses, right? The losses, you may meme it, you may trash talk them, but they learn through it. It's the same process that GEEK SLATE went through last season, right? Not making it to the playoffs, but learning through. MPLI Grand Finals here, first leg, not a big statement from GEEK SLATE, but then learning again, adapting. Bigetron Alpha and GEEK SLATE with very similar routes to this point right now. GEEK SLATE still in contention for upper brackets. They need to win. A 2-1 victory doesn't ensure them the playoff spot, but it certainly does give them a better chance than losing. And Bigetron Alpha right now are leading the series, which means GEEK SLATE, we're gonna have to a bit deeper, maybe in the draft starting there, because in that game, it was pretty one-dimensional. They had to win, they had to get the snowballing rolling from the get-go, like we mentioned all the way from the start. And if we take a look at the items here, again, it's exactly as we mentioned. Bigetron Alpha were just waiting for those item power spikes to hit. It was as simple as that. They were waiting for Sakin to get the DHS Golden Staff Corrosion Scythe, and even then, he was picked off. But Super Ken and Moreno, they have farmed up as well. Both of these players, and Chorizo, who was the X-Factor. Nobody expected it. Everybody was targeting Sakin, everybody was targeting Moreno. Nobody expected Chorizo to suddenly deal that much damage, and that is what the High and Dry Heptasies, Melphic Roar, Fury Hammer, 3 penetration items does. Not just to the back line, not just to Chidera and a boy, but even Luke gets chunked quite low. That burst will really start to, to be felt in the mid-game, and that's exactly where we are. Radiant Armor just to show respect towards the Farsa and the Glue. Knowing that he is laning with the Glue, it's more consistent damage coming in instead of burst, right? Then later on, even, we all know that in these team fights, he's going to be going straight at it, and he's always waiting for the Feather Airstrike, so he doesn't go for the Athena.
Goodness, that was a, you're right, on point itemization there from Bigetron as well. Even though they're ahead, it seems like, yeah, it's just very calm, very respect as well. And GEEK SLATE forced to build that defensive items instantly, which just the damage output wasn't maximum from the side of GEEK SLATE. Post that though.
Post-game stats here, 9-15 Bigetron Alpha, but you can see here that a boy was the one to deal the most damage. 100% KP as well for him, but even though that, it wasn't enough.
It's not enough at all. The thing is, with the kill participation, with the damage, with how much gold they were able to get, it was not enough to get a proper snowball going. We saw a 2,000 gold lead. We saw a tier 1 up top. With the Brody, you need to get more. You need to be able to utilize that early lead, that item power spike. And they simply weren't able to. Not because they were failing to, not because they were making mistakes. It was more a Bigetron Alpha playing a bit better through their composition, understanding that they don't need to go for these fights, giving away a few turtle fights. I believe the first 2 turtles went for free to GEEK SLATE. They instead, what did they do? Looked for trades on the map, minimalizing their losses when they needed to, and then capitalizing fully when they had the power spike.
That's why. I don't know. I feel like the Alice jungle is actually quite weak in the early game, but even then, it doesn't seem like GEEK SLATE were able to punish that. Well, why was that? Was it like a misplay? I don't really think that GEEK SLATE misplays at the moment. Is it because of the composition? Who was protecting the Alice in that early game?
Mid control. Just solid mid control coming in for BTR. The pathing as well. That is something that we also need to highlight. Obviously, there's a lot of cover coming in from the teammates through the Grok that just focuses on clearing the wave and then rotating. Remember what we said, right? And also from that mid control, but mostly the pathing. You're right, because that was also what kind of kept BTR stable in the early game. Super Ken's pathing, every single time the Frederick goes bottom, he goes top. He goes into the enemy jungle, invades, and he's not scared to do so. And you can see right here, this is literally the game. This is the game. This is what we've been saying. Early game, it's GEEK SLATE's game. But once that power spike hits, it will automatically go down as long as BTR plays it safe and as long as GEEK SLATE don't get that massive snowball that they were trying to get the entire game. Bavoy was looking for those proactive movements all around. But again, that's why with the Franco pick, I was kind of concerned. This Grok, the Atlas, this matchup is very, very scary for the Franco. Even when he grabbed the Alice, he couldn't burst him down. And we got to give it to Super Ken with his incredible pathing.
Yeah.
I mean, in the early game, I feel like Super Ken knows that he does not want to go for pickups, does not want to go for the contest even. He wants a sure kill or just a sure gank, right? So he just goes farm looking for sacks. He doesn't want business per se. After that mid game, after that late game, then he knows that he can deal damage, but the man that facilitates this game is King.
Well, even though maybe he wasn't the flashiest, maybe he didn't get the most time to shine, but he was doing a lot of things off camera if you didn't notice in the game. Using the perfect match almost constantly. It's almost, if you replay the game, he's almost never in his normal form. He's always in that perfect match form, opening up the map so that Beloy doesn't find that angle. Notice how Beloy was only able to find a good crazy play that almost turned the game once on the Saken. Mostly opened up by this Atlas, and that's why the Atlas pick became just such a good pick in the end, and that's why even Gani was like, oh, the Atlas, because that opening is, well, the division game is what gives Franco so much power. If you're able to constantly give that light for your team to follow, Franco is very difficult to pull off.
Speaking of light,
okay,
Light has a comment here, very interesting one. He states that if you're on a Franco and can't beat Atlas, you're a questionable roamer.
Oh, wait, did Light actually say that?
Lights.
RSG Light.
RSG Light. Kabe mentioned it to me. And I was like, whoa.
Wow.
That's a very bold statement because honestly, I would prefer the Atlas over the Franco.
Wait. Can you repeat it?
Light states that if you're on a Franco and you can't defeat an Atlas, you're a questionable roamer.
Huh.
Interesting, right? I mean, obviously everybody has their own opinions. It's subjective maybe because he's too good of a Franco player himself, right? I mean, if I go up against him, I'd be like, yo, if you're a Franco user, you're dumb or something because, man, he's so good, right?
He is.
I think if I go up against Beloy, that's kind of the similar thing. I'm probably going to get hooked like 24/7, so I'd probably be hating on him too. But here is the highlights. We got to take a look at it one more time. I really hope there are going to be moments where I can pause and really dissect the team fight. But Bigetron Alpha, they just played it, again, very calm every single time. They understood the positioning every single time, even in this front to back where GEEK SLATE were able to make it messy. Bigetron Alpha stayed composed and stayed with their formation. It was always a front to back. Notice how Moreno and Saken are always there. And again, this is one of the things. It was caught on camera. You might think, oh, it's an int. Key is just inting. He's dying to Beloy. But with him dying, that's more pressure relief from Saken. The Bloody Hunt, the Iron Hook was all used up on Key. He's always opening up the map. Maybe, sure, Key gets countered even here with the suppression. Just Key being there, just Key using the perfect match, just Key not even ulting is enough to relieve so much pressure. Beloy needs to pop that bloody hunt on Key. He does not want his team to get fatal linked to death. Only a boy had the Purify. And Brody very susceptible to that fatal links. As we mentioned, even right here, this was the moment where they were able to find it. And I think through the highlights, we really see it come through again. Key MVP, through the things that he did that you thought was a mistake. He jumped in, he got suppressed, he died in the team fight. When the Lord was picked up by BTR, you'd say, hey, Key, why are you inting? No, he did that on purpose. Again, it was to bait Beloy to pop the bloody hunt. It was to bait Beloy to act as a cover more so than a proactive roamer that he is.
Everyone just did a good job,
Well
including
played,
G, MVP. Really, really well-deserved as well. And everyone else just really popped off, man. I mean, Sorizo as well. I keep repeating this, but I just didn't expect that kind of gameplay from Sorizo. I don't know. When I think about Sorizo, I usually picture him as someone who wants to win that lane, but there he was
safe.
very proactive in those team fights. He understands that with the Grok pickup, especially with the emblem, what exactly his objective was on the game. And luckily, the phone that he was using was able to support that as well, right? Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Samsung Galaxy A series 5G, which includes the A34 5G as well as the Galaxy A54 5G. Now, Gani, take us through the specs.
RAM 8 gigabytes, memory 256 gigabytes as well. The screen though is Super AMOLED Plus. Refresh rate, you ask, 120 Hz. Processor Exynos 1380 and it's 5G ready. Battery 5000 mAh and of course quad cameras up to 50. I repeat, 50 megapixels, IP67 water resistant rating as well, and the price is just under 5 million IDR, around 200, 300 USD. Very affordable, excluding the cashbacks and discounts.
Oh, the cashbacks and the discounts. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get your hands on these beautiful phones, go ahead and check it out on their official website, samsung.com/ID, before it gets sold out and you start to regret it.
Don't want to regret your decisions, man. So go ahead and grab it before it runs out, ladies and gentlemen. It's selling like hotcakes.
Indeed. Check it out. You got the phone though, Eterna. What's a good app to support the phone as well?
A good app. Now, why am I even thinking? I'm just kidding, guys. It's Dunia Games. Because, of course, with the beautiful phone, if you want to make content, if you want to play games, you need the quota. And what better way? To get it free, right? All you need to do is make in-game purchases on items or even vouchers, and you guys get free up to 3 gigabytes of quota for every purchase. So check that out at duniagames.co.id or on the Dunia Games app. Now coming back here into the first game. This is a game recap for those of you who have just tuned in, and we can see here the impact players for both of the teams.
I mean, looking at it again, in terms of total gold, there's only one member that actually won in a matchup here in terms of gold, and that's Gluck. That's interesting, right? I mean, Gluck has always been one of the spotlights whenever we cast GEEK SLATE, whenever he gets that signature Gluck pick, but in this game, it really feels like even with that gold lead, he wasn't really able to achieve much. And mainly because he wasn't really able to target the back line, and that's why the carry is so good up against the glue, right? That shred really is so annoying. Whenever you get close, you're already too low before you can mount anyone, and in the end, it's just you getting slain. I think the Brody pick was even not bad. I don't think the drafts were bad at all for GEEK SLATE. It was just a Franco that was questionable, but if it's Beloy, I trust him with that Franco. They need to force a lot more of these plays, and maybe this time they need to try to adapt faster in the game because they were trying to play for the Brody when they could have played maybe towards the glue. A lot of resources were spent by BTR to save that weaker matchup carry. So you got to try to look for the other side.
With a different perspective, looking at the compositions of both of the teams, I honestly felt like GEEK, maybe in terms of laning, it's not too bad, but in the grand scheme of things, Bigetron had a lot of dive and a lot of counters towards the back line heroes that GEEK actually brought to the table, right? You had the Atlas, the Alice to dive in, Grok able to do that much and have that impact. in the grand scheme of things, I feel like Bigetron outdrafted in that sense, especially when it comes down to the team fights. But we'll see what happens here in game number 2 as we are entering the drafting phase. GEEK and Bigetron opting to stay on the same side, but you can see a little bit of a difference here in terms of the bans. For GEEK, it was Fanny, Melissa, and Wanwan. Now it's the Valentina and the Glue. But from the side of Bigetron, Natalia, Arlette, still the same. What do they want to ban here in the last?
Ban out Fredrin here, it seems like, right? I feel like
Joy.
I forgot the Joy, of course. Joy.
1-1 left open.
Auto ban
Chidera.
here. GEEK SLATE, will they go for the 1-1 here? Interestingly enough, it has been 0% up until today.
Imaginary world. Your
But it is going to be the 1-1 pickup. First pick, Chidera, one of the best users in the MPL. We saw his 1-1 all the way in Season 10. One of the standout performances on that 1-1. And he is going to be able to perform on it here. Up against Bigetron Alpha, though, a team notorious for their 1-1. For letting go of the 1-1. They definitely have a counter in mind.
There's so many.
Irithel, Farsa.
Irithel, Farsa, Lolita, Phobius.
I think Farsa is a good pick here with the Fredrin.
I think Farsa Lolita makes the most sense of the...
Yeah.
Purify.
I think Farsa and Fredrin, though, will be just the solid pickup for them, and they will just go for the Farsa pick. Bigetron Alpha, do they want to go for the Fredrin, or you know what? The Croc worked so well for them. That flex pick worked so well for them. But they will go for the Fredrin.
You should.
You're looking for the secure here. That Fredrin is somehow a flex as well. Let's see though, what will where will it go? Bigetron, but GEEK SLATE now.
Among the planes exists
very
the
fast response here.
equilibrium,
The Eve,
which I was
potentially
made
here
for.
they might secure a hero for Luke early.
A hero for Luke, yeah.
Yuzong?
What would you pick? Yuzong?
Yuzong might work.
Lapu Lapu is still an option,
I think
honestly.
Lapu is a better option.
Lapu Lapu, with Arlette being banned out, I think that is a really good pick here. Because there's not a lot left here, honestly, for the EXP lane. You might want to pick it up first before it gets banned out by Bigetron in the second phase. Realizing that, of course, Bigetron can actually flex that Fredrin into the EXP lane if it comes down to it. So the Lapu Lapu pick does come through for GEEK, and now Bigetron, what are they going to pick up?
I think at this point, right, with the carry already, oh, my bad, with the 1-1 already picked up. And Melissa is still up for grabs. Technically, they can go for that. Melissa doesn't do too well in lane against the 1-1, but it is still a pretty solid lane as long as you play it. It's a skill matchup. If they want a safer option, they can go for the Lolita right here, right? Lolita right here with the Guardian's Bulwark, going to be able to cancel a lot of that damage coming in from the crossbow with Tang, but at this point, I played the 1-1. The range on the ultimate that has been nerfed or adjusted is so small, like really, really small. You can flicker out of it. It's so easy to counter that crossbow with Tang. And that's her main weapon, especially in the later game. You might just go for, okay, the Kaja instead of the Lolita.
They want to sure pick off here, it seems like, here with the Kaja.
It can be flexed still, technically.
Technically, you're right. It can still be flexed here, but it seems like Bigetron will go and limit Beloyski's hero. It sounds scary here from the side of Moreno. It says, because Geek Fam, they're aiming for the upper bracket. Well, Alter Ego is aiming for the house. It's scary, but he is not afraid.
He's not afraid, Miracle.
He's not afraid.
He wants to make Daddy Miracle proud.
There you go. My boys, making me proud. BTR, Bigetron Alpha. We've been waiting for this moment, man.
For so long, and
it's
finally.
Okay. This time I finally understand how I can assist them. It's the curse.
It is the curse.
And it worked out so far in game number 1. Let's see if it continues to work out, or maybe GEEK SLATE can break it.
From the 3 heroes that has been picked, though, I low-key prefer the side of GEEK SLATE.
Why don't you take it high key then?
Dexter, it's our
I
show.
really like the composition from the side of GEEK SLATE. From the 3 heroes here, I don't know, we might see game 3.
Ooh.
I'd love to see game 3, especially after game 1 being that intense.
Me too.
It's entertaining, very entertaining. It's kind of bittersweet, right? Because I support BTR, but I really want Beloy to get upper brackets.
We'll see if he gets exactly that. Now with the Beatrix and the Claude being banned away from Bigetron, it's starting to limit their choices here. Maybe perhaps forcing the Melissa pick to come through. And honestly, it's not that bad, right? I mean, the Melissa is pretty good. Oh, there you go. Okay, so they want to just insta-counter the Wanwan in the lane.
And this might be a trap. They pick up the Hilda here. Never mind, I don't think they fall into the trap. But if they go for something that's dash heavy, they can even pick up the Phobius and then flex everything around.
Just go Ling here for side of GEEK SLATE, no? Or Lancelot. Lancelot might work.
Ooh, I think the Lancelot is a bit... I think the Akai works a bit better. Or... I know, it's a bit tough here. They need to make a... What do they go for? Martis.
3,000 worlds.
All right. The Martis pick up here for the side of GEEK SLATE for that jungle position. It does have the ability to try and level things out in the neutral objective contest against the Fredrin, but I honestly do and would have preferred the Akai pick as well. I think it works better with their composition as well as does better against the composition that Bigetron Alpha are trying to impose onto them. But now, Bigetron, they have the last pick here. With the Fredrin in the jungle, they just need an EXP laner.
Wow.
And it's going to be the Esmeralda.
Wow. A solid pick, I would say. Good lane against Lapu. It's a winning lane against the Lapu.
Right. Because of the shield absorption.
Yeah, just a trade as well. But here we do have a boy's parents supporting a boy in the MPL arena. A boy. Win or lose, we will always be proud of you. Super wholesome.
Aww.
Now I'm getting sad.
Aww.
I'll vote for BTR because of that. We want to see Game 3. I want to see them happy.
All right, here we go. Both of the compositions have been set in stone for GEEK and Bigetron. The Red Robots only need one more point to be able to take away GEEK SLATE's chances in the upper brackets. And with that being said, Gani, in a few moments, take us into the portal.
Land of Dawn, here we go. Game 2 between GEEK SLATE and as well as Bigetron. Remember, GEEK SLATE, they need a 2-0. But it seems like with that loss here, perhaps all they need now is a reverse sweep. Let's see with this composition, what will they bring? It seems like Beloyski already harassing early, forcing Supercan to use that retribution.
I am so conflicted right now. The parents are really making me think, man. I don't know how to use my power. Oh no! Okay.
There you go.
Gani, seems like Miracle's a little weak to parents.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Has a soft spot. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to make it into the venue as well, you guys can enjoy a 20% discount using the promo code MPL Date, because Reno and Key, they're on a date here, putting some pressure onto Jana QT in the top side.
Poking damage though, but top side. Dora here will poke the damage on towards Saken as well. Now it's just a very, very even matchup here in the early game, it seems like. But Esmeralda, take a look at that, almost solo killing Lapu Lapu bot side. Oh my god, force him to use the flicker as well here. The top side is just all A-okay. Another engage here, it seems like Jana will enter the fray. Oh, Supercan now might be in trouble here, looking for a retreat. Moreno is there in time, but Loiski will fall in the hands of Sorizo for blood. Will fall to the hands of Bigetron Alpha.
Wait, Miracle, sorry to cut you off there. Wasn't Esmeralda one of Sorizo's power picks last season?
It was with the Uranus as well. Those were the two picks he really, thrived on. And here, just as you say it, hey, Turna, shut up. No, don't do that, man.
Oh my god, the airstrike though will connect and Jana will fall. He now very low, will be taken out by Beloyski. Let's see, Supercan now still buying time. Luke trying to connect on towards this time, but still Supercan delivers with the retribution. Now he will be taken down though. Moreno
Sorizo
hold the, oh my god, the flicker, a boy, but Moreno flickers back and takes a boy down.
Wow, Bigetron Alpha, despite that fight going to GEEK SLATE, it's still Supercan securing the turtle, the objective, and yeah, there you go. That's what I decided on.
Oh, is it a curse or is it a blessing?
Exactly. Now I don't know. Okay? I don't know. But what I do know is BTR is still in the lead.
Wow, wow.
Oh my goodness, let's see here.
I'm surprised, sorry. That caught me off guard. But okay, back into the game here. Bigetron Alpha, 1,200 gold lead. And it's already bad that Esmeralda is a really good matchup against Luke. It's even worse when there's already a kill onto him. So already a little bit of an advantage more so, but on the top side.
Jana moving aggressively on towards Saken, and he will be taken out of the hands of Jana. That feather airstrike will not be able to enough to provide cover. Meanwhile, Kadira is just farming that gold shield turret top side.
It's going to be a very good time for Chidera now that the counter matchup is gone, but it's also well played by GEEK SLATE, playing into that top side. And Bigetron Alpha's lead slowly but surely diminishing here. Saken, remember, on the Irithel, if you don't shut down the Wanwan later on in the game, the Irithel really finds a lot of trouble dealing damage.
Real world relation pops. He forced to use the flicker. Beloyski now soaking a lot of damage. Superken being the sandbag for his team. No casualties in that encounter, it seems like here. GEEK SLATE and Bigetron Alpha has other rotations. I might be wrong. Jana finds a kill there on towards the roamer. Great turtle.
Wow, very aggressive and really good, as now they're going to have a man advantage when it comes down to the neutral objective take. But it doesn't seem like Bigetron Alpha want to let that go without a fight. Look at Super Ken as well as Sorizo already looking for an opening, an engage perhaps, as Hilda might be the choice.
Look, he jumps in on towards Moreno. Will be taken out though by Saken. That's 200 gold. Sorizo at the backside causing havoc. Crossbow attack will be popped there, but not enough damage. Jana will fall on the front side. Bigetron securing the neutral objective now. It's another member. Beloyski will fall. It's a 4-0 trade. Super Ken was just unstoppable.
Wow. Bigetron Alpha here with another fantastic performance. Sorizo on his signature pick. He's definitely not disappointing. Again, like I mentioned, Chidera on the crossbow attack. Even with the crossbow attack, it's not as powerful as it was before, and now you can really see why a lot of teams are letting it go. Chidera, one of his signature picks, not doing pretty well on it.
Oh, it's a solo kill practically right now. Beloyski will not be able to provide that cover. Bigetron Alpha, 3,000 gold lead in hand.
Oh man, and that's the thing. Like you mentioned, 1-1 is so weak to the range, but look at this, Beloyski.
Suppression though connects. Beloyski now will hold the damage off. Saken though will survive. My goodness. Jana though here has been collecting a lot of gold.
Beautiful itemization here from both gold laners with the steel leg plates respecting each other, but the Irithel has the tough boots, a little bit more physical defense to play with, and a Wind Talker first item is a brilliant build here by Saken, understanding he needs a little bit more movement speed to outplay Chidera. With a sprint, it's just going to be very difficult for Chidera to look for the weakness point, and even if he does, he's probably going to be getting it onto Sorizo, who, if you pay attention right now, is pretty tanky himself with the Dominus Ice and the tough boots as he keeps on building.
Oh, Beloyski taking a lot of damage in the front side, very low. GEEK SLATE will sacrifice the structure there top side, nothing that they can do. As Bigetron already established a 4,000 gold lead here, will they go for the invade? It seems like no, they will not go for the purple buff invade.
4,000 gold lead, like you mentioned there, Gani, and it looks like Bigetron, they're putting more pressure here in the top lane, trying to set up for the turtle take. And taking a look at the positioning coming in from GEEK, it doesn't seem like they're going to be in a good position to be able to contest that. So it looks like they're looking for a pick onto Sorizo. But remember, Sorizo is a really good counter to a lot of the team players from the side of GEEK, as he's going to 1v5.
1v4 now. Dominus Eyes, are you there? Take a look at this. A boy off camera gets taken out. Sorizo still holding on.
What?
Nobody can kill this guy. It's finally, after 3 hours, this guy gets taken out.
Now, this is what I mentioned, right? The Esmeralda is a really good counter to a lot of the members from GEEK SLATE. Luke creates shield, a boy creates shield, Beloyski creates shield as well. So he's been able to sustain through the shielding coming out from all of these heroes.
He bought so much time there. Absolutely well played by Sorizo to death, but it's all fine and dandy when your team can capitalize on the fact it was an awesome play, and you guys can get awesome nightography and performance with the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. Jana doing a good job at punishing Bigetron Alpha though. If you get a lead, you can expect Jana to say, no, I want that lead. I want to keep it stable as he looks for proper invades.
Seal play here. Let's see, GEEK SLATE. Are they able to gain something? No, it seems like no openings to be found. And yeah, it's another reset. Bigetron still with the dominant mid game here.
Oh man, I mean, look at the gold differences here by UBS Gold, right? And it's insane with how much pressure they're able to utilize. And once again, the 1-1 pick just really doesn't come through. As, you know, even Beloyski, right? He can't be too aggressive with how much damage is coming in and how much sustain is coming in as well. It's very difficult for GEEK SLATE to find space over the board, and they're trying their best just to funnel this onto Chidera, but man, what do you think about this, Miracle? Oh.
Maybe we need to ask Gani for now.
Their airstrike here just to poke the 3 members of GEEK SLATE. Very low there. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Sorizo just having fun. Right. Dominance eyes. Oh my god. Yeah, they need to Halberdor dominance eyes here,
Look. Nah, if he popped the crossbow at Tang, he would have just been outrun. This is what I've been saying. 1-1, crossbow with Tang. You can get out of it with a flicker, especially the sprint. You pop it up, the corrosion side helps, but now it's going to be the immobility field.
Goodness, Super Ken will claim the Lord, but Sorizo gets
oh my
taken
god!
out. The feather like flicker, Moreno. With the outplay, they're claiming Kadera now. Key, Divine Judgment Flicker connecting on towards the boy. Flicker's back. Bigetron though, they still want more. Beloyski here trying to hold on, stave off the pressure. Jana now jumps in, trying to find the right target. Perhaps the Moreno. Oh, with the connection there, Jana finds a shutdown. Beloyski is still able to find it, but Luke jumps in and finds the kill on towards Saken. Lord marches topside here. There's still time for Geek to claim another perhaps. But it seems like not enough damage within their comp. Supercan here will delay Beloyski and take him down as well. My goodness, it's a brawl here in the 10th minute of the game.
Sorizo's back as well. That took so long for them to take. Bigetron Alpha have lost a lot of gold through that play though. Moreno dying, that's a 5-kill bounty taken away for GEEK SLATE. Luckily, maybe for the side of BTR, that shutdown wasn't placed onto the carries, the damage dealers, but still, Bigetron need to understand they're not up against some random team, they're up against GEEK SLATE. Contenders for upper brackets, they know how to punish.
They truly do, and you see that starting to happen as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing a technical pause just for a bit, so don't worry. Of course, the fair play will always be our priority, and we want to give the best viewing experience for those of you at home viewing as well. But the troubleshooting is coming from BTR.
BTR. Bigetron.
Yeah.
Bigetron.
No, not anymore. I don't
Not
think.
anymore, like Jill.
Hey, don't curse them. You cursed Sorizo a couple of times, Eterna. Don't curse their throw. Don't say not anymore. Just say wait. Just wait.
Not
We'll see.
anymore.
We'll see.
You know what?
I learned from LaFell, never predict what they're trying to do. Just say, hey, maybe they can do this.
Seems like.
Seems
is the
like.
go-to word. Super Ken.
Uh-huh.
What an investment, right? 2 years ago. Bigetron recruited him, and look at him now.
Look at him now. Who
The
signed
face of Bigetron.
Okay, he just joined Bigetron Alpha, okay? Come on, man. But he is on the way to being the face of Bigetron Alpha if he
Still
keeps
key for
performing
me, sorry.
like this. But yeah, it was Renbo for some time. Then he went to RRQ. Then now it's Key. Not with the boy, it's just Key. Because if it's Key Boy, then it's ONIC.
Oh my god.
Also true.
Yes, that is true. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English Desk podcast. It's been some time. Here we see that the Bigetron fans, there's a lot of reasons to be Bigetron fans if you
Very
guys
aggressive.
need, further persuasions, ladies and gentlemen.
But it seems like that the game has ensued once again. And we're going straight into and back into the last game, last match. And perhaps the last game if Bigetron Alpha can utilize this Lord push to its utmost potential. Gani.
Will it be the last push as well? They still right here in the top side will be the priority target. And their airstrike has been popped. Real wound manipulation as well. He responded back from a boy. Bigetron Alpha here, 4,000 gold lead still here maintaining pressure, but GEEK SLATE, they managed to defend it, that top base team.
A boy.
A boy.
Well,
He is a boy.
He is a boy.
A boy. He's not wrong.
No, definitely not wrong right now, but No, what is wrong is the fact that Bigetron Alpha have been able to build up. I don't think that's wrong either, but 5,000 goldie, they're looking for more.
Divine Judgment connecting onto his Luke Revelation. No, Feather Airstrike has been popped now. Saken, pretty hitting basically, right? But seems like GEEK SLATE, they're able to maintain pressure. They're able to, again, defend the base turret top side, but they lose Luke in the process.
We're seeing some items here pop up. The Winner Nature is built up already. Saken, we already know how respectful he is. We saw this on the Melissa as well with the Nature and the Athena Shield with a lot of defensive items. But here, he chose to go for Winner Nature because Luke and Chidera, those are the only two members who can really gap close. So it is a very good decision to go for. I think he goes for the Melfic Lord next. He needs a bit more penetration to play with here with the front to back. But if you, as you can see, wow, the gold earned only 81 because of the fight in the bottom lane. It really gave GEEK SLATE a second life.
But coming back into the items, right? A boy doesn't even have the Enchanted Talisman up yet. And honestly, without the Enchanted Talisman, the real-world manipulation cooldowns are quite thick.
It is impacted.
Quite thick. Yeah, and he's actually forced after the Ice Queen wand to build the NOD as well to try and nullify Sorizo's presence. And actually that sets GEEK SLATE a little bit behind. Hopefully he can get the Enchanted Talisman soon, but as you can see here, Bigetron Alpha already with a setup on the next Lord. The bottom, the mid pushing Key, looking for an engage.
Divine Judgment connecting, no follow-up damage. Supercan claiming the Lord here. Kadera jumps in perhaps to provide cover. Feathered Airstrike wasn't enough damage there. Now Sorizo trying to distract, trying to pull the enemies towards the top side here, it seems like. But it's still no casualties on the board. Lord again for the red robots.
Yeah, a boy capped with utility, like you mentioned. What are you thinking about?
No, it's interesting, right? Because I thought he would go for Enchanted Talisman, but he instantly goes in for
Glowing Wand.
The Glowing Wand.
Yeah, as you can see, he already got a little mana bead over there, right? So right now with Eve, you do have, you're a bit more resourceful. I think with your resources, you don't need the Enchanted Talisman. This is obviously from Arashi. He told me as well that he likes to go for the Ice Queen Wand, Glowing Wand fully first here. Just prioritizing damage instead of the Enchanted Talisman. This is something you do when you're snowballing and something you do when you are super behind. And I think right now it's the proper way to take it because Bigetron Alpha, the way they've been able to win has been through their better mobility. With the Ice Queen Wand, it stops that a bit.
See here, base turret bot side will be taken out, so they will lose 2 base turrets here. The mid one will be the left standing. GEEK SLATE will take care of the Lord. Supercan now jumps in. Jana as well. Soaking a lot of damage. Real inflation. And take a look at that. Saken finds the kill. In the backside though, Luke trying to create havoc. Finds Jana. Finds a boy as well as Luke now still holding on. But Saken claims the double. In the backside, Chidera. It's a wiped out. As Bigetron Alpha looks for the 2-0, they will win this match, disrupting the momentum, the run for GEEK SLATE. Congratulations.
Oh my god, I'm getting goosebumps. Leg 1, it was 2-1. GEEK were able to win it. And Bigetron Alpha here in leg 2, complete sweep here, revenge. 2-0 against GEEK. The only ones who have been able to win against the top tier teams, and Bigetron Alpha, they've done it!
Bigetron Alpha, this is their peak and they will continue this run to the playoffs. What a performance by BTR. Extraordinary performance up against one of the tournament favorites, up against the team who beat RRQ, EVOS, everyone, all the big teams.
Man, even like execution was phenomenal, but I got to give props to the coach as well. Right, they had such a good draft. I feel like the Esmeralda pick was a really good addition to the composition that they already brought on themselves. It's just such a good job, such a good performance by Bigetron as, you know, the coach Raise Boy buff perhaps, and the blessing a little bit too important, too impactful than your curse apparently.
As a wise man, oh you're right. So my curse isn't broken by GEEK SLATE, that's poetic. It's broken by the team that I support. Bigetron Alpha broke the curse, ladies and gentlemen. And also, unfortunately, there's a thrill and the agony for GEEK SLATE. This will mean that their upper bracket run stops here. They will make it to the playoffs for the first time in the organization's history, but they will not be able to secure upper brackets. RRQ, is there a chance that RRQ, I think if RRQ loses tomorrow, GEEK SLATE will still be able to secure it.
You're right. And we'll hear what exactly Bigetron has to say. Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Bigetroners, ini lagi ya pembalasan dendam dari Bigetron Alpha. 2-0 untuk match di leg kedua kali ini. Begitu ganas. Pembalasan dendam yang sangat manis tentunya. Congratulations. 2-0. Kenapa kalian di leg kedua ini terlihat lebih ganas di leg pertama saat melawan dari GEEK SLATE?
Lebih ganas ya katanya ya.
Kalian ganas sih.
Enggak sih kayaknya. Kitanya mainnya enjoy biasa aja, kayak biasa aja.
Enjoy biasa aja. Atau kalau dari Hengki sendiri apa gara-gara tadi Albert? Heng, bantai Heng. Ada gitu ya?
Si Albob soalnya ngechat di grup dia takut lawan Nopai di playoff kata dia. Makanya dia suruh aku menangin.
Oh gitu?
Iya.
Ini gara-gara Albert ya? Sampai ngechat di grup. Dan kamu nge-replay apa? Balas apa?
Ya aku bilang biar dia nggak ketemu Opai lah. Semoga kita bisa menang, doain aja yang terbaik.
Doain yang terbaik dan pada akhirnya kalian ngedapetin 2-0. Pembalasan dendam yang mungkin buat Hengki ini sesuatu yang istimewa karena lawanmu adalah salah satu player yang sangat baik di sisi roamnya.
Ya.
Menantang banget gak sih ketika melawan Baloy atau ada gak sih perbedaan dengan rom-rom lain?
Lebih tepatnya bukan cuman Baloynya sih, mereka 5-5 playernya jago semua sih. Jadi kayak kalau mereka nggak jago nggak mungkin kan bisa dapat sekarang di posisi 2 kan. Jadi ya aku senang lah, maksudnya kayak mereka jago, jadinya kayak saling ngelawan gitu lah.
Jadi rame ya, back
jadi seru
and
match-nya.
forth. Benar sekali, nggak ada yang menyangka. Dan kita juga melihat bahwa yang jago tuh tadi kita ngeliat Moreno jago banget ya Heng ya. Moreno jago banget loh hari ini. Kamu kerasukan apa? Apakah semangat dari Bianca? Loh, pada ceweknya padahal ya? Tapi banyak yang fans sama kamu.
Iya sih, mungkin karena aku ganteng kali, nggak tahu juga.
Sebagai ceweknya jadi deg-degan ya, banyak yang ngefans sama Moreno, nggak apa-apa ya?
Iya,
nggak apa-apa. Emang tampan luar biasa Moreno. Ngelihat permainanmu lagi nih di sini begitu ganas. Ngelawan GEEK SLATE, apakah kamu ada spesial yang kamu hadirkan di match kali ini?
Apa ya? Nggak ada sih, yang penting.
Yang penting apa?
Nggak apa, main kayak biasa aja sih, nggak ada yang spesial sebenarnya. Maksudnya pengen klasemennya pengen naik gitu aja.
Pengen meranjak,
Iya,
menang
pengen naik.
lagi.
Iyalah, pengen naik, iya.
Nah ini juga menarik ketika kalian meneranjak menaik dan ini juga Bigetroners mungkin boleh tahu kalau Bigetron Alpha sudah mensecure slot playoff juga. Yeay, semuanya pada happy dan untuk secure playoff di posisi seperti ini ngelihatnya gimana sih kalian? Ini kan posisi tengah-tengah banget ya, nggak di atas, nggak di ya. Menurut kalian sendiri gimana untuk posisi di playoff ini? Saken boleh, Sorizo boleh.
Ulang, kenapa?
Masuk ke babak playoff, ngedapetin secure playoff tapi posisinya di papan tengah. Gimana ngelihat dari mungkin sudut pandangmu sendiri?
Juga nggak pengen kan, maksudnya kayak kita lebih pengen tinggi lah kayak contohnya upper bracket, cuman ya kita di awal season naik turun jadi nggak stabil, ya jadi ya udah kita harus terima di posisi yang sekarang gitu loh. Siapapun lawannya kita harus siap lah, harus siap dilawan di playoff nanti.
Ya dan sebenarnya kalian semakin siap ya, terus-terusan meningkat. Dan ada yang menarik pula, kalau Hengki jangan dikasih dulu Heng, Mingki ya. Karena tadi trio Pro dia bilang, Heng besok atau Bigetron besok kita perang sarung. Diajakin perang sarung sama
Opai. Iya, udah janjian.
Udah janjian
Besok
juga.
bakalan bawa sarung semua.
Besok aduh bentar. Perang sarungnya abis match ya. Matchnya dulu
Abis
dong.
match ya,
Bukan
kita perang
sebelumnya
sarung.
Kan?
Bukan.
Kalau derby STM, Heng, apa yang kamu expect untuk match esok hari?
Perang sarung.
Perang sarungnya siapa yang bakal menang?
Kayaknya BTR sih. Pai, hati-hati.
Hati-hati, ini dihati-hatiin dulu sama Hengki. Begitu luar biasa tentunya dari tim Bigetron Alpha. Akan ada perang sarung, akan ada juga derby STM. Dari kalian berlima, siapa yang paling semangat untuk menghadapi Alter Ego esok hari? Ada nggak Heng? Siapa yang paling semangat di sini? Super Ken semangat nggak? Atau siapa?
Semuanya semangat.
Semuanya semangat. Kalau Ken sendiri, apa yang kamu nantikan di derby STM esok?
Apa ya? Perang sarung.
Ini perang sarung semua ya. Siapa yang mau bawa sarung besok? Kayaknya bakal banyak yang bawa sarung esok hari. Ken, besok perang sarung. Bakal menang mana nih perang sarungnya? Kalau menurut Ken, oke, biar menang perang sarungnya, kalian harus ngapain nih esok?
Culik Opai.
Culik Opai, hati-hati Opai.
Hati-hati Opai.
Hati-hati. Dan inilah dia Bigetron Alpha, mari kita beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi. Dan match kali ini 2-0 pembalasan dendam yang begitu manis. Langsung aja kita lemparkan ke analis kita ada Ninja Choji untuk meng-breakdown apa yang terjadi. Begitu ganas, silahkan.
Thank you, Bude.
Thank you, Bude Clara Mongstar, for that interview with the Bigetron Alpha players who were able to win it once again at 2-0 against GEEK SLATE, shattering their chances of making it into the upper brackets. Gani, I don't want to know how you feel because, you know, this guy, man, he's just been flexing everywhere.
Enthralled, it seems like.
Enthralled.
Enthralled. I don't know why.
Should we just
though.
ignore him for a bit?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe just for the analyst part. All
Yeah,
right, Miracle?
so, okay.
Luckily, Bigetron win in this match. Like, very lucky. I feel like. No gambles were made. Very insect. And I think that's the first time ever this season that Bigetron shows that quality.
Wait, do you hear someone laughing? Who's that? Oh, it's Mirko.
Hey, man.
Mirko.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the master class of Bigetron Alpha in game number 2. So Rizzo on a signature pick. Moreno with a flicker and a pretty flashy play right there, but overall, it's just class. That's what I would call this performance. Jana was also pretty class there with the decimation, but mainly how they were able to win the series was through discipline. I think in game number 1, it was discipline. And game number 2, it was, I would say, just an overall outdraft again, but they were able to utilize it so well. They countered the 1-1, the only proper winning condition, I would say, for the side of GEEK SLATE. So early into the game with the Irithel pick, and this is where the Irithel pick shines. When you're up against the 1-1, the Irithel really performs, really is able to dish out damage, and here you can see the adjustments made, just the little small adjustments here. Saken dying in that bottom side to Luke, he instantly buys the Win of Nature, and in the final fight, when Luke jumped in to Saken, you can see it right here, he has that Win of Nature to pop. He will be able to survive, and this wipeout was... I didn't even expect the wipeout. All of us were like, wait, it's a wipeout! GEEK SLATE were definitely the favorites coming into this, and I was just memeing, trying to curse, trying to this, but hey, if there's one team that can break my curse, I'll be happy if it's Bigetron Alpha.
It's incredible by Bigetron.
Incredible.
They've come so far as a team.
They do. They do.
So, you know, among all the 5 that really just shined, honestly, right? Moreno did a really good job. Just everyone.
Super
Ken. So Rizzo. Who's the MVP?
I think Moreno kind of deserves the MVP. He played that so well. And that is Moreno who gets the MVP. 6-1 and a 10.
94% KP.
You know what's so special about this guy, Gani?
What?
A wise man once told him, think. And after that, he started thinking, and he started winning.
Oh my goodness, that's a wise man, it seems like, right? Moreno?
He is a wise man. Look at him. Look at his pose.
He's tall as well.
He's just happy to be here. He has good pants.
He has really nice pants.
Really nice, right?
What about the jersey?
Really nice itemization as well, right?
You're
Just
ignoring my question.
going full damage as well. And in a moment, we are going to take a listen into the mic checks of Bigetron Alpha. So, you know, just, I want to know, is it cool and calculated? Is it more passionate, like we've seen
Emotions,
maybe
like
on
Mirko.
today?
Knowing Key, it's probably going to be a lot of yells.
With the shot call.
You know, Key,
Shot calling and yelling at the same time.
that improvement.
So
right?
who
That
calms
improvement.
everyone down?
Who calms everyone down? No one does. They're just programmed to win.
All right, we'll take a listen right now.
Bisa bantu?
Bisa. Gue datang.
Dapat gua.
Oke, nice. Lihat Korijo.
Nolti.
Lihat gue nih, gue banting 3.
Franco nolti.
Lihat Fredrin nih guys, lihat Fredrin ya. Target Fredrin bisa. Nice bang.
Franco nolti.
Gua aman sih, gua aman.
Lihat Moreno ya. Ayo. Dari belakang itu. Pasnya mati. Lihat gua. Flicker ya Brody ya. Brody no flicker.
Ada,
Franco dulu aja guys.
Mati sih Franco, mati ya.
Nice, lihat Brody ya guys. Nice.
Mati Brody.
Nice.
Tempel.
Sabar. Fredrin ulti. Gua kait ya.
Ya, gua biru. Lihat Franco udah show. Sekarang yang
Ayo.
Nih, Gustan bawa Fredrin mati. Nice.
Lu sama gua.
Saja lo.
Nice. Bisa. Franco guys. Atas. Ayo. Atas lihat Daraken.
Gua gigit mati dia.
Nice. Nice. Lihat lampunya low ya guys. Lihat chicken dia sprint guys. Mati tuh. Nice bang.
Tempel, nice banget Kor. Udah ada flicker.
Ulti Fredrin nih guys. Lihat gua guys. Fredrin nih guys.
Marty
Fredrin. Nice.
Ini.
Cakep teman gua. Nice.
Ini kan 15 ulti gua.
Gak ada sprint dia.
Ulti hidup.
Tempel aja, pegangin aja kaki ya. Nice Ken.
Balik ya guys.
Lihat chicken.
Gua coba ambil 2.
Lihat gua lapu. Lapu mati.
Nice. Bisa. Kayaknya.
Kalem. Lihat Sadi.
Jangan maksa. Enggak ada wave.
Lihat gua dapat balonya. Nice, mati dia. Lihat lapu
Gustan.
Gua imo guys. Lapu. Nice, Bang. Aman, udah end.
Fokus.
Mati dia. Nice.
Wave dulu.
Udah end. Once again, such an amazing performance by Bigetron Alpha. A really cool mic check as well, so it wasn't that, fiery.
It wasn't that fiery, but they were fiery in the final moments. They got a win because they knew it wasn't really for anything, right? This win was more of like a prideful win for the team. It's a good morale boost for the team, but in terms of the standings, it doesn't really change that much. Maybe they get 4th place instead of 5th place. They overtake EVOS, with EVOS losing 2-0 against ONIC just earlier today. But also, it kind of knocks GEEK SLATE's chances even lower here. Not only did they lose, they lost 2-0. I think if it was 2-1, there would still be a chance. But now they really need to hope that Aura wins 2-0 against RRQ in the rescheduled match tomorrow. Keys to success, it's Super Ken. I know a Ken, he's Burmese. He's from Falcon. But now it's Super Ken and Bigetron Alpha from a same red team. Super Ken wins early objectives. He's always able to capitalize on a neutral objective, securing it here when he gets the tools, right? And I think it's the adaptation. For Super Ken, what differentiates him from the rest is not mechanics. It's actually the macro, I would say. He's always able to adapt to the role or the hero that he plays according to the matchup. Say he picks up the Fretrin here, in a winning matchup in the Red Tree neutral objective battles, he goes for the neutral objectives, he secures it. But when he's on an Alice, he just farms out. When he's on the Fanny, he literally ignores the neutral objectives and goes for a kill. So it's understanding the job desk really well that makes Super Ken special.
And going back to your statement before about the standings, with the loss 2-0 for GEEK SLATE, this actually signifies that RRQ is 100% going to make it into the upper brackets. It's official. The team to accompany ONIC there in the upper brackets for the playoff run is RRQ once again. So not a lot of things have changed for the past few seasons.
True.
But right now, we're going to take a look at the MVP rankings here of Week 6 and day number 3. You can see Rossi, Moreno, and Sands going up in the standings. Meanwhile, Highs and Skylar falling down.
Whoa. Bronze, though, still top. Here, sandwiched again by not 2. But take a look at Sands here. Technically, 3 members of ONIC goodness.
I think all three members from ONIC have a chance to actually take this tie. I think Kyrie and CW and San. Yeah, all three. I think they still have a chance because they have a match tomorrow.
With the MVP of the week.
MVP of the week and the match tomorrow, right? If they get a few more MVPs, there's a chance, no? To overtake Brands, maybe.
For sure. For sure. Surprised it's not all Sands there in the
Well, it
top
is.
5.
It is.
It is?
It is. Like,
Okay, so you can say like CW's MVPs were won by Suns.
Exactly.
Kyrie's as well.
Exactly.
Even Bronze is
Yeah.
MVP.
And sometimes
even
Sans,
Brands?
he's so bored and he's like, you know what? I'll play on the enemy team. Just give me your phone. Give me your Samsung phone.
Is that why their name rhymes?
Sans and Bronze?
Sans, CW, Kyrie. Yeah, they all rhyme.
They all rhyme. Well, that explains it. And now we are moments away of taking a looking.
Take a look.
Taking a
Taking
look.
a looking.
Taking a looking at the standings of the end of today, because there's only one more day left for things to change. Remember, this is the last week. Tomorrow is the last day, and then we're off to the playoffs. Pack your bags.
5th to the 9th of April. Go ahead and buy your tickets right now after that game. By the way, use the discount codes because a lot of people
What's the discount code?
There's a lot of discount codes. Just go on Bleebly, use the voucher. Also, open up social media for MPL ID, and you can find it as easy as that, as simple as that, as Adi likes to put it. Because a lot of people were like, Mirko, why are the ticket prices so expensive? It may look expensive, my dude, but the promos definitely help out, and you guys can be able to get that value, dude.
You know, get it as fast as possible.
ASAP. It literally sells out.
Yeah, exactly.
So fast.
So fast. It's like selling water.
Whoa.
It's like a necessity. That's how fast it is. That's what I meant. But the standings presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, A34, A54, 5G, and there you have it. ONIC, RRQ, GEEK SLATE falling to the 3rd place. But interestingly enough, Bigetron Alpha have overtaken EVOS Legends, taken that 4th place. It doesn't seem like Aura Fire nor Rebellion Zion will make it into the playoffs as well. There is still a slight chance for Rebellion, but very little.
Zero chance.
Zero already?
It's done. It's done.
It's done and dusted?
These are the teams that will make it to the playoffs.
Oh my,
With this in mind, though, right? It's going to be GEEK SLATE taking on Alter Ego Esports if this is the standings here.
Yep. And Alter
Bigetron
Ego
Alpha will take on EVOS Legends.
Oh.
3 versus 6, 4 versus 5, right?
Oh. This is interesting. That's a very good matchup, I would say. These are the chance to playoffs. I think it's 100% across the board already, as we have mentioned it. Yep,
Oh,
there you
you're
go.
right.
Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire
0%.
knocked out. 2 teams have been knocked out today. So, unlike Season 10, it doesn't come down to the final day.
So Rebellion Zion still has one more match, right? There you go, one more match.
Against
Aura
ONIC.
Fire is the match against RRQ that should be aired tomorrow, right? On the 26th, if I'm not mistaken. And these are the chances to the upper brackets. There you go.
There you go.
ONIC and RRQ.
Still the same 2 teams.
Welcome back once again to the upper brackets for the past 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Royal Besties.
Royal Besties.
8, 9, 10, 11. 8, 9, 10, 11. 4 seasons.
7 it was ONIC.
And EVOS.
And EVOS, was it? Oh, was it on RRQ? Oh, you're right. RRQ
8,
got sent
9,
home
10,
the first day.
Yeah. 4 seasons in a row. RRQ ONIC. Just swapping places from time to time. You're like, hey, buddy, you want number 1? Sure.
Regular season?
Season 9.
Isn't it always ONIC?
RRQ, season 9.
Huh? I thought it's always ONIC.
I forgot though. I have to check,
Have to
double
check.
check. But yeah, it's just between these two teams. Unfortunately, Bigetron Alpha has to dismantle, has to disrupt the run from GEEK SLATE.
Hey man, hey
What was
man. All
that?
right, it's so unfortunate for me that GEEK SLATE has to be facing the team that I support, man. Like, I support GEEK SLATE too. I respect them. They always use the English desk. Thank you, by the way, Admin, if you're watching. He always uses the English desk for the highlights, and that's why I love GEEK SLATE, and I love Beloy. But I've been a BTR fan for quite long.
Boo-hoo. All right.
What's going on? Well, Mirko's checking basically back in season 9, who was top 2
RRQ.
in. Oh, it was RRQ. Oh yeah, you're right. RRQ. It wasn't ONIC. Goni.
Smashing onto a 3-phone.
But ladies and gentlemen, here is tomorrow's schedule, the last and final day
Oh my goodness.
of the regular season. It's Rebellion Zion with the last match against ONIC, Bigetron, as well as Alter Ego.
The Chaos Derby to end it all.
So exciting.
Hopefully it is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is today. The 4 matches, all 8 teams in this league already battle it out in the Land of Dawn. But it seems like still the conclusion, ONIC, RRQ. We have to say goodbye though to Rebellion and as well as our Fire.
It's a very surprising conclusion, right? Because earlier on, I would have thought it would be Alter Ego and Aura, but things change.
Things definitely change, man. Throughout the season, Rebellion Zion were the ones pretty impressive,
Yeah,
showing
exactly.
out with their MDL players, right? And on that note, MDL is going on, and you can catch it. Even though the regular season for MPL is ending here, we have MDL.
We have MPL. So don't worry, don't forget to check that out on Monday to Wednesday at 10 o'clock GMT +7. And ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this marks the end of today. We'll still see you tomorrow, but man, 6 weeks is coming down to the last final moments. And on that note, Eterna, Goni, and Mirko signing out for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan